Hello everyone and welcome to the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. This tournament is a really exciting one. It's a weekend tournament happening here in the Netherlands and I'm right here in the venue in Utrecht. We're at the live venue. It's called Live Venue. It's a fun name, but it's very echoey over here, but I hope it's okay. I hope the sound is all good. We're all set up and ready. The games have already started, so we will be able to jump into games very shortly. But I'd like to welcome you guys to this fun event. I've played here quite a long time ago. I don't remember exactly which year I played here. But it's been a while. It's been a while since I've played here. I think it's definitely before COVID, definitely. So at least 5 years ago, I played here as well. Weekend tournaments are really popular in the Netherlands generally. It's basically 6 or maybe even 7 rounds in the weekend. You start on Friday. And in this tournament, we had 2 rounds every single day. And today is the last day of the event. So 4 rounds have already been played and we're now in round 5. So today we have the final 2 rounds and we will be able to see who is going to be the winner. So welcome everyone. This is your host, Anna-Maja. I am streaming on my channel, so you may be familiar with me already. I'm a FIDE Master, Women International Master, and I'm super excited to be hosting the commentary of this event over here. And especially because I'm right here in person. So after the games, we may have some of the players join us to talk about the game or talk about whatever they feel like. So super excited for that. How is one of the players that's 5.5 out of 6 and the other 4 out of 4? I am not entirely sure where you saw this. Maybe you saw some of the older results because... Oh, wait. I see what you mean. Okay, my theory is that maybe some live boards have been glitched or something. Some live boards have been doubled. I can quickly glance over what could have happened. Give me a sec. Let me see what could have been the problem. We moved this over here. Oh yeah, I see some double results. Yeah, I see some double results. So that seems to be wrong. Yeah, that's why. So don't pay too much attention to the scores on the screen. But we have one player in the A group in the lead with 4 out of 4. Thomas Beardson is currently first. And he has a tough opponent. Grandmaster Hugo ten Hertog is right there to try to take him down with the white pieces. So today, this round is going to be super exciting. Before we jump into the games, everyone, let me discuss the format with you. Because this is not just your usual classical format that we're used to with 90 minutes on the clock and so on. This tournament is a weekend tournament and we need a shorter time control for this. So this tournament has a time control of 110 minutes with 10 seconds increment every single move. And that's it. So the players have 1 hour and 40 minutes on their clock. 50 minutes, 1 hour and 15 minutes. And only 10 seconds added to the clock. And that's it. So if the games go on for some time, we may see some massive time scrambles. And that's what we're here for. That's what we're looking forward to. So I'm really excited for that. I saw some players arrive a bit later. I saw some players arrive 10, 15 minutes later while I was setting up over here. So that's quite risky. But let's see what happens. Also, we have 3 different groups in this tournament. The A group is for those that have a rating of 1900 and above. Then we have the B group that has players with a rating between 1700 and 1950. And we have a C group with players below 1750. So if you're between 1700 and 1750, you can basically decide where do you want to go. Do you want to try to win the C group or do you want to face some challenges in the B group? So that's super exciting. And also the tournament does not count towards FIDE rating but to the Dutch rating. So just a little side note over there. No score sheet writing since it's not plus 30 increment. Ooh, those are regulations I'm actually not 100% aware of. You probably have a point there. you probably have a point there. I would not be so sure to tell you the truth, but it would make sense. Below 5 minutes is usually the mark that you can stop writing, but yeah. Exactly. So if you guys have any questions other than that, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer them or try to answer them. Maybe we can ask the organizers during the break to see what the rules are. Or perhaps there are some regulations on the website, because the website also shows information in English, so that's really convenient for those of you that do not speak Dutch. So yeah. So make sure to check out the website, everyone, for information. There's a lot of players actually. So we see that in the A group, we see over 80 people. We have in the B group, I believe we also have 80 people. So we have a lot of people over here. I believe we have definitely over 100 players over here. So I also see some with a nationality or a federation that is not from the Netherlands. So that's also really exciting to see. But okay, without further ado, everyone, let's take a look at the games. Let's start with the top game, Hugo ten Hertog against Thomas Beardson. This game is going to be very decisive for the championship, as Thomas Beardson is currently in the lead with 4 out of 4, and there are a bunch of players right behind him with 3.5 out of 4. And there are, let's see, a total of 3 Grandmasters in this tournament. There are a number of International Masters and also FIDE Masters, so anything can still happen. The game was actually started with the move G3, a very unusual move. Usually we don't really see this move, especially because white pieces, you want to take the control of the center really quickly, and moves like G3 are very slow, and you're simply trying to develop really quickly with Bishop G2, Knight f3, and short castle. It's basically trying to avoid any sort of theory. Black takes the center with e5, Bishop G2 is played, D5, D3, Knight f6, Knight f3, Knight c6, defending the pawn on e5, of course. A3 is played. A very unusual move, I have to say. Usually want to focus on piece development. A move such as A3 is very unusual because it doesn't really contribute too much to the game. But perhaps Hugo is looking for moves such as b4 to expand on the queen side instead, as he has quite a passive setup with the pawns on the third rank, and he's basically not really moving past the third rank just yet, which is very surprising when you're playing with white pieces. Bishop e7 was played, short castle, and now it's white's turn, and the players have spent quite some time in the opening thus far, which is really interesting to see. Not too much has happened so far, but it seems like neither really did a lot of preparation, or they simply winged the opening. I can imagine Thomas prepared something else than facing the G3 move on a first move. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this game will develop. Let's take a look at the other games, because we have so many more games that are live. So we have, I believe we have over 30 boards that are live. So we have a lot of games that we can go through. And I already see that in the next game, we have Tijmen Kampman against Erik van den Doel. I believe Tijmen has a pretty, a really good result so far. He beat in round 4 Peter Lombaerts, who is a FIDE master, rated 2370. So that is a really good result for Tijmen, and now he's put up this challenge to put to the test, can he beat Erik van den Doel as well? So far I can see that he is really doing well on the clock, but a little insider's info, I know that I saw Erik walk in very late to his game, so it's not because of lack of opening preparation or of some sorts. He simply showed up late to the game, so that explains the big time difference. But I believe he did spend quite some time on his previous move, so let's see how the game started here. Knight f3, d5, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7. Very similar setup as we saw in game one, in board one game as well. So that's really funny. But here white is a little bit more aggressive with c4, and after d takes c4, queen a4 check, knight c6, knight a3. The question is, will this knight pick up the pawn or will the queen pick up the pawn? White is keeping both options open, and now knight h6. So this is another very unusual opening. Of course, this bishop is a really good bishop because now this knight is becoming a target, and now that the pawn is on c4, this diagonal is very open for that bishop. So I can see white's potential over here. White is simply delaying any sort of activity in the center, and that's one way to play, of course. But it's really funny to see that the knights are on the edges of the board, delaying center activity. So... So yeah, now it's Diamond's turn. Seems like he is, he's unsure what to do. Taking that pawn on c4 right away, or do we go for a short castle first? I can see the potential white's position, but it does not convince me just yet. So I'm curious to see what Diamond has in mind. Let's continue to the next game. We have on board 3. Lars Otis against Arthur de Winter, also a very exciting matchup. Both players very strong international masters. Arthur de Winter is young talent from Netherlands. He is up and coming, and he is going for that Grandmaster title, as he already has his IM title at such a young age. And we can see from the time difference that Arthur, did he pre-move all of his moves? That's crazy. He still has 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock. Let's see how this game started. It started as a Caro-Kann game, and it was the Caro-Kann exchange. So c4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. Very typical a6. So a6 is a little unusual. It basically prevents, let's say, c takes c5, knight takes c5. It prevents moves such as bishop b5, and there's a lot of pressure on that knight sometimes. So a6 is a kind of prophylactical move, trying to prevent your opponent's moves, you know. Bishop c4 is played, bishop e6. Also very unusual to put the bishop in front of the pawn on e7, because you usually want to play e6, develop the bishop, let's say on to b4. But now black could possibly play g6, bishop g7, and continue developing this way and attack the pawn on d4. Bishop b3 was played, and now knight a5, and I would say that I'm really happy with black's position. It's unclear what the plan is for white, especially with an isolated queen's pawn. It's really easy for black to play here, I feel like, and this bishop is being targeted, and white has to figure out what to do with the bishop. Do we retreat with the bishop? Do we take on d5 after all? Do we give a check first to provoke b5? I'm not entirely sure if you want to provoke b5, because that's exactly what black wants. But I certainly like black's position, and the clock, the time difference also says a lot. Panov always go either very good or very bad for me as white. I have a very similar experience, which is one of the reasons why I'm not playing the Panov anymore. Hello to everyone on YouTube as well. We're also live on YouTube. I love hosting commentary streams on YouTube. It's just, it just works. It's just amazing. So, all right, let's take a look at the next game. We have Tim Lammens against Lee Riemersma. Both also very strong players. They have played quite a lot more moves, but has a lot to do with the fact that it's a very familiar position. Once again, wow, it's as if everyone is just playing the setup. Everyone refuses to spend too much time on the preparation, and we're just focusing on developing and getting castles in very soon. It's actually very surprising to see how the players are avoiding any sort of preparation. Lots of King's Indian indeed. e6, c4, d4, e3. Knight c6, takes. So black has this pawn on d4 and is able to take a lot of space because of this, but it can become a weakness. At some point, black may have to play e5 to defend the pawn, and then the pawn on e5 becomes a weakness. So there's definitely something going on here for white. This bishop is quite strong, but there's ups and downs for both sides, and it sort of depends what you prefer to play, which side you prefer. I would personally, I've played this a lot with the black pieces. Well, a lot is maybe a bit exaggerated, but I've always enjoyed playing this with black for some reason. It's the way that you can develop your pieces. Once you get to play e5, this bishop goes out to g4 or f5. Then this bishop can also develop at some point, and maybe you can start attacking either on the king side or the queen side. It kind of depends what approaches of white. d3, bishop d6, knight a3. So that knight is moving to c2 to move the pawn up to b4 and expand on the queen side. Short castle, knight c2, e5, b4. So of course you can't take over here. I mean, you can, but it's not a good idea because after knight takes b4, bishop takes b4, this pawn on e5 drops, and slowly but surely black's position is collapsing because that bishop on this diagonal is a monster. This bishop cannot develop just yet, and this pawn on d4 is a huge weakness. So you don't really want to take that pawn on b4. You simply allow that pawn to be there. Usually you want to try to stop that by playing a5, but now there was no time to play that because the pawn on d4 was hanging. So e5 was necessary. And after b4, simply rook e8, rook e1, and now a6, trying to stop b5 from happening. g3 is quite unusual. A little personal experience. Once I was really fed up with losing all my games with e4. I tried d4 or knight f3, and I was losing so many games that I had a phase where I was simply throwing my pawn to g3, and I thought, we'll figure it out. So seeing these players play this in a serious classical tournament is quite crazy to see. It's quite crazy to see. All right, let's take a look. This game has started off in a really fun way. I'm really excited to see how this will develop. Who will be able to have a successful attack? Will we see an attack on the king side? That will be crazy. I love to see that. But let's continue because we have so many games happening. If you guys have any game that you feel like we need to take a look at this, what is happening in this game, feel free to let me know in the chat. I try to keep an eye on the chat, but if there's nothing that catches your attention just yet, we'll just continue. What is going on here? Okay, I see some double boards. That can be the reason why there's some issues. Also, I'd like to note that we also have live boards in the B and C groups. So if you have any games that you want to take a look at, feel free to take a look at them on the platform of your choice. But we have live boards in all 30 groups, which is pretty rare actually, because usually they focus on the main A group a lot. But now we also have live boards on the other groups. So that's amazing. Have we looked at Ina Ubers? Actually, we did not just yet. She is playing on board 7, which is probably the reason why we haven't taken a look at her game just yet. She did draw one of the Grandmasters. I believe she drew Erik van den Doel. I saw a post on Twitter that mentioned that she was completely lost, but she managed to save a draw, which is amazing for her. But she is down to 3 out of 4. So I believe she had a bye in round 4. In weekend tournaments, you can get a bye usually in the first 4 rounds. I believe in tournaments it's the same. You can get a bye, especially because weekend tournaments are very taxing. Sometimes in weekend tournaments, we have 3 rounds on the Saturday. So people oftentimes take a bye either in the morning or the evening round, because 3 rounds in one day is simply too much. So she took a bye yesterday in the evening, and now she's back, and that's why she's on 3 out of 4. What is happening in this game? How did it start? So it started with e4. She's playing Achyut Aravindan, And it was d6, d4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. All right. So not with g6, but instead with e5 right away. Knight f3, knight e7, bishop c4, and bishop e7. All right. Sort of a Philidor defense setup. a4, short castle, and c6. So yeah, this setup can go many different ways. Do you want to take on d4 and take some space in the center with knight e5? Usually black is playing very carefully here and allows white to make a lot of moves in the center or push the pawns very far. But we all know that when you push pawns too far, you can't put them back and they weaken as well. And that's exactly what black is looking for here. So queen e2, h6, h3, rook e8. Simply developing and taking it easy. D takes e5 is played now. Knight takes e5, knight takes d takes e5. And usually you don't really want to take on e5 with the reasoning that now black has basically achieved what they want. They have this really nice square on d4 available for themselves. They don't need to use it just yet, but basically the one square that white is looking for to occupy is a square on d5. But that square is defended by this pawn. So black has this perfect setup that this square is defended. f5 is also defended in a way and really hard to access for white. And d4 becomes really interesting to occupy. But we do have to note that getting a knight on d4 is really difficult, and any of the other pieces do not really want to be on d4. Maybe a bishop, but doesn't feel like that's the purpose of the bishop. Queen f3 is played, queen c7, and basically black has a really nice setup. We do have to take a look at where this bishop actually goes to, because you can't really play bishop e6. If the bishop was on e6, black would have a really nice position. But because of the bishop being stuck on c8, and you don't really want to play bishop d7, it's a little bit more difficult. But so far it's looking good for Eline. But of course, this is an early stage in the game. It's very common that the computer gives an edge for white here in this opening, but oftentimes the comeback happens very shortly after the game, or at some point in the game, at least for black. So anything can still happen here. For now, Eline is up on the clock, so that is looking good for her. All right, let's take a look at the next game. Let's see, I saw one game where one player had a massive edge on the board. So let's jump to that game right away. In the game between Hans Gallier and Roger Labruyère, we have this position. Let's take a look how this game started. We have e4, c5, knight f3. So this is a Sicilian, and this is, I believe, the canal attack. Knight d7. So white is playing a bit more solid. It's not... Of course, it's not the same as the Rossolimo, where you also play bishop b5, but that's when the knight goes to c6. But now knight d7, c3, knight f6. You're basically trying to avoid all of those main lines of the Najdorf, the dragon. There's all sorts of openings possible there. Queen e2, e6, short castle, bishop e7, d4, takes. White is a really pleasant center over here. Black can look into options to play d5, and then after e5 you control the square e4 with the knight, but you have to time it well because your knight on d7 is a little bit stuck. a6 needs to be played to get rid of that bishop and try to develop your pieces on the queen side. Short castle, knight c3, knight b6, a4, bishop d7, and after a5 the knight went back to c8, and that is not looking good for Roger. His pieces are quite awkward. It's very hard to see how he can actually continue developing here. And I really feel like because he didn't play the move a6, now his position is looking quite difficult because that bishop is quite a pain. He has his bishops developed in a solid way, but it's very passive. Bishop d3, bishop c6, rook d1, and rook e8. He is slowly trying to get out of the situation, trying to maneuver his pieces around because the knight on c8 is stuck. So I have a feeling that Roger is trying to put his bishop to f8, maybe play g6 and then bishop g7, but he also wants to play knight e7. Maybe he simply plays knight e7 to put the knight on g6. That's also very possible. But for now, it's looking very good for white. And the white needs to start making use of the fact that they have a better position, better prospects, and they need to start playing concrete chess here, because white is doing much better in development. And if not now, then it will be too late. Because in a few moves, black will be able to regroup the pieces, and then it should be fine if white doesn't do anything. So now it's on white to figure out what to do. We play e5. That's the first move that comes to mind. Just to push that pawn in the center and open up that file towards the rook, with the rook towards the queen, because it opens up the bishop. Maybe knight g5 comes in. Maybe we can launch some attack on that pawn on h7. And none of these pieces do any harm to white. White has a happy center indeed. I like your I like the way you said that. I like the way you said that. It's it's great. Really nice to see you doing commentary again. It's amazing. It's been a while. It's really getting used to, but it's amazing. Also, it's getting quite warm in this room, so let me take off this jacket that I have here. But it's amazing. It's amazing, and I love doing commentary when I'm at the venue. It feels even more real. And also the lighting is great here, so that helps. So I'm curious to see if Hans can figure out how to actually continue here and how to maintain the advantage that he has, because +2 is not too little, not too little of advantage. Let's go back to board 1, everyone, because some progress has been made in this game between Hugo ten Hertog and Thomas Beardson. We left off here where short castles was played by both sides, and indeed b4 was played. And now e4. Black strikes immediately in the center, trying to punish white's carelessness in the center. And now knight f d2. So now the question is that pawn hanging on e4? Do we need to do something about this? Of course, natural move is to take on d3, but I have a feeling that Thomas is not willing to do this, because once you take on d3, you'll be able to help your opponent with c takes d3. Also, e takes d3 doesn't really feel bad at all. It gives white options. Also opens up that bishop, so we want to keep that bishop shut at all costs. So yeah. What was played before b4? It was simply a3, bishop e7, short castles, and b4 was played. So yeah. If you want to take a look at the games, guys, feel free to check them out at on chess.com. I can quickly drop a link in chat, and maybe we can pin that actually. That would be convenient. Let's take a look. It is a bit shocking to see short castles before. Nice one. Feels kind of worrying when white has e4 and d4 in Sicilian. True. Black wants to play d5, but when white has such a strong center, it is indeed worrying. All right, let's take a look at some of the other games. Ooh, I see a really exciting game, everyone. We see Peter Lombards against Sa Albers, and when I see this setup with a king castled over there, that screams excitement to me. So let's take a look how this happened, because the players already played so many moves. So here we have, okay, I thought it was going to be a Nimzo, but it is the Queen's Gambit decline. Oh, bishop b4, all right. So we're still in some sort of Nimzo territory. a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, bishop d7. So now c takes d5, e takes d5. These pawns are not the greatest, but white has a pair of bishops, easy development, and Black needs to try to play on the queen side because that's where the weaknesses are. Square c4 is really appealing for that knight, but it will take some time to get the pieces grouped over there, because for now there's a queen stopping knight a5 altogether. Queen c2, the queen leaves. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5. So here Black strikes immediately, and it seems like both players know their theory really well. Bishop g3, knight e4, e3, bishop f5. So now the threat is of course knight takes g3, so you want to stop this by playing bishop d3. And after queen e7, knight d2, rook fe8. This is the current position. So there's a lot of tension happening over here. That knight is under attack quite a few times, but also defended very many times. So it's interesting to see that white has a pair of bishops, but this bishop on g3 is actually not really contributing as much. It's just standing there. It feels like a very defensive piece, and it's unclear what actually what this bishop will do in the near future. Because even if you get to play h4 with white, well, actually, if you play h4 now, then you simply lose to knight takes g3, and this whole setup falls apart of white, right? You may not lose immediately, of course, because you still have bishop takes f5 moves, but you may not want to play h4 just yet to try to break open the king side so that king on g8 will become very weak. But if you play h4 now, Black can decide to shut it down. Black can decide to take here. I don't really believe in the move h4. I don't really believe in it. So, interesting position. I would really love to take the black pieces, but I can imagine that in the long run, the pawn pushes on the king side may be damaging for black. So, let's see if Sa will be able to make use of this, make use of this in the sense that he will be able to have a successful attack, or if Bater will be able to hold on to his position and perhaps get into an endgame. But okay, white has to be careful. As long as you don't have c4 in just yet, you may always face knight a5, knight c4. So you have to keep that in mind. But I feel like as soon as c4 would be played, white is in a quite pleasant position. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at another game. Whoa! We have Joris Kokje against Koen Maassen van den Brink. And in this position, I see a pawn on d6, and that screams like there's some madness happening. Let's take a look. d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5. All right. b5, c takes b5. Another crazy opening over here. a6, b takes a6, g6. I believe this is not called the Benko Gambit. The chess.com interface is broken for me, so I can't really tell what the opening is. I also don't play this, but I believe this is the Benko Gambit, or I may be mistaken. But anyway, knight c3, bishop g7, knight f3, short castle, e4. So the idea of this line is basically black is sacrificing some pawns, but in return we'll have enormous amount of development. This pawn on e4 is some sort of weakness, especially after queen a5, bishop d2, bishop takes a6. So yeah, this way knight takes e4 is not hanging anymore, but of course you still have to keep an eye on it. Bishop e2 takes queen a6, a4, e6, and d6. So seems like e6 was a little bit too much, but basically the idea is that black believes that these pawns on the queen side are not the greatest. This pawn is not going anywhere, and black will have sort of counterplay. As the pieces will be able to maneuver a lot. Let's say knight goes to a6, knight can go to b4, and the pieces can get active really quickly, and it may get dangerous for white. But after e6, white played the really clever move d6, and now after queen takes d6, you of course lose a piece after e5. So that is a really mean fork over there. And if you cannot take the pawn on d6, then your development is done for. Of course, you can play knight c6, but you can already tell that there's knight b5 incoming. e5 to completely shut this down. But for now, e5 is a bit premature because as soon as the knight moves, this pawn may be under attack, so you have to be a little bit careful about that. But d6, and it's just looking really rough for black. You can play knight c6, but then knight b5. If you take first, let's say takes, and then knight c6, doesn't change as much, I would say. I mean, I guess you can play e5 regardless. This pawn on c5 is a big weakness. Really unpleasant position for black. Let's take a look. What else do we have here? In the meantime, Hans Gallier made some progress. He ended up playing the move d5. Actually, a really appealing move to play because after e takes e5, knight takes, bishop takes, you always have bishop takes h7 at your disposal, and after king takes, rook takes d5, and white has a really good and strong attack going on. All these pieces are so terrible, and then white has all activity in the world. Rook will go to h5, queen to d3, and really devastating attack over there. So that's why you don't take on d5. Instead, Roger went back to d7, which makes perfect sense. But now, as we saw before, black is stuck. This bishop on e7 has no future. I mean, maybe if it gets to g7, I can see something arise there. But for now, this takes too many moves. White has a couple of moves left as well. Knight goes to d4, wants to jump to f5 perhaps. Maybe bishop f5 to force a trade, and then knight takes f5 with a really pleasant position for the knight. But I have a feeling that white wants to play knight f5 just because that you get rid of the bishop, or try to get rid of the bishop so that you will end up with the bishop pair. So yeah, looking rough for Roger. He plays the move bishop f8, and now it's on white to figure out what do we do. Where do we move the queen? Because of course queen f3 allows bishop g4, so you have to play precise here. But simply queen c2. Simply standing behind the bishop is completely fine. As long as white does not start to commit to crazy moves, should be fine. But of course you cannot waste too much time either. Queen c2 has been played indeed. How far away from the games? How far are you from the games that are played? I actually did not enter the playing hall because I was busy setting up. But I believe it's over there at the end of the hallway because I see a lot of the participants walk past this area. Right outside of this room that I'm in, we have a bookshop. There's a lot of books that are being sold here. I may take a look later today because I would love to buy more chess books. Also, what is interesting to note is that we have a tournament coach. So every single day of the tournament, there has been a tournament coach, and all the participants have the opportunity to analyze the game with the tournament coach. Today's tournament coach is Dimitri Reinderman. He's a grandmaster from the Netherlands. And I was told that yesterday we had Jan Verle over here, also grandmaster. And he was here analyzing for 8.5 hours yesterday, so that's pretty crazy. Won't be enough hours in the day for study time soon. Oh, it's already the case, don't you worry. I have too many books lined up that I want to read. But yeah, it's a very fun event, very well organized, really awesome atmosphere. I really love it when there's like so many things next to the tournament, like commentary, tournament coach, when there's a bookshop available as well. And that is very common to have bookshops at tournaments. It's really amazing because oftentimes you get more appealed by a book when you see it physically rather than ordering it online or something. And you can also ask for recommendations of some sorts. So it's really amazing. So yeah, it is amazing to be here. It is certainly amazing. One funny story, by the way, to mention while we are waiting for the players to make their moves. Apparently, well, every single day there are also articles being written about the tournament, some funny updates or some, proper updates about the tournament, who is leading the tournament, etc. And in yesterday's round, it turned out that, they mentioned in the article that they're really happy to have so many live boards and that things are happening pretty smoothly, despite the fact that one of the players found a pawn in their pocket. And I thought, isn't that amazing? We Dutchies are starting to get known for keeping pawns in their pockets and taking it with us. So one of the pawns was found in someone's pocket, I believe, when they got home. So as far as I'm concerned, the pawn has been found back. But that's it's a very expensive pawn to lose a pawn that it belongs to a live board, right? So anyway, in the meantime, we have some moves being made here, and we see the knight e7 was played, which is a very logical move because we need to get out of this mess that we're in with black. Because knight e7, we want to play knight g6, stop this diagonal, stop this bishop on this diagonal, with the queen as well lined up over there. But now bishop g5. And the problems are simply stacking up. And it's actually crazy that knight g6 is +3. Like, it's completely insane. It's really hard to properly explain how black is essentially a minor piece down. It's really crazy to imagine. So, do they have chess hustlers there? Not really, not as far as I'm concerned. The chess hustlers, we see them at the chess tournaments. So why is this +3? Let's take a look. So, one of the moves that comes to mind, because we don't really want to take on f6 now, because then queen takes f6. One of the moves that comes to mind is move a6. The idea is that after b takes a6, maybe we want to occupy knight to c6. Perhaps we just activate the pieces on the a file and how does black get out of this mess? I guess black just simply doesn't have moves. h6, then bishop takes g6 becomes really interesting. You can't play h6 that easily. Of course, first after a6 you have to figure out what to do. So let's say b takes a6. And we want to play this move a6 to clear up the square c6, since we have this pawn on d5, so why not play knight c6 and make use of the fact that black has no moves whatsoever. Of course you can play h6, but we can, if we want to, we can just retreat and take it easy. And now after h6, bishop e3, this bishop will be eyeing towards the knight, and there's always issues around the corner for black because of the lack of development, and the pieces just have no harmony whatsoever. Indeed, this is positionally lost, and now it's on white to prove that. So it's quite a lot of pressure, because with white, you know that you're better. You know that you're completely winning, but where is the win? When you see +3, you think of, there's some tactic here. There's some tactical complications happening here. This must be completely lost tactically. But it's really hard to see how this is actually losing tactically. So, if knight e4 over here, I guess it allows black to play the move bishop e7. And that's one of those situations, it allows black to recover. And it looks quite difficult. Also, maybe rook c8 can be played. So, not so simple. You need to be a little careful. The clown on a6. Exactly. All right, let's take a look at the other games. What did we miss? I'm just quickly going through them to see if we have updates in other games. Not so much has happened, to be fair with you. Let's take a look at board 2. Let's see. we left off over here after knight h6, short castle, knight takes c4. So white decided to take that pawn right away, the knight f5, d3, e5, rook b1. You want to play b4 without facing the move e4. So let's say b4 here, e4, and you can already... apparently you don't have to resign, but I would consider resigning. But apparently it's not that bad, because after d takes e4, bishop takes a1. There's a knight hanging over here, so it's not that clear. White does have some compensation, but of course you don't want to allow any sort of e4. So that's why rook b1, and you prepare to move b4 this way. Bishop e6 on the board, and we're now in this position. So white has this really nice bishop on g2, so it's a big piece over there. But at the same time, this bishop on c1 is not the greatest. What do we do with that? Hard to say. I guess you want to try developing it to b2. That would be most ideal, to try to hit that pawn on e5. What else do we have here? So black's pieces are all developed, and black always wants to try to play knight to d4. Either the knight on f5 or the knight on c6. I would say that the sooner you play knight from c to d4, the sooner you can play c6 and then try to eliminate that bishop over there. Because as soon as you play c6, this bishop is quite worthless. So you really want to put pawns on the same square as that piece to restrict it and make it less valuable. Let's take a look. Wow. The time difference is massive in this game. Almost an hour. Almost an hour time difference in this game. What is going on here? So g6 on the board. We left off over here where it was white's turn and white had to figure out what to do with the bishop. After 25 minutes, white decided to play bishop c2. Very logical move, but perhaps white was trying to figure out if there were better moves in position. As bishop takes d5 is very tempting. Do you even move that bishop? Maybe short castle was appealing. Maybe you give the check first. But in the end, bishop c2 was played. After g6, short castle, bishop g7, rook e1. It seems as if this was the first moment that Arthur de Winter was out of book, and he went for the move knight takes c3, which is not the greatest move, as after b takes c3, short castle, this does give some more breathing room for white, as without the knights on the board now, and also the pawns are connected together, white does not have a big problem anymore. Okay, the pawn on c3 can be considered a problem, it's some sort of weakness. But as we saw earlier in some other game, we have another situation here where there's a bishop on a long diagonal but blocked by two pawns. And this is exactly what you're looking for when facing a fianchettoed bishop. So now the bishop is not as great anymore, and we'll have to see what black will do next, because I have a feeling that knight takes c3 was played with the simple reason that the square c4 is disastrously weak, and what does white have here? So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Arthur de Winter seems less strong since Lord May. Oh, are you okay? Maybe he'll become GM next winter. That would be something. That would be something. Let's take a look. Okay. So this is basically we're past the opening stage. Usually opening stage moves happen really quickly, but now we're right in the middle game. Right out of the opening, this is the moment that the players start spending some time, and there is a lot to think about. It's interesting because basically, since there's no extra time after move 40 or 30 or whatever move, you don't really rely on that. The one thing you rely now on with the in terms of the clock situation is your opponent's clock. As in, if you are lower on the clock than your opponent, you have this small disadvantage in a way, right? So if we look at this game, an hour difference on the clock, you can already argue that Arthur is ahead +2 in the position just because of this. Because at some point, this time difference will hurt his opponent a lot. And as the clock goes more and more down, we may see Lars Otis head into time trouble very soon like this. And Arthur has an hour spare. Doesn't matter which season it is, winter is coming. I love it. I love it. Let me take a look. Okay, let's go here. In the game between Kobe Smeets and Olger van Donk, we have this position. They played quite a lot of moves. Some craziness has happened. Let's go back a few moves. So in this position, d takes c5 was played. And after bishop takes c5, bishop d4. And in this position, everyone, black is completely winning. I will give you guys some time to figure it out. But what is the winning move for black here? Because there's one move that wins here on the spot. If you spend some time here, you can figure it out. But I can tell you already that black did not find this move. G5, of course, G5. G5. Whenever you see it, you have to play it. So the move that black played was bishop takes c4, which is of course the less challenging one because piece was offered to trade. You take the piece, so there is going to be a trade. Curious to see what black missed. But basically, the problem here for white is that there's bishop takes f3 indeed. Exactly, Matthew. And the reason why this works, and maybe this is why it was missed by white, is that by black I mean, is that after bishop takes f3, you take with the rook on d4. So after rook takes d4, you play e5, and the rook is pinned, and as soon as, well, you basically take the rook on the next move, and you're up a piece. You're up a piece, and white has no compensation for that piece. And if we go look at other moves, let's say bishop takes d5, well, you can just, here you have two moves, you can play knight g4, you can play bishop takes e2, but I would just simply go bishop takes e2, very natural move. Let's say takes, and now this queen cannot capture the bishop because then this bishop drops. So that's why black is up a piece. And it is crazy that both players missed this. Maybe the player with the white pieces realizes very soon, but bishop takes d4, only 2 minutes were spent on this move. This is why you need to take your time in classical chess. These are not mistakes that you can make, and whenever you rarely get such an opportunity. So when you do get the opportunity, you have to take it with both hands. And if you don't do that, your opponent is probably not going to make the same mistake again in the game. So it's a waste to miss such an opportunity, especially if you have an hour on the clock. So yeah, that's devastating. That is devastating. Phone calling again. Are you hearing sounds that I'm not hearing? I actually don't hear any sound from my laptop. So if you hear sounds, I'm sorry. I tried turning it off, but yeah. All right. So this game is already quite a spectacle, but the old speaker sound. Oh, I have no idea. Rook takes e4 on the board, so this game seems drawish for now, but I feel like white has more practical chances. Just because white has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, I can see more happen with that. I did get some notifications, but I don't know. Okay, I tried turning them off, but I guess it didn't really help, huh? I guess it did not really help. I'm not sure. I thought I stopped it, but I guess you know what to do. All right. Anyway, let's continue. So let's see what happens in. We have some progress. Let's take a look at this game. Knight g5 on the board. Attacking the bishop makes perfect sense. So I guess the logical move is simply to retreat. But also bishop d5 comes to mind. But bishop d5 e4, not something you want to face that easily. But okay, after bishop d5 e4, the thing is that you can take on c4. And now suddenly the square d4 is really vulnerable. So you have to be really careful here with white. Because once the knight gets to d4, also the bishop is now shut out from the game altogether, so definitely not a move you want to play so easily. So white is putting pressure on that bishop. Let's see what the strong grandmaster decides to play here, as diamond is currently ahead on the clock, which is really good. I mean, of course, Erik showed up late, so I guess it makes sense that diamond is ahead on the clock, but still, looking good so far for diamond. I'm just scrolling through the games. Ooh, some actions happening on the other boards, everyone. We see some tactics over here. Let's see what just happened in this game between Michael Bodig and Sander Bogaert. We see that there was a Tromposky actually, and white is being very aggressive. G4 was played, but this is not the way to go. You can't afford this move because after f takes g4, what is the follow-up? At some point, if you attack, actually, can you even attack this pawn? I was going to say that if you attack this pawn, black always has a move f5, but I actually have a really hard time figuring out how you attack this pawn. So this seems like white made the wrong sacrifice, and it's really difficult to see how white actually can attack here. You can try to play long castle and stack the rooks on the h file, but it's so slow. And this bishop is a monster. Without the dark squared bishop of white, black just defends super easily. A big mistake by the play with the white pieces, a big misevaluation of the position. Let's see if white still managed to get an attack going here, because I have a really hard time seeing how to attack. You can think of sophisticated ways such as bishop e4 and take on g6, but there's a million ways for black to defend. Knight f4 on the board, similar idea. Knight takes g6 is a move you want to play. In the worst case, you can play knight f8 and everything is fine. So I'm not very convinced about white's attack, and this is not looking good for white. Okay. Let me also pull up the games from the B group, because all the A, B, C groups have live boards going on. So let's take a look at those games as well, as we are in the middle game stage, and in the middle game stage, the players start spending their time a lot, so not a lot of moves will be played. Let me take a look. So we have the Utrecht Chess Championships, and we have access to other groups as well. So in the B group, I'm seeing a quick glance. It gives me 12 live boards. And in the C group, we have a few as well. We have 10. And we already actually have a result. We have two results, but this game does not seem to have been live. Okay, anyway. If we take a look at Group B, looking at the standings of Group B, we see that there is one player in the lead, Jesus Jara from Venezuela. From Venezuela, won all their 4 games so far and is now playing against Wout van Harten, who is right behind with 3.5 out of 4. So let's see what happens in this game. I can tell you that a lot of chaos has happened. So in this position, the game started actually as a wing gambit, everyone. A wing gambit. We don't see this often in classical chess. Today we've seen the craziest openings that we usually don't really see at the top level or in classical tournaments altogether. We usually see very theoretical lines. But today we don't really see them as much. But we do see the wing gambit in Sicilian. So yeah, white is simply sacrificing the pawn, and maybe more than that, for a lot of activity. But it seems like black has quite a lot of activity going on here too. So takes, queen d2. I'm just quickly scrolling through this game to see what happened, but black has a really pleasant position. That square c4 is extremely weak. And it looks very, very terrible for white. Rook c8, rook f2, h4, queen b3, h5. Not so easy to see why this is so wrong. I guess you want to play g5 first, because after h5 you give your opponent the opportunity to shut things down with h6. So you want to play g5, because if black goes for g6, you can follow up with h5 and try to target that pawn on g6. h5, knight a3, g5, queen e6. So black is trying to defend, and this is one of those situations where if you are in a slightly worse position, or if you don't really know what to do, oftentimes it just works to attack. Throw all the pawns and pieces towards your opponent's king, and the mistakes will come by themselves. And I feel like this is one of the situations where white is trying to scare their opponent, and it kind of works. They're in a worse position, they have to play very concrete, and it may pay off. Why not knight b2, knight a4? Let's go back over here. I think because after knight b2, you may allow queen c2, and I'm not sure. It feels like it doesn't feel like, actually, okay, you can play queen c2, but I also feel like there's queen f5, and I feel like it's too slow. It's a little too slow. Black has already had a pawn, so what you need to try to do is simply stop the attack by playing h6, or maybe simply make use of that extra pawn and start pushing it all the way down to a1. We don't really need this pawn on c3. This pawn on c3 is so weak, we can always try to grab it. I feel like that's the most permanent weakness ever. So weak that in the next 30 moves, if it's there, we can still capture it probably. Anyway, so this is what happened. We are currently in this position. So this position, white is taking it easy with the attack, but that may actually be the wrong approach, because if you now take it easy, black may be able to consolidate the position, the king side position that is, and then it will be very difficult to attack. The idea behind rook f2 is simple. Maneuver the knight, let's say to g3 and then to f5, and somewhere strike. Somewhere. But black, on the other hand, always has to move g6, and that kind of stops all the attacks altogether. This pawn on g5 is very weak. Oftentimes you want to play queen d7, queen d8 to attack that pawn on g5. So, yeah. White is not looking good over here. It seems like the attack is not good enough and falling apart. And if white loses this game, that means that we will not have a 100% score in the tournament anymore in Group B. So this is a big game for Wout to see if he can take over the lead in the B group. Let's go back to the A group, everyone. Let's see what happened in the meantime. To be very frank, not Not too much has happened. Let's take a look at this game between Cambi Sekandar and Jelle Smith. So this game started as an Italian, started very peacefully, very sound. Bishop goes back to a7 right away, trying to, sort of prepare against b4. It doesn't really change as much, but white always has the move b4, and black often simply wants to put that bishop safe on a7. h6, h3, and white came in early with the knight maneuver to g3 before castling. And now castles. You basically try to wait with white to castle, because if you castle, let's say black would have played any move, and you castle here, then rest assured you will face g5 type of moves, and you have to deal with them. In this very specific case, it's a bit too early, because now d4 can be played, and white actually has a really good attack on in the center. It's probably why you want to consider going long castle, but since I moved the rook, that doesn't really work, right? So anyway, short castle. Now, after the opponent has short castled, then it's completely fine. King h2, rook fe8, knight h4, and now d5. Very typical move in Italian. Black strikes in the center, and now f4. D takes e4 was played, and now f takes e5. And there may be some issues going on in this position for black. All of a sudden, his rook is open towards that knight. The bishop is also open towards that pawn. And 1 + 1 is 2. Bishop takes h6 is a massive threat. One can even argue that after knight takes e5, maybe there's even rook takes f6, sacrificing the rook, or let's say the exchange. G takes f6, and this king side is completely exposed, completely opened. And I want to take on h6, but maybe we can include a little intermediate move, d4, to attack the knight on e5, and then we can peacefully take that pawn on h6. And this looks pretty much lost already. So very nice find by Cambis to take on e5 first. This is one of those things that if you take those pawns to the center in Italian, you always have to keep in mind what happens if my opponent makes a capture that I would not expect right away or something. That would you always have to keep that in mind. That would really help a lot to avoid issues like this. But it's tough. It's not easy at all, because there's so much happening in the center in Italian most of the times. In the meantime, the clocks are running down, everyone. We still see Arthur de Winter with a lead on the clock. But everyone, we have some craziness going on here. After short castle, white played the move rook takes e6, which is a brilliant move. And after f takes e6, knight g5, and suddenly it is white who is in a driver's seat in this game. Despite the lack of development, white just threw a rook in the position, and it is Arthur who now has to deal with the consequences. Despite the time difference of more than an hour, white is the one in the driver's seat. And this is getting super tense. Is this going to be enough for Lars to hold on despite the time difference between the two players? This is looking quite rough for black. So the idea is simple. Knight takes e6. But what happens if black simply defends? What is the idea behind all of this? Let's take a look. So let's say queen d6. The one move that screams to me is another sacrifice. Knight takes h7. Let's just throw another piece right there into it to actually make it into a rook sacrifice, a full rook. Because king takes h7, you play queen h5, king g8, and you take on g6 with the bishop. And suddenly there's a checkmate threat. And this is textbook attacking, textbook how to win with a kingside attack. Because after rook f6, which is a logical move, queen h7 check, king f8, bishop h6. And it is game over because queen h8 on the next move and the attack is unstoppable. So suddenly black is in huge trouble. Time is spent to calculate all that, indeed. But now it is Lars's task to actually not give away this amazing position that he has. Because it's very possible that now Arthur is going to start spending time, find all the best moves possible, and then it will maybe a little bit difficult for Lars to actually capitalize on this advantage. So not easy at all. I feel like Queen d7 allows the same sort of tactic, right? With knight takes h7. It sort of allows the same ideas. It's not clear what black should do here. Not clear at all. One of the moves suggested by computer is moves such as queen c8. And if you have to resort to such moves, it means you have a big problem, right? But the idea is simple. You want to attack that pawn on c3 while defending the pawn on e6. So it makes some sort of sense, but I don't believe in it. Queen d5 is interesting. Also possible, especially because it stops queen h5, right? So let's say queen d5. You don't have knight takes h7 because then there's no queen h5 follow-up after that. Bishop e4 comes to mind, but it doesn't really feel like it's too devastating for black because queen c4 and so much activity going on here for black. So now if you take on h7, king takes h7 is not the right move to play. Instead, you'll have queen takes c3. So you gotta be a little bit careful here with white because now the rook is under attack. If takes here, then you can take the rook, but apparently there's also queen takes d4. There's some madness going on. So I'm curious to see what Arthur decides to do here because a lot of issues have to be solved here. A lot of problems in this position. But what makes me super excited is that Lars finds this very nice sacrifice. And yeah, I'm curious to see if he can capitalize on it. That would be really amazing. That would be a masterpiece, actually. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. And let's take a look at some of the other games. In the meantime, some progress has been made in this game. We are only on move 10 in this game. This game is on move 10 after the players have spent 50 minutes each. They are on move 10, which is crazy. Well, it helps that they don't have to reach move 40 to get extra time because they're basically playing on each other's clocks. If my opponent spends 10 minutes, I can afford to spend 10 minutes probably, but preferably less. And if I do less, that means that I'm doing great, even though I'm spending 5 minutes every single move, let's say, to easily get low on the clock. So far this game has been pretty balanced in terms of time management, but also on the board, as after e4, knight e2, bishop g4, bishop e2, rook e8, and knight c3. So white managed to develop all the minor pieces, but as we saw before, most of the activity is not getting past the third rank. So this is interesting. It's interesting to see how white plays so passive but is not doing so bad at all. I'm really curious, Max, how you are aware of this information. I'm really curious. Let's take a look. They named him 10. I actually didn't realize this. It's basically like, I don't know how it's called in English, but you know how there's like van Foreest and van this, van that. 10 is also one, like a similar type of word. It's part of the surname. So yeah, I don't know. I guess long time ago this was decided to be a surname. In the meantime, it seems like Roger is coming back in the game after a few inaccurate moves of his opponent. h4 was played, a very logical move, but not the right one, because after h6, ooh, white took on g6. Yeah, here you had to already think of desperate measures with white, because retreating allows black to capture that pawn on h4. So you have to take on g6, basically, with that logic in mind. H takes g5, and now h takes g5, and yeah, a lot of trades are going on here. A lot of trades where black has the two bishops, the pair of bishops, but white has the pair of knights. So that's quite interesting. The top engine move was not bishop takes h6. No, I can assure you that. It was a different crazy move, a similar type of crazy move. Apparently knight e6 is a very strong move here. With the idea that after f takes e6, you just take on g6. Well, you take on f6 first, of course, otherwise you lose a bishop for no reason. But after queen takes, there's bishop takes g6, and apparently the computer's extremely happy about this. But knight e6 does feel really computer non-human move, so I would probably not consider this whatsoever. But definitely interesting to see that such moves are possible in this position. Anyway, takes, h6 g5, f takes g6, takes, and now we're in this position. So material wise it's even, but I can see black come back in the near future because the bishop pair can get really crazy, whereas these knights in the center don't really do much actually. So a little bit concerning here for white to give away the advantage like this, but it's not over just yet. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm so curious what Arthur decides to do because that position is so messy. In the game with g5 on the board, we see that black is attacking in the center now as well with c5. I really like this move actually because remember, white's plan is to play c4. And if white doesn't get to play c4, it means that black is doing good. And maybe black wants to play c4 themselves, who knows? So, what ratings are on Group C? I believe it was under 1750. Yeah, so after c5, what does white have going on here? So of course f3 is a move that comes to mind, but it doesn't feel right weakening that pawn on e3, allowing knight takes g3. It doesn't feel right at all. I see some people walk around here. Some players have already finished, but in the A group, everyone is still fighting. Everyone is still fighting. Very strong matches going on. And yeah, after this round, we will have a clear... oh, here I actually see Hugo walk by. I was going to say, after this round, we'll have a clear view of who has the very good chance to win the tournament. But yeah, we have, in this venue, we have some sort of like cafeteria downstairs. And since we're upstairs, everyone like walks back and forth. So maybe I should like move my screen a little bit so the people don't really see any sort of hints from my laptop. But I don't think they are able to see my computer. Also, I think I'm not audible. I don't really, like, there's a lot of noise going on outside, and I don't really hear it as much, so that's good. Why don't you change your title on Chess.com to I am? Because I'm not an I am. I wish I was I am. That would be so cool. Let's see, what had happened in this game? Ooh, black just made a mistake. What is the problem? Hard to say why it's such a big mistake. I guess the bishop simply does not belong there. Because it's looking at that pawn on d3. Oh, there's some people running around. You're targeting this pawn on d3, but it's actually hard to see how you can continue targeting that pawn. It's just standing there, and you can't really add more pieces to the attack on that pawn. So I have a feeling that the bishop belongs more on e6. Maybe want to play bishop d5 to trade off that bishop at some point. So yeah, probably a misevaluation of the position. Also, black is down on the clock by a lot. So let's see if Tim Lummens can actually make use of that. Haha, no worries. Women's National Master is a different title, but just to quickly share, so FIDE Master is considered higher than Women International Master in the FIDE rankings, which is pretty crazy, but I guess it makes some sense because of rating. But essentially, FIDE is prioritizing FIDE Master, and once I applied to to basically show chance to become diamond title player. They told me that they need to keep FIDE Master and I can't change it to Women International Master. And it's a little bit upset about that, but yeah, I was not given flexibility, unfortunately. So that's that. Let's see. 100 points, not a joke. Yeah, it's not a joke. But it feels so much easier to cross 2300 than to achieve those norms with so many rules attached to it, right? So that's why. That's why. I would say WIM and FM are like very similar. It's very similar. It really depends. I mean, okay, as a kid, remember as a kid you have a K factor of 40. So if you then have like one good tournament and you gain 200 points, let's say, and you cost 2300, but that was just one tournament or something, or like I don't know. It's so much easier to gain rating than to get a norm. I mean, it depends on every like case by case. Let's say Grandmaster is like norm is very difficult to achieve, but it was I had to put much more effort into actually getting the norms of WIM, whereas reaching 2300 I did that very quickly. So I actually recently looked back that I got the FIDE Master title in 2015, and 2 years later, only 2 years later, I got the WIM title. So despite me having had 2300 for like quite some time, I was not able to get my WIM title until 2 years later. So so it depends, I guess, on like every single person. Some people have their norms already, but not the rating. Sometimes it's the other way around. It really depends. But yeah, as a kid, it was easy to reach 2300. You have one good tournament, and then you cross it, and yeah, easier to gain rating. Now that I'm not a kid anymore, I have K factor of 20, so I don't gain so easily. But also, I should not lose that easily either. Remember when you wished for WIM norms back then as a kid? To be honest, I didn't really wish for it. It just happened. I mean, I guess the third norm, I was wishing for it, and I was just telling myself, just play according to your level. Just play according to your level and you'll be fine. And I did. Yeah, I still get WIM norms. It's fun. Hey, Darines, welcome. Hello. It just happened. I didn't care as much back then about titles and stuff. Which was good actually, because less pressure and you just play your best chess and see what happens. So that's the way to go. In this tournament though, we do not have the games count towards FIDE rating, but we do have Dutch rating. So this tournament counts for the Dutch rating. Just a little side note. B5 over here. Oh, you mean with white, right? Yep, that's very tempting. It's very tempting. That's exactly the idea that white is opting for. I do feel like you need to take care of your pawn on c5 maybe, because it's under attack if you move that pawn from b4. So maybe a little patience is required, but b5 is definitely an interesting move. All right, let's see. Nothing too crazy is going on just yet. If we go back to this game between Michal and Sander, as we saw, white is simply collapsing. A3 on the board, B3, knight f6, and f3. And it's clear that white is in a very unpleasant position, and it's not white who is attacking, but black instead. So f3 trying to... I don't know. I want to play e4, but then the knight on the f4 drops. So if we can play e4 with white, then I guess there's bishop f5, right? Because bishop f5, e4, you take the knight with check. So of course it's not a move. But if you cannot play e4, then white is in big trouble. I guess you have to retreat with the queen, but this is very, very, very unpleasant to play. Very unpleasant situation. Let's take a look at this game between Etienne Gaudrian and Peter Passanier. What happened in this game? Another King's Indian, huh? Ha ha ha. Fabulous, fabulous. Okay, a lot of trades happened. We've seen a lot of early queen trades this morning. Just quickly scrolling through this to see what happened. But, okay. So basically, white has the initiative. For the simple reason that white is playing more actively, black is playing solid but passively. These bishops are really well placed, but they're not really doing much. They're just there to defend. And now the question is, can white actually capitalize on this advantage? Not so easy because black is playing very solid chess. But, yeah, maybe you can poke at some point with moves such as f4. Oh, as I say that, black makes quite a big mistake. I feel like this is a big strategic mistake because after b5, now after takes, knight c5, this knight is a monster on c5, and it allows this bishop to, you know, improve at the same time. So, ooh, that is... that was not a good idea by Peter. That was not a good idea to play the move b5. You have to be careful. You kind of sometimes just want to sit, do not make a move, or you make a waiting move to see what your opponent actually wants to do. You have to sometimes ask your opponent, like, okay, prove me, can you win this game? Prove it to me. How would you proceed here? Let's see, do we have some progress in this game? Okay, we have some progress in the game on board 1 between Hugo ten Hertog and Thomas Beardson. Let's take a look what happened. He takes e3 happened, c takes e3, and a5 now. b5, knight d4. Okay, a5 is a really nice move to provoke the move b5. And after knight d4, I see some weaknesses in white's position. It's unclear how black can actually make use of those weaknesses, but it's very promising because the interesting part is that usually you want to have like a discovery attack because this bishop is lined up on the same diagonal as the knight. But if you play now, let's say knight takes e5, then e2 drops. I was going to say that b5 drops, but this is even worse, of course. Knight takes e2, check, you lose a piece, so let's not do that. But yeah, if you can move this knight on c3, then what else do we have left? Hard to say. The clock situation is pretty leveled for both players, so that's good to see. If we land into time trouble, it will probably be both players, so that's good. Right outside here, by the way, is a bookshop. If you have any recommendations for me to get a book, let me know. I may catch something in my break. at some point. But that would be amazing. It would be amazing to carry more stuff home. Because I took a lot of stuff with me today. I have my microphone, camera, I have an USB hub extender, the mouse is here, we have an extra monitor so I can read the chat in peace. We have a laptop, of course, over here. The cable management is as disastrous as it can get, but it works. As long as I don't touch the cables, we're fine. You literally have all the best books on your stream. Aw, thanks. The board camera. It is actually. It was really funny that yesterday I realized that, wow, I can like tear down my setup now because I won't have this setup for a while now. So learning the human moves from old mass is a good idea. I agree. I can't find a good plan for white. It's hard, right? It's hard. Let's try to figure out what can white do here. The first move that comes to mind is I just want to play a4. But then I allow bishop b4. It doesn't really feel like a good idea. I guess another move is either h3. So we need to push our opponent back. It's enough. The passiveness is enough. We need to push the opponent back so we can actually start creating some play. And as I mentioned, this knight is stuck because of this knight on d4. So we need to start pushing the knight back. And we start first by pushing this bishop away with h3. I would say h3, then let's say bishop goes to h5. We can continue with g4. And there's not really a way for black to punish this kind of pawn march. So I really like this. Rook e1 is also possible, but maybe you want to be a bit more direct and simply kick this bishop out of here. Hello, Screws. Welcome, welcome. You've obviously never seen my desk. You have not seen my desk. My desk is a disaster currently. It's all the time when I'm traveling, when I'm going to travel soon, my desk becomes the biggest mess ever. I think I would play first rook e1 and then knight b3. I like that. I like that approach. I like that. I personally want to get rid of this bishop first, and then we can start thinking of playing knight b3. It feels natural to play h3. It feels natural. Hey, Coco, welcome. Hello. Right, Super Mario. That makes a lot of sense, yes. Okay, let's see, guys. Arthur de Winter still thinking, guys. Remember, he had 1 hour and 40 minutes. He is now down to 1 hour and 17 minutes. He has been spending all this time on one move. So I'm really excited to see where this will end up in. In the meantime, we see that something has happened in the game between Tijmen Kampmann and Erik van den Doel. Let's go back. Where did we leave? We left off here. Knight g5 was played, and indeed, Erik went for bishop d7. The queen retreated. A5 was played, b3, knight d4, and now h4. A logical move, but gets punished by bishop g4, as now the pawn on e2 is under attack, and we're in a very similar situation where, this pawn is super weak. And if you defend it, well, you can try to defend it, but another move that comes to mind is h6 after this. Very tough, because now the knight has to retreat, and it feels like things are falling apart. So rook e1, h6, knight f3. You can just take over here. You can just take, because after, let's say, bishop takes, pawn takes, this pawn d3 is a massive weakness. And the difference now between this position and the position we saw in another game is that the pawn on e2 has a really hard time to... it's really difficult to defend this pawn. So rook e1 indeed has been played, but h6 now, and the position is simply falling apart. Have you ever played in this tournament before, Anna-Maja? Yes, I actually did. It would be interesting to check in the archives when I played here, but I remember playing here. It was not in the same venue, but I remember years ago that I played in the Oku tournament. It's called Oku because it's the Open Kampioenschap Utrecht. It's basically Open Utrecht Championship. So, yeah. But yeah, I played here before. It was in a different venue. I remember it vaguely, that it was like in a school setting or something. I don't remember playing well there, but it's okay. That's okay. Big moment for Erik van der Doel. Will he play the move h6? He will probably play it. It feels very natural to play h6, just to kick the knight back even, but also to destroy the opponent's pawn structure like this. Let's see. If you guys have any games that you really want to take a look at, please do let me know. I would love to hear which games are your favorite and what we should give full attention right away. Is Wouter Big playing? I don't think so. He would have to play in the A group, right? I don't think he is playing. 18 game, let's take a look. Let's take a look. We have not been there in quite some time. We left off in this moment, so it was basically the Philidor defense. And after King h1, Bishop d8 was played. Interesting. Where is... I see the idea. Elina wants to play Bishop e6, so she gives some space to the rook to defend the bishop over there. Rook b8. This could be a chess 960 position. b6. Elina was an Olympian. Indeed, she played amazingly. She played amazing chess. She is playing here indeed. For those who don't know, she has 3 points out of 4 in this tournament. She drew one of the grandmasters in the tournament, Erik van der Doel. She managed to hold a draw. I believe she was in a lost position, so that was a really good result for her. And after that, she took a bye, so that's why she's on 3 out of 4. And she's still fighting for a good finish. Because if you get 5 out of 6, it should still be a really good performance. And maybe, I'm not sure about winning the tournament because there's a lot of competition, but you can get very close. Hello, Andrea friends, and welcome. So basically, the scores are a little bit messed up. Either it's because indeed they were not on live boards previously, so the scores are based on live boards, or it's because the boards were messed up. Some names are doubled in some way, and that caused some issues. So some players have already played 6 games, but not really, so it's confusing things a little bit. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll manage. We can manage. Anyway, this game continued with Bishop e3, Bishop c7. So Elina is slowly trying to come back in the game, which is very typical in such structures. You give white the center, you give white all they want, but then at some point you strike back, because the more you push pawns, the weaker they get, and the easier they are to attack. b5 takes, queen f2, and this is the current position. So far, not a bad start for Elina in this game, but her opponent is playing really well. And now the question is, will she be able to try to get something going for herself here? It's really hard to say. She does have this nice pawn structure, but you can't really play c5. You don't really want to play b4 either. Hard to say how to proceed here, because everything feels very solid for white. Let's see what is happening in other games. In the meantime, Etienne Gaudrian is in a completely winning position. Similar position. The structures are so similar today. A lot of the games are happening in the same openings over and over again, so that's really funny. Rook c2. Okay, so white has gotten the activity quite a bit over here. This bishop is a monster. The knight is also turning into a monster now. And the pawn on e5 becomes weak. So hard to say how this is exactly this good. But at the same time, this pawn is so weak. You can always play knight d3, attack it, and this diagonal is deadly. deadly. Both bishops are sniping on those diagonals, and it looks really good for white. Bishop f5 on the board. Move that comes to mind, e4. We want to play e4, and on the next move, knight d3. And this is looking really good for the white player. Let's see, what else do we have? Wait a second, something has happened in this game. Wait, remember that we were looking at this game and we concluded that black is not doing great and there's so many tactics going on in this position. Something happened. Knight takes e5, d4. Ooh, d4, this is a very tempting move to play, but apparently it's not good. So d4, knight g6. I have a feeling that white underestimated the power of the move knight g6, because now if you play knight f5, of course you don't really want to take because that enables trades, and maybe this could work out for white, for black I mean. c6 was played, knight takes h6, g takes h6, rook takes bishop e8, and now rook, not rook, but bishop takes e6 I mean. What is going on here? Let's take a quick look. Let's take it easy. So bishop b8. The idea is that you want to attack that knight once again. Or maybe take and then give a check, and this king is wondering what to do, where to go. But interesting. It's hard to say what is exactly the way to go here. Bishop takes e6 looks natural. But after rook takes e6, we're simply trading, and white is left with this issue on this diagonal. So it seems like yellow has recovered and now back in the game with a better position. Instead of bishop takes e6, it turns out that white was supposed to take on h6 with the bishop, but it's a bit difficult to understand what the reason behind this is. It feels like we don't really need that pawn, but I guess just to make sure and just to take it easy, maybe the bishop retreats to e3, f2 to defend that knight on g3. There's a lot possible here for white, and I guess that's why. I mean, if you see a free pawn, take it, and we'll see what's next. Anyways, now we see after bishop takes rook takes e6, we see queen g4. Oh my goodness, guys. White is going completely all in, trying to pin the rook on this diagonal. But there is one big issue with this move, guys. h5. h5 is a big problem because knight takes h5 is not possible due to the pin on this diagonal. If queen takes h5, you obviously lose the rook. What is going on? And if rook takes g6, you just take back with the pawn. Oh, this is madness. And that with an hour on the clock. Yellow may just win this game now. h5 is not a difficult move to spot at all. In that line with bishop takes h6, could you have played rook takes g6, f takes g6, queen g4, using the fact that the bishop is pinned? Absolutely. Let's see. Queen g4. I guess the problem in this position is that you're not forcing enough. It's not forcing enough. Black can just move the king anywhere really. And okay, I was going to say king g7 looks scary because of knight h5, but the knight is pinned. I guess the problem is that you don't have enough pieces for this attack. And black is very solid, especially because of this pin. If the pin wasn't there, then maybe this would have been more useful. And it would have had better prospects, but I guess not really in this way. Let me grab a quick snack, everyone, while the players are spending their time. It's so early in the day, and I am craving for a little snack. And here we have a little bit of, oh, let me put this back over here. We have a little bit of sultana. Do you guys know what sultana is? It's very Dutch, I think. But I wonder if there's like an international equivalent of this. Hey Vlad, hello. We had a pawn grabber in the tournament, indeed. We had someone that took a pawn with them back home. I believe it was a pawn from the live boards, so... If I'm related to Frankie, the pro wrestler, of course. My genetics are fantastic. I am an all-in-one package wrestler, chess player, commentator. You got someone amazing, amazing. I hope you're gonna enjoy it. I have a bookshop right outside the door here, which I will certainly visit after the games are over or during the break. We'll see. No, screws. Screws. That's too funny. Oh, Arthur still thinking on his move, guys. This is why you save up the time to spend it then afterwards in a critical moment, but this is actually a really bad sign. Because as soon as you start spending more than, let's say, 15 minutes, most of the times you make a move that is just completely bad. We are approaching blunder territory. Any moment we may see a blunder happen. Or we may see the best move in position, or it's a blunder. Hey Constantina, thanks so much. Thank you. H5 has not been played yet. Oh, it seems like Roger has made a comeback, everyone, as he was in quite a bad position. Oh, there were some opportunities to strike, but after all these trades, White was still better, but really had to be more active, and knight b5 simply didn't do much. Roger pretty much ignored that, and after rook h5, g3, g5, that's what's exciting. After the move g5, Black has really good play on the king side. g4 may be played at some point, but now the queen can enter the h file with queen h6, and it's really hard to see how White will defend the king. It is so lonely over there. All the pieces are shifted to the queen side, and Roger evaluates very well that he needs to focus on the king side now. Now that there are no pieces around the king, this is the time to strike on the king side, and he does a fantastic job at it as well for now. And with more time on the clock, almost an hour more than his opponent, he seems to be heading to a full point as well. h5 played on Jelle's mid board. He found the move. He found the move, and he is now completely winning. As after h5, White is simply losing the rook. Thank you so much to Attila Turzo for the radio party 55 people. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. We are doing commentary live in Utrecht. I'm right here at the tournament of the tournament Open Utrecht Chess Championship. In Dutch it's called Open Kampioenschap Utrecht. And I'm live from the venue. The venue is a little bit further away from me, of course, for obvious reasons. But I'm here to provide commentary, and it's super amazing. It's super amazing. I used to play this tournament when I was much younger. It's been a long time, definitely pre-COVID times that I've played here. But yeah, it's super amazing, and it's an amazing environment. We have a tournament coach over here, so any of the participants after the game has the opportunity to analyze their game with the coach. And today we have Grandmaster Dimitri Reinderman available for the players to analyze their game with. And we also have, so yesterday, I was told that yesterday we had Grandmaster Jan Verle over here, and he spent 8.5 hours analyzing games for all the players. So that's just crazy. Thanks, Attila. Thanks so much. Hope the stream was awesome. How many hours do you study chess per day? I try to study 3-4 hours per day. It does make it very difficult when I have a lot of commitments in the meantime. When there's days that I have a lot of things to do other than chess, so that makes things a little bit more difficult. Sometimes I have commitments with family, right? But generally I try to study 3-4 hours per day. Does it mean a lot of players here don't have coaches? Not necessarily. I would say this is quite a casual tournament compared to, let's say, a 9-round tournament, because there are no norms to be achieved here. The games do not count for FIDE rating, but they do count for Dutch rating, and of course there's prize money to be won. So it's not very casual, but I would say it's a little bit more casual than usual. I guess it's safe to assume that the younger players most of the times have coaches because they're up and coming and they have regular coaching sessions. So I guess it's safe to assume that the younger players have a coach, yeah. But maybe not like right here on the spot. How to improve in chess when your rating is 800? Tactics. Tactics are your best friend. $24 hours per week? Not sure. This week I was home between the tournaments and I was not able to do much, for example. And it happens. We could consider doing commentary another form of training as well. Anyway, HY was found in this game. It seems like Jelle is heading to win. I don't see how White can save this, and what's even worse is that h4 is also in the air somewhere if you don't take the pawn, so that makes matters even worse. So this is devastating, and also this would be a huge upset as Kamis is on 2200 and Jelle on 1900, so that would be a big upset. Let's take a look at the other games. I'm checking real quick if we see any major changes. Arthur de Winter down to 57 minutes. It's almost turning into an hour that he has spent on this move. This may be the longest time that he would have spent on this move ever. I believe he started on like 1 hour and 40 minutes or something. So we're now already around 45 minutes spent. Whew. 45 minutes. This is a rough one. This is a rough one. Also, Lars Otis is brother of Lennart Otis. For those who are familiar with Lennart or not familiar. If you're not familiar with Lennart, it's a surprise because he is a really well-known photographer. He is he takes care of all the DGT boards at tournaments. He works at a lot of tournaments, but he has, I guess he's mainly known for being a photographer because, you know, you see his pictures all around. And Lars Otis is his brother, who is the stronger chess player, as he is an international master and Lennart is not. So it's really awesome to see Lars play here. Exactly, knight takes h7 is a threat, and that's why Arthur is spending so much time, because if you allow knight takes h7, we have a big problem going on here with black. But knight takes e6 is also a threat, so yeah, this is getting into very dangerous territory, because if you spend so much time on your moves, especially on one move, it's mentally exhausting, mentally draining, and this can only lead to blunders at some point. Lennart also known for his hair, true. Oh, it's the photographer, exactly. Or Oots, as international people would say. Max, thank you for giving us up to Tagbon. Thank you. Thanks so much. This is so scary for black. Like, what's the move? Exactly. So the idea that black needs to be going for is to play queen c8, for example, to defend the pawn on e6, but also target the pawn on c3. We analyzed this briefly earlier. Well, we analyzed move queen d5. And the idea behind move queen d5, this is also a possible move. Let's say bishop e4, queen c4. You can simply hide on c4. And the idea of queen d5 is that there's no knight takes h7 anymore, because now you can't play queen h5 anymore. The queen is covering that square. So that's why queen d5 is so good. But okay, let's say bishop e4 to get the queen away from the 5th rank, queen c4. And now if you take on h7, then king takes, queen h5. Well, it's the same thing basically with a lot of attack, but that's why black does not have to take and instead takes on c3. Queen takes c3, attacking the rook. A lot of craziness going on here. Really hard to evaluate and understand the position. But that is basically the idea that black needs to be going for here. That pawn on c3 is really important to target, to try to get some counterplay going here. Wait, what? How does that work, Max? So yeah, let's take a look at some other game while Arthur is still spending his time. In this game, it is now Hugo who has a slight advantage here. Knight d4 is played, and indeed h3. h3 is played, but bishop went back all the way to c8, and I'm not so sure about this. This is too much. We'd rather have the bishop on g6. For some reason, it just felt more natural, because what does the bishop do on c8? I guess b6, bishop b7 might be the idea we're looking for here, but it does not look great at all. So can white capitalize on this? White is down on the clock, but doesn't really say much just yet. Doesn't really say much just yet. Let's have another Sultana, shall we? Let's have another one. Most of the games are pretty leveled so far. Hey, Ikman, hello, welcome. Most of the games are leveling again. Okay. I have a lot of sultanas with me today, so it may be may become a problem, but okay. So what did we miss in this game? Okay, so after rook e1, knight d4 was played, and the computer is far from happy about this. Interesting. It's hard to say why. I mean, I guess it's a bit too risky, right? Because there's a pawn hanging on b7. It feels a little bit too risky. I think black is playing on tactics. If you take on b7, there's knight takes d3. And the idea is that after queen takes, there's knight takes e2. And then let's say rook takes, you win the queen, right? So of course, queen takes e2 has to be played. Bishop takes, rook takes, and actually not rook takes because of queen d1 check, forking the rook and queen, king I mean. But after bishop takes e2, you just take the rook on a8, of course. And looking very complicated over here. But the idea is simple, that you can't just take back on d3. That's the idea. Because of knight takes e2, and the eval bar is going absolutely crazy. But yeah, big moment for Tijmen, who has been doing pretty well this game so far. Not so easy to play against the grandmaster, and he has been holding up the time management pretty well. But can he keep it up, as we're only on move 15? Usually in this scenario, this would be already like really bad situation in classical time control, what we're used to, where players get 30 minutes after move 40. Now in this time control, they only get 10 seconds after every single move. That's it. That's all they get. So there's no additional time after move 40 or 30 or whatever. They just have 10 seconds every single move. So the games can go on for a very, well, maybe not super long time, but the time control is just simply very different. Let us see. Arthur de Winter has finally made his move, everyone. After 53 minutes, he played the move queen d5. One of the stronger moves, so that's a good sign. But as we said before, Lars is the one in the driver's seat. And now that the time difference is not as bad anymore, well, it's still 25 minutes, which is quite a lot. But let's see what Lars comes up with as he's down in exchange. So he has to prove something. But at the same time, it's clear that black does not have a great position. So let's see. I like the move bishop e4. It feels really natural, but it may also be a bit too much to enable moves such as queen c4 like that. So hard to say. Also at the same time, I'm getting colder as well. So let me put my jacket back on. That's actually so funny. It's either too warm or getting cold. Strange weather these days. It's strange weather these days. It's really hard to get around with it. Thanks. It's not really a warm jacket, but for some reason it can get warm while wearing it. Okay. I am commentating from Utrecht. I'm right here at the tournament venue where the tournament is happening. So it's super cool to be here. And maybe we'll have some guests over after their games. We'll see if the players are up for it. But for now, the players are still in their games. And it's super exciting. It's super exciting. Okay. Phone ringing. I have absolutely no idea where it is from. It's a bit rough not being able to hear my own computer sound. But I don't see anything on my end, so that's interesting. My phone is nothing is making sound, so I don't know where the sound is coming from. I have absolutely no idea. White noise. Maybe it's just I don't hear it over here, so I don't know what you guys are hearing. Maybe it's just my computer's fans. Is that possible? Oh yeah, it's probably my computer, guys. It's probably my laptop. I think that's the white noise. It's a fan, yes. My laptop is working really hard to have the stream running. It always makes a lot of sounds. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to use a laptop near my board at the chess tournament. Okay. I guess it's a little sensitive. Yeah, the mic is super sensitive, yeah. So many fans. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. A lot of craziness happening, guys. Remember, we are seeing a lot of like kind of decisive evaluations, but not quite. So a lot of things are happening in the games. Yella seems to be converting his game just fine. Rook takes g6, f takes g6, and it's safe to say that this is pretty resignable very soon. Simply queen e7 and call it a day. I would play queen e7. Because the worst part is about queen e7 is that if you don't decide to trade the queens, you play, let's say, queen e7, queen e6, you just have h4. And you lose a knight as well. And it just can't get any worse. So yeah, that's why this is just, queen e7 is just resignable. And that would be a huge result for Jelle Smit. By the way, we also have special family prizes. I believe there are special prizes altogether. If you want to have more information about the event, make sure to check out the website, Axon OQ in the chat. And there are some family prizes. I have a feeling that, yeah, Elina's family is part of this as well. Turns out that Elina's little sister is also playing, Brechtje Roebers. She's also playing. She's on 3 points in the B group, so that's also very exciting. They're with the 3 of them playing all in this tournament, so really awesome to see the families play in the tournament. It's great. Let's see. Oh, e3. Okay. Jelle decides to simply move the pawn forward, block the bishop altogether, and I guess this is also resignable. This is limiting black so much, limiting white so much. And the idea behind bishop takes e3, there are so many ways to win here. I guess it's simply that after bishop takes e3, you have h4. Because then after queen takes h4, you just win the piece, and then also that piece, and the position falls apart. Any book recommendations for endgames? I really love 100 Endgames You Must Know, but I think like that's kind of like a compact, nice, all these endgames that you must know kind of book. But you also have Silman's Endgame course, which has been praised so much, so I really recommend that one. I want to go through it at some point again. I'll see like what to do with it, but I have the book and I want to go through it as well. I went through it like many years ago, but not fully. Thanks, Heliantus. Thank you. Are Elena's parents titled? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh yeah, I'm not sure. This mic is very sensitive generally. That's what I've noticed. So I'm really glad that I'm in a separate room on my own and everything. So I can put the mic a little further away from the sound, but yeah. I had a wonderful time in the UK. I did not have so much time to like relax and stuff, but it was great. I love the people over there. I love it. Let's see. Queen g4 has been played by Lars, but he's down to 18 minutes on the clock, and this is entering dangerous territory because remember 10 seconds increment only in the game, so it's not a lot of time. That's going to be some blitzing over there. Switching from classical time control to, let's say, rapid is very difficult. Okay, maybe you can even consider this blitz, because if you have 1 minute on the clock, 10 seconds is not going to cut it. Yeah, queen g1 on the board, reinforcing the threat of knight takes e6, but also preparing maybe some sort of queen h4. Or actually knight takes h7 is also possible in this position. So I'm expecting Arthur to spend some more time on this move as well, because another critical moment to spend some time on. All right. In the meantime, in Elena's game, we haven't seen her game in some time because basically not much happened. Some maneuvering has happened. Rook a7, rook b7, bishop d6, queen d2, knight c5, takes, and rook d1. So white is trying to apply pressure on black's position. Now this bishop is under attack, so you may want to move that bishop as soon as possible. Rook d8 blunders a piece, so you don't want to take that risk, of course. Let's see, what else does black have? I guess bishop c7 makes most sense, because you want to prepare to move to rook d8. Will it be back in the UK for next season? I'm not sure. I don't know. I hope so. It is a very thick book, yes, but it's worth it. I see a lot of players have finished their games. They're hanging around outside of my little room here. It's not really a little room, but yeah. So currently Alina's leading on the clock. The position is very even, but anything can still happen. But it does look very drawish, I have to say. So let's see if Alina can find a way to complicate matters. But her opponent, Akyuth, has been playing really well. So really good. Limburg Open is next week. Oh, actually, that's crazy. Whoa, it felt like it was still like 2 months before Limburg Open is happening. Good luck anyway. Take a look what happened in this game. We haven't seen this game in a long time. Where did we leave? Oh yeah, we saw c5 on the board. f3 was played, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. A lot of trades have happened. King h2, rook c8, rook c1, queen d7, and e4. Initial thought is that I really like black's position because 2 pawns versus 1. If you get to push the pawns, then you can create a pass pawn, and that can be very promising. But the problem is if that's going to happen. I don't think black actually has the time to make this happen. Because in the meantime, white also is making moves, and white is attacking in the center, opening up the game, and as the game is getting more and more open, these pawns and this king will feel very sad. So that's why black is in practical trouble, I would say. There are some practical issues and it's really hard to resolve them, and Yeah, with the knight on a5 also being a little bit awkward, you can't play knight c4. It seems like black is slowly losing the threat in the position, and white seems to be doing really well here. What else do we have going on? In the meantime, Roger has moved the queen to h6 indeed. King f1, rook d8, and opponent has spent almost all their time, down to 6 minutes on the clock, and this is actually already getting to checkmate because the king is cut off from the e file. The rook is coming in, and this is checkmate very soon. Maybe this already resigned actually, but I don't think so. I think opponent is trying to figure out how to defend the position still, but this is completely lost, and Roger is going to win his game. After a very tough opening, very tough start in the game, he was in a completely losing position, but he managed to get out of it, save himself, and strike with a crushing attack after all. And here we go. We have 4 knights right next to each other. We never see this. We never see this happen. This is amazing. 4 knights. But unfortunately for Diamond, it does not get rewarded because knight e4 is not a great move. And it has a lot to do with the fact that f5 now comes by tempo and black is attacking pretty badly over here. A cavalry line on the 4th rank. That's crazy. But yeah, this is looking very good for black, of course. Black is now coming in with an attack, and this knight will have a hard time landing somewhere. I'm guessing that white is trying to play knight c5 over here. What does black have after f5, knight c5? Let me try to figure this out because it can be really important to know this. I really want to play f5. But if knight c5 works, then we have a problem. A big problem. I guess you just play c6. So f5, knight c5. Knight e6 is not a threat because it's defended and you can't get rid of the knight on d4. Knight takes b7, of course, is a threat, and bishop takes b7. But of course we can just play c6 and we're fine. c6. Computer wants to play b6, but that's completely insane. f4, another candidate move. It's interesting. It's very interesting. All right. We are approaching the final parts of the game. Not just yet, but we're almost there. We're almost there as the players are now around 30 minutes on the clock. So this is like, you know, the moment that things are being decided, blunders are being made, or we're heading into time scrambles. So that's very exciting. A lot of the times they're like very big differences in times. So let's take a look what happened here. Oh, we see a big miss. Queen g4 was played, and after rook f5, Lars Otis decided it was enough and he took the rook off the board. This means that the material balance will be back to equal, but at what cost? At what cost? Because remember, white is the one down in development. Knight jumps to c4, but perhaps Lars thinks that his attack is enough. Queen h4, queen h3 to attack the pawn on h7. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in this game. This game is getting really tense, guys, because Lars is down to 16 minutes. If he makes decisions too quickly, or if he is not able to spend time on them, then things may go wrong really fast. So let's see if he can survive the time situation going on in this game. In the meantime, the cavalry line has been disrupted. Knight goes to c2 and is not really forking two pieces, but it is because, okay, the bishop is defended, but I still consider this some sort of fork. Allowing bishop takes f8. That was actually a move that I did not cross my mind just yet. But Erik is sacrificing exchange. Will he recapture on e1 right away? Yes or no? Probably not, because I feel like the knight just gets stranded here. But yeah, white played the move bishop takes f8 rather quickly. Kamis is still playing on, a real fighter, but it's not looking good. This game, remember, where white sacrificed a pawn and had to face the consequences that the attack was just not going to happen, and he probably missed something. But now it's black who is completely winning here. This king is extremely vulnerable. Queen a1 and it's over. This pawn on d4 is extremely weak. Black is... What is the material balance? Black got the knight. Wait, what is going on in this game? So black has the bishop, two pawns against the rook. Bishop and two pawns. That is just crazy. That is crazy. Is that enough? There was some sacrifice involved here. Was that necessary, though? Was it necessary? That doesn't seem too bad. Does not seem too bad. But now the knight is able to move. Interesting. Interesting decision by Sander. I like it. I like it. Maybe it wasn't necessary, but I still like it, because why not? We like to see active moves, activity. Very important. In the meantime, guys, Roger has indeed won his game. Hans Gallier resigned, or did not resign, but got checkmated. We love to see a checkmate on the board. After knight e2, rook h1, knight g1, queen h3 is checkmate. What a game. Roger was in quite some trouble for the longest time, but he managed to win his game in spectacular fashion, taking over as soon as his opponent slowed down and was not active enough to build on the advantage that he made earlier. So good result for Roger, who is now on... I have to double check this information to see how many points he is on. He will now be on 3.5 points out of 5, which is not bad at all. Let's go back to this game. We have Hugo ten Hertog facing Thomas Beardson on board 1. This game matters a lot, because if black wins this game, black will be ahead in the lead once again, because he has a 100% score as of now. He's the only one with 4 out of 4. And Hugo is right behind him with 3.5. So if white wins this game, then it will be Hugo who will be taking over the tournament standings. However, 16 minutes left for Hugo. This is entering dangerous territory, as being low on the clock in this time control can be really devastating. And Thomas is comfortably on 40 minutes on the clock, so he has not much to worry about just yet. What can white do here? I guess it's simple to try to develop simply, because bishop b3 is not a threat, so that's something. Interesting. f4 is also very tempting to play. f4, I really like that. Just push pawns. g4, while we're at it. Hey Nerdy, hello. One second. just wants g5. Yes, of course. Or g4. G4 is also possible. My Dutch isn't the best, but this guy, his name is 10 is, I'm not entirely sure how to translate 10, to be honest. It's kind of a strange word. It's a very old-fashioned word. We don't really use it in Dutch anymore. So I would not know how to translate 10. But hertog is duke, yes. Oh, fortunately we have Nordertaat to explain this for us. It's easy to translate. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bishop e6. And now what? What does white do? Down to 13 minutes. f4. I told you. I told you. I love it. I love this move. The computer hates it, but that's okay. The problem is that it may not be as successful as you may want it to be. So black has to try something on the queen side, because that's where the bishops are pointing at. So it's natural that black will want to play a4, especially now after a4. What happens after knight takes a4? There's simply rook takes, queen takes, and knight e2 check, and you can take on d2. So because of this, there's no knight takes a4. And if there's no knight takes a4, you can easily play bishop b3 or knight b3 after that and try to take some control over at the queen side. Because the pawn on b5 also becomes very weak. And now that f4 has been played, f5 is also a threat, and you don't really want to retreat, right? So it makes a lot of sense to play a4 here. Let me see the other games. What is going on? Elina seems to have taken the advantage now, or well, not just yet, because her opponent made a mistake. c4 was played, which is a positional mistake, allowing the square d4 to be weakened, and now this bishop is also quite awkward if you shut down the queen side with b4. Of course, c5 can be played, but once again, if you push pawns too far, you will regret it, most likely. So c4 is an inaccurate move indeed, and let's see if Elina can punish that, because you have to be sometimes a little more careful. Sometimes it's okay to not, take the initiative to try to do something. Sometimes it's okay to just wait and see what your opponent does. So any move really, queen d2, simply standing on the d file, would have been sufficient. But after c4, this is asking for trouble. Just check in real quick what is going on. So far, only one result on the live boards. Let's take a look at this game between Kobe Smeets and Olger van Donk. Something happened in the previous few moves. I believe it was, no, this was the game. So for those who missed this, there was actually a really interesting moment going on here. D takes c5 was played in this position, bishop takes c5, and bishop d4. And it was in this position that black had the opportunity to win a full piece. And both players missed it. Bishop takes d4 was played, and suddenly only trades are happening, and that's it. But here, black had the opportunity to simply take on f3. Because after bishop takes c5, you just, let's say, we don't have to trade. We can play bishop takes e2. And the queen is overloaded. If the queen captures the bishop, then the bishop falls on c5. So This was a big miss by Olger to win this game. And instead of that, we headed into a really drawish position. But I mentioned that Kobe probably has a better chances to win this because of the 3 versus 2 pawns on the queen side. White is able to create a passed pawn, and especially now with the weak dark squares around the black king, this feels very wrong. Queen e7, c5, and Kobe is going for it. He's going for it, and with the king so weak, simply queen d4, rook d7 can already be sufficient. So, yeah, this is a matter of technique, but I believe that Kobe can convert this quite easily. Hey, Harry Parent, welcome. Hello. It has no meaning in Dutch. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, yeah. Not really a meaning yet. Some excitement is happening in this game as well, guys. Tim Lovens against Lee Riemersma. What is happening here? Let's rewind real quick the last few moves. E4, strong move. D takes E4, D3. But now D2 is apparently not a good move. What is the reason? What is better here? It's very tempting to push the pawn all the way forward and then just wait until you get stopped. Knight E3, let's take a look. So it's clear that white is aiming for an attack on the king side. And I guess that's why Lee wants to be a bit more concrete and push the pawn all the way forward. But here it was possible to take the pawn on b4 or the pawn on e4 even. And Lee was not interested in any of them. Knight e4 seems very interesting. I guess it drops the pawn on f6, so that might be an issue. But yeah, even then queen f4, simply taking it easy with knight f5 could be devastating. Or knight g4 to take on f6 with the knight. Okay, maybe you have to be a little careful of knight e2. That's an interesting move. You can always take it, but of course, why allow this? But yeah, you can take on f6. You can also decide to retreat and take the pawn afterwards on d3. Oh, we see some changes in this game. Thomas just played the move c6. He missed the opportunity to save this bishop by playing a4, because now f5 can be played and bishop has to retreat again. So this may cost Thomas quite a lot. But we do have to note that Hugo is down to 12 minutes, so anything can still happen. But this is practically not looking great for black at all. Not at all. All right. c6 on the board. Will Hugo start crashing Black's position down on the king side? Hey, Nick Dude, thanks so much. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. f5 is indeed on the board. 11 minutes on the clock left. Is a concern, but his position is looking fantastic. Let's see where the bishop goes of Thomas. Hey Amsterdam, welcome, welcome. It's amazing to see you guys so early in the day. It's unusual for me to stream at this hour, especially in recent times. With tournament games usually happening in the afternoon. But you guys are early on this bright and early Sunday, which is amazing. Welcome. Especially after Eurovision, the one night where people stay up very late to see what happens. Especially since what happened with Europapa. Rest in peace, Europapa. A lot of moves on Yellow Smith board. I don't think much changed. Yellow is still completely winning, and Gambi's refuses to resign, which is pretty crazy to see. But yeah, queen e7, the queen trade was on the board, and the knight is stuck completely, and this is just simply over. Should be resigned. Oh, rook e3. Okay, I like that a lot. I like that move a lot. Yella is just putting the nail in the coffin. This is a classic example of putting the nail in the coffin. Because if you take on e3, rook takes e3, and next move is bishop takes g3, and the next move you're hitting the rook and promoting the pawn, and that's it. So really nice move by Yella, and very well played game altogether. This is definitely the moment to resign. Definitely the moment. F for the UK. It's probably worse to have 0 points than to get disqualified, I think. Probably. But I'm happy Switzerland won. I'm happy about that. I'm sorry for the spoiler if you didn't know, but not that I actually saw it happen, but I just heard it somewhere in my server, and then I was like, oh, yes. Because that was my favorite. Armenia did well. I'm really guilty of this, guys, but I did not hear all the songs just yet. So forgive my ignorance, but I really liked Switzerland's song, and I think that's where I ended it. Screws. Oh. Oh no. Thomas's bishop is going places. The bishop went all the way back to c8 once again. You know, a French bishop would have done a better job. I can tell you that much, guys. Poor bishop. Max, what? I don't think there is a dress code. It's just like general stuff like dress normally. Don't dress like you're going swimming, you know? Try to dress appropriately, but yeah, it's not like big importance to dress very well. Just dress normally. Appropriate footwear, like sneakers. Of all people, I thought you'd be excited to see light for bishop on c8. The first time I was, but the second time I'm not anymore, because the bishop went back there twice. So it was on c8, it went to... I think it went to g4 right away, then c8, then e6, and then c8 again. So now I'm getting concerned. Hello, Gunsblazing. I'm great. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So now we go down to 8 minutes. Perhaps Thomas is playing on the clock here already because he knows that he is... Okay, maybe it's a very dynamic position still, so maybe he doesn't really like sense that he is in a bad position of some sorts, but he is pressing on the clock, so that may also give him a lot of confidence at the same time. Just checking the games real quick. We see an endgame over here. Oh, let's go back a little bit. It was a very even endgame, everyone. But then after rook d8, black missed, and there's rook takes c5, trading the pieces, because this endgame is pretty easy to draw, right? Just don't blunder. It's easier said than done. But basically, it's really difficult for this pawn to advance. The king is weak. You can try to put rook somehow on the third rank and start attacking these pawns. There's a lot of opportunities here for black. But after rook d8, rook takes c5, a brilliant move with the trades of pieces. And now in this endgame, this should be winning. But whether white will win this, that remains to be seen. Thanks for 100 bits, Happy Stuart. Thank you. Knights are tricky indeed. They're the worst pieces to deal with. They are the worst. I have first-hand experience. E5 on the board. Hold on. This is not a good move apparently, guys. But it was missed. The right move was missed by Thomas, who played knight e7 instantly. This was a moment for Thomas to strike with knight takes f5. I thought he somehow set this up when he played the move c6. But the thing is that after knight takes f5, e takes f6, bishop takes... Do you want to take on f6? There's also a check here. There's so many moves here for black, and that is why this works out so well. Despite being down a piece, there's so much activity going on here. So definitely a missed opportunity by Thomas, who had a really good chance to gain the lead in this game, especially now that he's up on the clock. A lot of things may happen, but after 97, he's playing very passively, and this may not turn out very good for him. He saw e5 but dismissed due to knight takes f5, but it was missed by Thomas. I'm really curious if he considered this move or not. If there was maybe like a certain line that made him dismiss this, or maybe he's trying to play it safe because his opponent is low on the clock and he's trying to press on that clock. But it would make sense to complicate things further if your opponent is low on the clock. That would make sense. Six minutes left for Hugo. Will he find the right approach to this game? While it's so complicated, still so much going on. Very difficult to evaluate the position, because let's say after knight c4, a very logical move, right? You attack the knight on d4, but you can't actually take it because bishop c5 will come, and yeah, you have a problem on this diagonal, a big one. So really difficult to find the continuation here. And it may also be the reason why Thomas went for knight e7, asking his opponent, what are you going to do about your pawns over here? Because they're just super weak. They're not going to touch my king side at all. And I'm not concerned about this. So prove me why this is so bad why this would be so bad for me. Knight b8 and bishop f8. Unfortunately for black, you can't undo castle. I'm joking. It's Hugo. So we pronounce the H in Dutch. It's Hugo. I said the name, yes. Hugo. That's too funny. This game is getting super exciting, everyone. This game is getting super exciting. Let's take a look. I think this is the game where the one player has the lowest time on the clock as well. Yeah, so let's stick around on this game and see what happens, because this game is very important for the championship. Very important. Four minutes. Oh, let me refresh this. Okay. Knight e7, attacking the pawn on e5, asking the opponent the question, what do you do? f6 on the board now. Another miss. Another missed opportunity. Turns out that knight c4 is the best move, but really hard to understand why this is so much better. f6 makes so much sense, practically speaking, because you push the pawns, you need to keep going. You need to keep going and hope for the best. But black does not have to take. Black can simply play bishop f8 indeed. Will black play bishop f8? That remains to be seen. I am not home indeed. That's correctly guessed. I'm right here at the tournament in Utrecht doing commentary on this event. It's amazing to be here, to be part of the tournament in this way. And yeah, we're streaming live from the venue. This is my setup. It's really awesome that I can just like carry my setup around like this. Cable management needs to be worked on, but it's okay. As long as the technology works, we're fine. Bishop f8 played rather really quickly, so that's a good sign for Thomas, but not a good sign for Hugo, who now has the proof that he has something going on here. And it feels like this is a classic scenario of when the position is falling apart. This feels like it could fall apart any moment. Three and a half minutes. Oh no. This is getting very dangerous for Hugo. Uh-oh, 3 minutes. What to do? Let's try to find moves for white, because I have a really hard time finding moves. I mean, okay, f6 g7 is very logical. But it does feel like the position is collapsing, because after bishop takes g7, the pawn on e5 is attacked 3 times. 3 times. How do you defend this pawn? Do you just push it forward and hope for the best? Yeah, this is looking rough for white. And Thomas Beardson is just simply waiting for his opponent to do something, because white has to do something. You can't just wait and sit around, do nothing. So yeah, we need to get that bishop active, but how? How do we do that? Especially now that there's bishop takes e5 in the air. This is not looking good for white. 2.5 minutes. Knight d to e4. Oh no, the position is slowly collapsing. There's no additional time. All they get is 10 seconds every single move. This is all they get. So that's why it's so important to be around the same time as your opponent, to have some fairness in the time management. But if there's a big difference, then of course it may cause a lot of issues. Knight d4, and the knight is under attack. But black can simply capture the pawn with the knight and defend the knight this way. So should not be of concern for black. Now it's Thomas's turn to decide what to do. I feel like knight takes e5 is really logical, but maybe he's worried of some tricks along this diagonal. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Let's see what's happening in the other boards. Because Thomas might take some time over here. Now that he has played so many moves so quickly. in the game between Tijmen Kaalman and Erik van den Doel, things are leveled once again, which is crazy. We're left with 3 knights in the middle of the board, but Tijmen has been holding up so well in this game. E3 played by him, and Erik can just not finish the game off. So we're back now to an equal position, which is pretty crazy to imagine. But I do see some issues arising. Knight c2 is attacking the rook, but also threatening to play knight b4 to attack 2 pawns. So how do you defend that? It's not so easy to see, to be very honest with you. You have to get really creative here. Knight b4 has played indeed. Interesting to see where this leads to. How do you defend both pawns? I guess an interesting idea is to play a3, and after knight takes you have rook c3. But okay, you always have rook d8, so it's not the end of the world. But I guess this knight is currently trapped, and that may give some complications. You can take the pawn on a5 now, so not so easy. Not so easy. Knight c5 on the board. Alright, makes sense to attack the pawn on b7, but not the right move. Will Erik be able to punish this? Let's take a look. In the meantime, Arthur de Winter has taken the control back in the game. Numerous crazy moves have been played, guys. g5 on the board here. Bishop takes g5. Lars throws another piece in the attack. Bishop f6, rook e1. Queen f7, another brilliant move. Just simply insane. And here Lars refused to take that queen because otherwise it would have been a trade. But this was the only way to maintain the position, to keep the position alive, because after rook e3 black is able to consolidate, and now white is in trouble. Takes king f7, d5. Oh, the game is going back and forth though, so it's not over just yet. But now with rook g8, the pawn on g5 is hanging, and it's really hard to see how he can defend it without losing on the spot, because it's rook g3. I thought it was f4, but maybe I'm a bit too ambitious with that move. Rook g3, I'm guessing there's queen b6 check, queen b1 incoming, and it just falls apart. But indeed, that move, queen f7, is some crazy move. It prevents the move queen h7, which makes a lot of sense, right? But just finding queen f7 is just insane. Lars Otis is indeed related to Lennart Otis. They are brothers, and Lars is basically the stronger chess player. But yeah, rook g8, also very strong move. And this way, the pawn on g5 may actually fall very soon. Let's see some of the other games. I'm just checking real quick. Let's go back to the game of Hugo ten Hertog against Thomas Beardson, because some moves have been made here, and it is going from bad to worse for white, making a few mistakes in a row, but it's inevitable, especially with so little time on the clock. He's down to 53 seconds on the clock. Queen h5 on the board, rook e6. What a move, because now he can always cover all of the squares on the 6th rank. He can stand on g6, attack and defend, and white's attack is just dying down very quickly. So now bishop c1 has been played. trying to prevent rook h6, but also trying to prepare bishop g5. Can black find the one move to maintain the advantage? It's not so simple. It makes sense, but not so simple. f5. Black needs to play move f5 here. Because after f5, knight g5, you can't play move rook h6. So let's put it on the board. Knight g5. There's rook h6, stopping any sort of checkmate over here. And the queen has to leave. Queen has to go back. So f5 would make a lot of sense. That pawn is defended by the knight, so that should be good. And if Thomas manages to win this game, he will be on 5 out of 5, and he will continue to keep the lead in the tournament. And he may just need half a point to finish it off. The other games are also still ongoing, so we don't know for sure what the standings will be or look like. But for now, things are looking quite leveled, especially as Diamond has a small advantage now. Hold on there. Knight c5, knight takes a2. Oh, Erik got a little greedy here, as after knight b4, knight takes a5. That pawn got captured, and now there's suddenly knight takes c6 in the position. Knight takes c6 check, opening up the way to the rook. Oh, Diamond is in the driver's seat now. Can Erik try to save this position still? It's not over yet, but what concerns me is the position is slowly falling apart, and at the same time he's very much lower on the clock. So this can be quite devastating for the Grandmaster. King f8, and as I say that a mistake has been made, it's very tempting, of course, like it's very easy to make such mistakes when you're so low on the clock, but all that needs to be done now is to attack the knight on b4, and then you can take on b7 however you wanted, and this knight is not having a good time. It's very awkward over there, and king f8 is just one way to avoid disaster, because knight takes c6 was a big threat. I played against your first team on foreign seal. Oh, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. What is your team? Let's get another Sultana, guys. Things are getting super exciting now. Ah, Greater Manchester with pushes. Ah, it was a great team. My opponent was very strong. You drew on board C1 in category C? Oh no. Seeing your reaction doesn't sound like it was a good thing. We didn't manage to take a look at the C group, but now I want to take a look. Oh, this game actually in the B group ended in a draw, guys. This game we're looking at in B group ended in a draw, as it was getting insanely tense. Wout was completely winning, but he did not find the right way. He got tricked. Oh, he missed that. Why is getting a lot of counterplay. You're 4 now out of 5. That's an amazing score. Keep it up. Let's take a look. I'll quickly switch to take a look at your game, because now I'm curious. Now you have gotten my attention and I want to see what happened. Oh, you played the bird? Okay. I'll just quickly go through it and see what happened in the critical moment, because I see there was something here. Ah, bishop takes e7. Very tempting. Very tempting. I guess it's one of those situations where you have to try to ignore trades and just go for the attack straight away. Ah, you're losing. Oh yeah, after this things went wrong. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, this was rough. So here you're not down a pawn just yet, but it feels like you must be. some trades. Okay, I guess black played a little too calm. Too calm. But and draw agreed. Well, I'm happy that you managed to save the draw for yourself. But keep it up. Keep up the good spirits for the last round. The last round. Because in the C group, everyone, we have 3 different groups going on in this tournament. In the C group, this game was pretty important because both players were on 4 points out of 4. Now both players are on 4.5. So basically those that win their next game will be the champions of Group C. So very important game for you now in the next one. Now we have to look for Sultana in our markets. It's pretty Dutch, but I'm sure there's an equivalent of it in other countries, but I'm not sure. Hey Agil, welcome, hello. You will be playing with black. That's all good. You got this. Rook a4 has indeed been played, everyone. Diamond plays the good move and is now in a better position against Erik van den Doel. He is ahead on the clock. Can he make a miracle happen and win another game in this tournament? This is insane. This is insane. Oh, let me not switch there. Here. This is incredible. Earlier in yesterday's round, Diamond managed to beat Peyton Lombard's rated 2370. And if he can beat a Grandmaster now, that would be incredible. We have 3 GMs in this tournament indeed, and a lot more non-title players, so that makes it super exciting. Oh, wait. Oh, knight b3, f5 was not played. But okay, I mean, if your opponent has 30 seconds on the clock, almost any move wins, right? But okay, we should not get too excited for Thomas here because anything can still happen. Five seconds on the clock. We need to... Oh, bishop g5. Bishop g5 is a great move. That was the only move to keep the position alive. An intermediate move because now the queen is under attack and suddenly the attack is back. With knight f6 in the air, bishop f6 in the air, all sorts of moves possible again for white. Of course, black has a check over here, but the attack is so strong with knight f6. And I'm curious to see if Thomas can actually hold that. Because now white is back in the game. The king will have to move. King goes to h1. And black will be able to pick up a rook on a1. But is it enough? Is it enough? That's the question. 12 seconds on the clock. He played his move with 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. He takes the rook off the board. Will he take back? That's the question. Very tempting. Or does he continue with knight f6? We don't see a move just yet. The clock is down, but I think a move has been made and still needs to be processed in the system. We're waiting for the move. Oh no. The fact that it's taking so long is a little concerning. Bad internet connection. I don't want to believe that he actually flagged. But it's awfully quiet on the board. What happened? Did we make a move that's not possible on the board? Let me try to refresh. Nope, didn't help. Uh-oh. No, I don't think he would flag so easily. He did make a move with 2 seconds left though earlier, so I'm a little concerned. No results shown either. What's going on? I'm trying to look outside to see if the players are appearing or not. I don't see them just yet. Hi, Jim Solar. Hello. Pop your head out. I'll be a live reporter, going to the board and then back to report live what's going on. I could, but I think the board just glitches for some reason. It's taking very long. I actually see them, guys. I see them right. I see them walk past this room. Did Hugo actually flag? No. No. What? No. There's no way. Oh no. Oh no. This is not. The board actually did not glitch. Oh no. That is devastating. He was making such a big comeback. He made such a big comeback and then I'm assuming he lost then because there's no other result that would be possible here, right? Ouch. Because I can't find like a repetition of some sorts. Oh no. That is a big disaster for Hugo, who was fighting so well. He was in a bad position. It was a tough situation for him, but he managed to come back and then to lose on the clock. 10 seconds increment is not a lot, guys. Especially over the board is not a lot. Especially if you spend so much time, 1 hour 40 minutes and then suddenly, or like 1 hour 50 minutes, and then there's nothing left. I don't think a draw for, I don't think at all. I see more players leaving their games, they're chatting together. But I don't have the result over here, strangely enough. But assuming that Thomas won, if he has won this game for sure, then he is leading right now with 5 out of 5, and he may just need a draw to win the tournament. But we will confirm this very soon with you guys because we don't have the result confirmed just yet on the screen. Let's move on to this game though. Another thriller of a game where Diamond Kampman is completely winning against none other than Grandmaster Erik van den Doel. This is insane. What is going on? He has the passed a pawn that is currently unstoppable. The bishop is out of the game, stopping the bishop altogether with the knight from trying to defend those squares over here. And this pawn is marching forward. This is completely winning. And if Diamond manages to win this game, he will probably be facing Thomas Beardson in the next round. This would be insane. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Let me confirm the organizers that the game was indeed decided by flag. We'll confirm this with you very shortly. But for now, Diamond Kampmann, the hero of the tournament, in a winning position against Erik van den Doel. Can he make it happen? Can he do it? His opponent's on 27 seconds. And all that's left is this passed pawn that he just needs to move forward. The Grandmaster will, of course, try his best to make it as difficult as possible. But I have faith in Diamond that he can do this. "15 minutes on the clock, enough time to figure it out." He pushes the pawn indeed. Knight c7 played instantly. Of course, you can't push the pawn right away because then the bishop drops and the knight covers that square on a7. So now the bishop has to move. Bishop c4 seems like a very reasonable move to then simply prepare a6, a7, and then bishop d5 should work. Bishop d5. At some point the pawn will promote, at some point. And then you just win the piece. And then, well, I guess black can keep trying to hold the position somehow. You know, imagine like some trades happen and then you have knight and bishop versus bishop or something. But it should be winning. It should be winning. Especially opposite colored bishops now, where the pawns may get very weak easily. This should be winning. Let's take a look at another game, because this game might still actually go on for a very long time. The game between Lars Otis and Arthur de Winter is still going on, but has developed in quite a disastrous way for Lars, who had a really good game so far, but in time trouble it seems like he messed it up. And he lost the threat in the position. And now it is black who took over completely. Arthur is up a piece. White does have very, very little compensation. Almost none left. So this should be a very comfortable win from now on for Arthur. Will Diamond get close to become a GM themselves if they manage to win against Erik? So this tournament is not rated for a FIDE, so that's why there's also no norms possible here, nothing at all. It only counts for the Dutch rating, and you can't really get norms with that. So it doesn't really count towards getting a title, a FIDE title. So that's why it doesn't really count towards getting close to GM or anything like that, but it will definitely give him a confidence boost, I think. The fact that he is able to outplay a Grandmaster in this fashion is simply insane. We have one more round in the afternoon. I have to double check if we'll have a break or if we'll end the stream and come back once the game starts. I think we will end the stream right away and then come back for the second round later. For the second round of the day. So I'll probably have like a proper break and everything, you know. So we have another round in this afternoon, and that will be the last round, and then we will have the winner decided of this tournament. So super excited for that. Maybe we will have some of the players join us in this commentary booth we have going on over here. It will be so fun and exciting to talk to some of the players. Rook f1 played, but the position is just simply falling apart. The knight comes in soon on e5, and once the pawns are taken over here, it is game over. Let's take a look at some of the other games. In Elena's game, it's still very peaceful, funnily enough. Despite the low time on the clock for both players, there's not a lot happening. Elena did not find the one move to keep an advantage on the board. She plays queen d6, which makes a lot of sense too. But this helps white to improve the position, and pieces can get more active, even though white is playing a little passive with bishop g1, but at the same time it is really difficult to see what black can actually do here, because you don't really have any entry points over here. Thank you, Kayo13_chess for the raid. Thanks so much. Hope the stream went well. Thanks for the raid. I'm there for 2 rounds exactly, so we're going strong here all day, and I'm so excited and hyped for it. I was saying today, not after, so the stream has been going on for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, this will probably go on for another 40 minutes. So then we'll have 4 hours of talking, then maybe another 4 hours. I think I'll lose my voice today. But it's very exciting. I love doing commentary. I love doing commentary. Hydrate. I have been drinking so much water. I'm not used to this. Not used to drinking this much water. Whoa! Oh no. Oh no. Massive tactic here for the play with the white pieces. Will white spot this? Oh my goodness, guys. The move here, queen c2, is allowing white to win a piece because there's no way for black to defend. This is preparing the move bishop takes e6. And if you move the bishop from this place, then the other bishop will drop. So queen c2 is a massive threat that black cannot stop. Ouch. This would be insane. Will white spot this? With 9 minutes on the clock. This is what I'm talking about. Shifting from classical to suddenly having to blitz out the moves is really difficult. I have a feeling that Elena was hyper focused on trying to create threats here with knight f4, bishop b6, trying to take the knight off the board, but it's simply not enough, especially now that there's so many tactical nuances in the position that you have to keep an eye on. I think maybe bishop b6 first was the way to go. I mean, in hindsight, it's really easy to say, but this is devastating. Knight e6 will actually find the move. Let me check something out real quick. Okay, we don't have the results in just yet, so I'm just checking that real quick. Okay, we'll check it out later. Okay, knight e6, 8 minutes. 8 minutes to find queen c2. It must appear in their thought process. It must appear. There's not a lot that you can... It makes it easier that you don't have many pieces on the board, not that many. You don't really have that many moves. Once you see the move, it's really hard to miss the tactics. And while saying this, guys, I think it is official that Diamond has won his game as well, since bishop d5 is just killing it. The knight is trapped, and either you lose a knight or white promotes to queen. Also, the pawn e4 is hanging, and this is a very convincing way to finish the game. I think the game is over already because of the time, and you know, the board kind of broke down. But with this win, Diamond has done a fantastic job trying to, you know, join the lead. Well, he's not leading the tournament, but I'm assuming that Thomas has won. So then he would be half a point behind the leader, and I'm expecting this pairing to actually happen. I have some visual confirmation. Exactly. I am failing to see these two players. I'm not familiar with Diamond, to be honest with you, so I don't know if I saw him already or not. crossing by, but I miss Erik, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't really see. Everyone is just like walking around back and forth, so it's hard to. It is easy to miss sometimes. I'm actually curious. I actually want to quickly check real quick. Okay, I was thinking maybe Diamond is a very young player, but he's born 1990, so he's not that young anymore. But it's amazing to see that even even if you're not a kid, you can still beat grandmasters. You can still have a really good tournament. So that's amazing. Young at heart, exactly. Okay, anyway, let's go back to Elina's game. I want to see Queen C2 on the board. Queen C2 has been played. Elina plays Queen H5. She is going for last resort. She wants to bait Bishop takes, Queen takes C7, and Bishop takes H3. She's trying to get a draw in somehow, somewhere, but this is not enough. She is down a full piece, and this is pretty easy to convert. Oh, guys, we will have a visitor with us. We will have a visitor with us soon. We will have a visitor with us soon. Let me move this stuff here. It's such a big mess over here. Also, the clock is not in her favor either. Gavin, Erik, thanks for the 3 months. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks so much. You know what's funny, guys? We will have a visitor and we don't know what happened in the game. We don't know the result. So the first question will be, what is the result? I can make an assumption, but Did you win? Yeah, exactly. Don't ask about results. Oh, but indeed, we see sacrifice need on this board, but it's not going to cut it. That's too funny. It's so funny. I have no idea how Diamond looks like, for example. So I have no idea if he already crossed paths or not. But maybe I recognize him. I have a really good sense of recognizing people by their face, but not their name. Their name doesn't tell me anything. Okay, maybe there is some way that Elina can try to hold this, because the pieces are very passive, so that could be something. That could be something. What do you feel about the game? Jimon trying to get the knight moving here. Oh, Matthew, thanks for giving sub to Rookie. Thanks so much. Thank you. Oh no. Oh no. Imagine someone meets me and they're just like hiding their identity, not saying who they are, but they just say hi. And I say hi, and then that's it. Well, I should know them, but I don't. Okay, this game must be lost, but I can see Elena fight for it until the very end. So let's see. But yeah, I think Diamond won his game. It's safe to assume this. This game is still going on, guys. The eval bar is broken. Okay, there we go. This is completely... completely losing for white. I'm just trying to see if like my visitor will come here or not. Oh, there we go. We have a result. We have a result. Art of the Winter has won his game. He is joining shared second place with 4.5 out of 5. Am I saying it correctly? Yes, I am. I'm saying it correctly. 4.5 out of 5. Great result for him. He was in slight trouble at some point, but he fought like crazy back. He had a great comeback, and he did everything he could to keep the position going for himself. Okay, there's so many people walking around. They're brothers, yeah. Lars is the stronger player, but Leonard is the more known one, I guess. Yeah, they're brothers. I remember them playing in like Dutch youth championships or something, so that was always really cool. But I was like super young back then. In this game, a lot of craziness has happened, by the way. A lot of craziness has happened. Like some crazy stuff has happened here. Let's just tune in to the moment. Wait, Rook DE4. Wow. Wait. Oh wow. That's a crazy move. And basically, if you take here, then take here. But that would, and then, oh, crazy stuff going on here. But they're moving so fast. So all of a sudden, Lee Riemersma is now in a better position with 2 rooks versus rook and bishop, and a pass pawn over here. Okay, we're figuring some stuff out behind the scenes, but I'm waiting for my visitor to come here. I wouldn't know where to find them, so. But okay. By the way, let me double check when the next round starts, what the timetable is. So the next round starts at 2. Oh, it starts in 45 minutes. Wait, that's so fast. That's so fast. That's so soon. Thanks, Yoso. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, the next round starts 2 p.m. and the games are still ongoing. So the games are supposed to end in 2 minutes. Like the round ends in 2 minutes from now, but the games are still going on and they're not like ending anytime soon. So that's pretty crazy. What if they show their prep? We can interrogate them. Let's see. Oh, I thought it was a checkmate. Oh, but it's checkmate in 2 moves, no? No, it's not checkmate in 2 moves. Okay, this is, yeah, okay. I thought maybe the king was stuck here, but it's not. It's not. Hi! Okay, our guest is coming, guys. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Please join us.
Yes.
I have to move things around a little bit. But here we have Thomas Beardson join us. First question. Okay, it's on the screen, but we were wondering for the longest time what the result was. What happened?
Well, he was thinking and thinking. And then he was thinking if he should go knight f6 or take on a1. And in the end he decided to take on a1, but he picked up his rook. But he dropped it when he had like 2 seconds left. So then he just flagged, resigned. It was a bit...
Yeah, okay, I guess like were you worried about knight f6 or like
No, I thought I was winning, but
you thought you were winning, but then you saw this and you're like no.
what? Okay, I thought I was completely winning, but okay.
Yeah, some craziness was going on. We were also
Okay.
like very unsure what is going on, and I had this feeling that maybe you were playing more like on the clock because he can blunder any moment.
Yeah, but okay, before I was playing on the clock, but here I thought I'm winning, but apparently I'm not.
Yeah, it were some craziness going on, and apparently like rook takes one is just not good at all.
Yeah, no, this is I wasn't sure what I was going to play, but I mean I should probably develop some pieces at some point, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what was going on with the bishop? What was this desire to put it back to c8?
Yeah, I don't know. It just felt very safe there on c8. So the first time I thought I had to, it was already wrong, but okay. So can we go there actually?
Yeah, here?
Yeah, so I wanted to go to e6, of course. But I thought g4, and then my knight is okay. It's not trapped yet, but he's threatening to trap it.
Right. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also f4, f5 stuff is coming, and
yeah.
This looked scary. So I thought, okay, I'll just go back to c8, very safe. But okay, apparently it was completely wrong.
Yeah, I was a bit unsure where it was going, but I guess it makes sense that you were a bit scared of your pieces getting trapped.
Also, bishop h5 is apparently okay, but I thought g4 and.
Yeah, I mean, if you're afraid of the knight getting trapped.
Wow. Okay, yeah, no. f4 immediately I saw that the bishop c5 is tricky, yeah, but I just felt like my bishop is so out of place on g6.
Right.
Like he just plays it on normally, and then at some moment he goes for f4.
Right. It was quite unusual with the knight here on d4.
Yeah. No, I didn't like it, but I mean, it just. No,
did you expect his opening choice at all?
No. I probably should have, but.
We were really surprised in many of the games. A lot of the white players just went for this setup. Like they just went all for this.
You mean here? Or?
Yes, like the top boards. I was like, what is this? Like, where's the opening theory?
I mean, he usually plays this as black as well. So, I mean, he just has an extra tempo.
Right.
But...
Okay. Okay, but after this, yeah, like... yeah, he just did not seem to, like, play in the center at all.
Okay, I mean, I'm a bit scared to look at this game with the ending, but...
We can turn it off if you want to.
No, I want to see it. I'm just very scared, but...
It wasn't that bad, but it was pretty shaky at some point. Let's see, so...
Yeah, so now it already went to c8 and back to e6, and soon it's going to happen again.
Yeah, so here you went for c6, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you consider a4?
No. I also missed his knight b3 idea. He told me afterwards that he was only thinking about knight b3, and I completely missed it.
Yeah, right.
But
here.
I also didn't see a4.
Right. Yeah.
Just try to.
Did you like? What did you anticipate after like c6? Like, I'm assuming that you expected f5.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna start pushing, but I was just hoping he would like overextend, like sort of how the game went. Yeah. I felt like it might be good for me, also because he's very low on time.
Yeah.
But apparently it was very not okay. But can we go on, because I didn't really.
You can control if you want.
I mean, it's fine, but so e5 is the. Okay, we made so many mistakes, I guess. Yeah. He has to wait before pushing. Yeah, it makes sense. King h2 is very safe move.
He's low on the clock. He feels the need to do something. Yeah.
Okay, so he makes a mistake and I blunder probably.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I thought about this stuff, but it was just very hard to believe that it really can work. But apparently
I guess it's like practical, you know.
Yeah, but I thought he just puts a knight on e4,
right?
And then what?
Yeah. You have compensation, but
like I might win. Like I might get one rook for two pieces, but his pieces are so good, and actually it felt like I didn't want to liquidate into some sort of endgame where it gets easy for him.
You don't want to simplify. Yeah.
So I thought 97 is completely fine, but it's not.
I guess like practically speaking, it's fine because he is low on the clock. And
94 I saw actually. Yeah, I realized when I was thinking that 94 is pretty scary because he just protects e5 and 96 stuff is also in the air.
Yeah.
Here I wasn't sure yet what I was going to do. Okay, it's a bit weird seeing it from the other side.
Yeah. You can flip the board if you want.
Oh, that doesn't work.
It's
How do I
over
do it?
here.
Fair enough. Yeah, now I start to remember everything. Yeah, knight c4 I saw, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, okay, didn't happen. f6. Yeah, he missed bishop f8. He just didn't realize that I can just go back. But I didn't think about anything else because, like, okay, taking obviously
Yeah, why would you take?
cannot really be good. And bishop c5, okay, I have like one check at best, and that's it. So I just attacked. e6. Okay, this I of course didn't see. What is e6?
Yeah, just, I don't know. Giving up the pawn is dead anyway.
So here I am better.
Yeah.
Yeah, f5. Yeah, okay. This was my original idea, but
Why did you neglect it?
Was it knight g5? Knight rook h6, when d1. Yeah, so first I thought I was going to do this because I thought rook g6 is nice.
Yeah.
And h6 is next, but I thought he can just go. Then I realized, wait, he can just go back and we have the same position. But it's not the same position. I have h. Okay, I don't know. I missed so many things here. No, I really wanted to play f5, but I just didn't.
Too risky?
Trust it. Yeah, and then I saw, okay, maybe knight b3 is easier because if he just makes just a normal move, then I'm completely winning. Then I take the bishop and there's no danger anymore at all. So he has to go all in. But
did you see bishop g5?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, first I was. It took me a while to realize that I don't have to give a check on d4. I can give a quick check on b6, and that's when I went for knight b3 because I thought, okay, I can just give a check, take a rook, and I wasn't too scared of getting mated, but I should have been probably. Or yeah, apparently king h2.
It's one of those things, like the smallest differences.
Yeah, so here he flagged, but apparently. But why is it saying bishop g5? That's literally.
Oh, it's glitched. Maybe like refresh or something. Oh, you broke it maybe. Oh, there it is. Knight f6.
Okay. Yes, that's one check. I just take.
Yeah, it's very hard to see. We were shocked because the game like stopped.
Yeah.
Then we had no result.
What's the threat? Okay, my knight is hanging, so let's say I go here. Oops.
Yeah, it's like queen h6 and.
What? Okay. And I cannot take. I can, but it's nothing. Yeah, all my pieces are so out of play.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a bit lucky then. I mean,
yeah.
I thought I was better, but I was really relieved that he just flagged and the game is just over.
Yeah, right. You don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean,
prove.
I guess you play very practically. You were up on the clock for the majority of the game, and you just like collapsed in time trouble.
No,
so
in opening I was spending a
happen.
lot of time, and then I realized, wait, he's always in time trouble. I should play faster.
right. Yeah, it paid off, and sometimes practical decisions are just better. You're better off that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too happy about the level of the game, but I'm very happy about the result.
So yeah, now you're leading with 5 out of 5. Your
Yes.
next opponent probably Arthur.
Yeah, or Timon, because he also won.
He also won, yeah.
So I'm not sure. I think I get Timon actually, but yeah, we'll see.
Are you happier to play Timon, or does the result that he played just now affect you?
No, I'm still happier to play Timon just because just he's lower rated and older, so I should definitely prefer. Also, I have a very bad score against Arthur, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
I lost both games against him, so.
Okay. Do you like see any of the games during your game, or not have time for that all?
No, I had the time, but I have seen stuff, but my memory is very bad, so I can't tell. Okay, maybe I've seen some stuff, but my memory needs to be refreshed for me to remember everything.
Right.
Yeah, I also thought that Van der Doel was just going to win, and then I see the position downstairs on the live games, and I'm like, wait, is this really the game because he's losing?
Yeah, they were messing up left and right. It was not like completely winning of some sorts, but yeah, he was definitely like, taking over, and then he just collapsed. It was crazy. Very well played by Timon.
They should take an example of our perfect game.
Yeah. Some craziness has happened today for sure. Well, we will not keep you any longer. I'm sure you need to like prepare because the round starts in like 35 minutes. I don't know.
I still need to have some breakfast as well. So.
You better go ahead then.
Yeah,
Good luck
sure.
in the last round.
Yeah, thanks. And I hope to be
Hopefully,
back here.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was going to say, hopefully we see you back here.
Yeah.
With good news.
Yeah.
Good luck in the last round.
I hope to be back.
Yes. See you later.
See you.
All right, guys. That was Thomas Beardson. He was sharing us his thoughts from his game, and yeah, let's hope to see him back. Totally not biased here. But yeah, let's take a look real quick if the games all have finished. I think they did in the meantime, so that's good news. Yeah, there are some glitches on chess.com happening, that there are double results or something, so try to ignore the scores a little bit. They're not very accurate on the screen, but it was really fun chatting with Thomas. He's awesome, and yeah, as he said, he did get quite lucky, but at the same time, I feel like this is what happens when you just play practically good. He was outplaying his opponent on the clock, and it paid off. And sometimes, you know, like, chess is not just a game that like is decided on the board. There's more factors involved, and one of them is the clock. And he just used that to his advantage. He realized my opponent is always in time trouble very often, so I can use it to my advantage and just outplay him like that. So it won him the game, exactly. So it's really fun to like hear a grandmaster player's thoughts, yeah, it goes to show that he had absolutely no idea. I felt really bad showing him the game, and I was like, oh my god, I actually want to turn this off, like, no. But I can imagine he also just wants to see real quick like what actually happened, for his own like sanity. But yeah, it's really interesting to see how off the evaluation of a grandmaster can also be. So it makes us, you know, like mortals, feel a little bit better that we also are in the same boat in a way. So yeah, anyway, let me check if we have pairings already. It's funny to hear that Thomas was heading for breakfast now. I also need to get some lunch going. Let me see. I didn't actually like plan out what we do between the rounds. Do we just have a break? Do we keep the stream going and have a break? Or do we go raid someone and come back later? Because this break might be a long one. Because I'm really hungry. Toasty for lunch, we'll see. I also haven't really been to the bathroom in a long time, so you stare at the screen. I think we'll just head for a break. I think it's fine. I can keep my stuff over here. No lunch? Oh, I'll collapse. I'll collapse for sure. All right, I think this is a good moment to just have a break, and I think we'll just keep the stream on. Not sure what to like put on the screen or something, but yeah, I think we'll just keep this like this for now. I'll just turn the camera off in case someone like enters the room, you know. But let me just put on the screen that we will have a break. Let's take a look. Let me just add this. Opa. Break time. Game round 6, last round starts at 2 p.m. CST. Can I change this maybe? Because too much text. Too much text. Okay, let's put this over here. I'll just remove my camera just in case. But maybe I can like, hold on. I'll make this a little bit more. Does that help a little? A little, yeah, this works. Okay. It's probably not a good idea, Herbie. Probably not a good idea. But okay, I will go for a break, guys. I will be back when the... I don't want to say when the round starts because I might take a bit longer to take this break. But I'll be right back with you guys. For those who have to leave or something, thanks so much for joining us in... Let me actually hold on. So, let me just put this on. For those who are joining us late or those that have to leave, thanks so much for watching. We will be back with the last round of the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. This is a weekend tournament that's happening here, and I'm super happy to be commentating it live from this venue, to be able to have the players come over and everything to chat. It's so awesome. I really enjoy it. It's so much more fun than have an interview online or something. This is so much more fun. So thanks so much for watching so far. The stream does not end. The tournament is not ending just yet. We have another round going on that will start in 30 minutes from now. So I'm going for a break. Haven't had a break in a long time, so now is the time. I will see you guys after the break with round 6 of the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. See you guys later. Okay, now I have to turn this off. Usually it's very smooth in transition, but now I'm a one-woman producer, commentator, which is fine. See you guys. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Open Utrecht Chess Championship 2024. We are back with the coverage of this tournament. This is the very last round, so this round will decide who will be the winner of this tournament, as we have one player with a lead of 5 out of 5. We had to take some desperate measures for the coverage because chess.com's events page is lagging. It doesn't work, so we had to make a little adjustment over here to make sure that we have moves on the stream. So it doesn't look as great on the screen as it did before, but we had to take desperate measures. So anyway, welcome back everyone. Hope you guys had a good break. I'd had a wonderful break and I'm ready to comment on the games. So a little recap of last round. As we saw before the break, we had Thomas Beardson join us in an interview after his game. Turns out that he won his game because his opponent basically flagged, and like it was a mess where he was trying to make a move, but he couldn't. It was a little bit of a mess, but he managed to win his game, and with that he's on 5 out of 5. So all he needs now, well, if he wins his game, he wins the tournament. It's that simple. And fortunately for him, he is facing Tijmen Kampmann. Well, here is the thing. Tijmen is a 2200 rated player, but he just beat Grandmaster Erik van den Doel, which is not an easy task, and it was a little shaky, the game, but it was not, he did not blunder something crazy. He played overall a really good game, and he simply outplayed a Grandmaster, so that was a really good result for him. But now he has this tough challenge to beat Thomas Beardson, because if Tijmen wins this game, then he may be sharing first, or he may be the sole leader even. So this game matters a lot, but I'm curious to see if either of the players are looking for a draw here. I'm really curious. For now, we see that in this game, it started off as a French, so let's take a look how this went. d4, d5, knight c3, knight c6, knight f3, knight f6. This is a little bit unusual. Knight c6 is unusual. Usually they play knight f6, or they play bishop b4 here. But knight c6 is a little bit unusual. The idea is simple. You want to take on e4 and threaten to take on d4, right? So you want to defend that. I've never played this myself, but maybe I should consider doing this. So screws. Knight f6, bishop d3, knight b4. So now this bishop is in slight trouble. This bishop is usually quite good, but you're not too upset to lose this bishop for a knight, because remember, the French bishop, black still needs to deal with that. So that is a concern to have. Short castle, knight takes d3, queen takes d3, takes. Someone is trying to enter this door, but it's locked. I'm glad that it's locked, because otherwise people can just walk in this room. It's out from outside, so that's pretty funny. But queen takes c4 is on the board. Queen d5, offering a trade already. So Tijmen is offering the trade of queens. I'm very certain that Thomas does not want any of this and will just retreat the queen, play c4, and continue like this. Open the door. I think it's locked both ways. That's my excuse. I think that's the case. Let's take over here. Okay. All right. So anyway, yeah. This is pairing number 1 on board 1. Then we have Arthur de Winter, who is facing Peter Lombaars. Arthur de Winter is on 4.5 out of 5, as well as Tijmen Kampmann. And then we have a small group of people on 4 out of 5. So we have Peter Lombaars, Liri Mersma and Etienne Gaudrian on 4 out of 5. So all these people are fighting for the prizes. And miraculously, Elena managed to draw her game, even though she was down 2 pieces. She was down 2 pieces. How is this possible? She managed to draw. It was very complicated, though. I have to say it was very complicated. The opponent also was low on time, I think. So it makes sense that it's really hard to find the right moves in time trouble. But yeah, lunch was great. I had 2 sandwiches, and I'm thinking to have a break in the middle so that I can have more food, because the commentary is asking for a lot of energy, so we need more food. So yeah. Anyway, so round 6, super excited for this round. Let's see how board 2 is going. Here we have Arthur de Winter against Peter Lombars. Let's see how this started. All right. Okay, so here we have, it looks like a Benoni with f4. Okay, bishop g7, bishop b5 check, knight f d7, a4. This is really interesting. So both players seem to be in their preparation. It's a very famous setup. a6, bishop e2, short castle, king h1, and rook e8. So in this position, this has still been played in the top game. The white player played here f5. Doesn't really tell me so much, honestly. Playing f5, it weakens the square e5 a lot, but at the same time you want to play bishop g5 and perhaps provoke moves such as f6. So yeah, Arthur is not my teammate. I have a teammate named Arthur, but it's not the same Arthur. So no, this Arthur is very young. He's up and coming talent. He's international master. Let me actually check the age for you guys. He is 16 years old. He's 16 years old. He is international master. I believe he achieved it last year. And he is on his way to become GM. He's currently 2400 rated and very promising talent from the Netherlands. No worries at all. Yeah, so we're in this position. I believe this is the moment that Arthur started spending time. And yeah, what do you do? What do you do? It's not easy to find a good plan here, because the pieces feel a little stuck, and you need to move a little forward, right? You can't just like wait and sit around. I have to keep in mind that this pawn on e4 is quite a big weakness. It's not easy to find a good move for white, which I guess why white opted for f5. I guess it's very typical to push f5 over here, even though it allows the opponent to play knight e5, because you want to open up this bishop. It reminds me of the Grand Prix attack where you play f5 no matter what and just hope for the best, basically. It's tough to find a plan in these positions. It's quite dynamic, and black has a lot of play. Even though this bishop is out of the game for now, maybe black wants to play f5 themselves and then gain access to that square on e4. Many options possible. By the way, if the moves are back on chess.com, we will switch there. I'm just keeping an eye on that. But for now, it doesn't seem like everything is fixed. Let me just quickly move around so I can see what's going on over there. Sometimes it happens that, yeah, no, this is broken. Okay. All right, all good. Let's go back. Let's take a look at game 3. We have Liri Mersma against Etienne Gaudrian. By the way, we already have one result. Let's first talk about this game, and then we'll check the draw, the first draw of this this round, I think. So it started as a d4. A lot of d4 openings this tournament, or g3. All right. d5, c4 is e6. Okay, the Catalan, bishop g2, c5, short castle. Okay, this feels very drawish. This feels very equal. And it also shows in the database that a lot of the players made draws in these positions. So I would not be surprised if the players opt for a draw here because they're probably not going to win. They don't really have a chance anymore to win the tournament. So might as well try to, you know, play it safe. And of course, if you win, then you win more prize. There's more prize money. But oftentimes people are just a little bit loose in the last round. The tournament's almost over. And you're playing as someone your rating or someone pretty strong as well. So yeah, I'm not expecting anything too crazy from this game, but you never know, I guess. You never know. But for now, White has this bad pawn structure on the queen side, but at the same time, Black doesn't have very good development here. This light squared bishop is quite a monster on this diagonal, and White can easily maneuver the pieces around, whereas Black is a little bit stuck with the pieces. So yeah, that's the downside for Black. But yeah, the game that ended in the draw was a typical Berlin opening. I love how many games there are in the Masters database on this. Like there's a whole theory on this. So yeah, this game ended in a draw. So that was also the last live board of Group A, funnily enough. But okay, Queen d3 has been played in the game of Thomas Beardson against Diamond Kampmann, as expected, because I am assuming that Thomas really wants to win. He's playing at 2200, he's a grandmaster, he's himself a grandmaster, so he obviously wants to try to win and have a chance at winning the tournament on his own. Let me move these things over here. Give me a sec. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at the other games in the meantime. Let's take a look at Achuth Aravindan against Erik van den Doel. Achuth had a really good game, but he did not manage to convert his advantage against Elina Rubers. It was a really tough game, but he tried his best and he was not able to convert it to a full point. So let's take a look. This was also starting with d4. Interesting check. Interesting to see that White is provoking the move c6 by force or something like that. It's interesting. And now this is very similar to the paired defense. So White is trying to prevent Black from playing b5, and at the same time, Black can just play b6, follow the bishop to b7, and Black is often trying to take it easy here. White is not in a rush to do anything. This is a very typical maneuvering kind of opening. You maneuver the knights around and see where you can pinch the opponent a little bit. So very peaceful start in this game. Achuth has spent quite some time already, so that is a little bit of a concern, but it's not the end of the world, of course. Then let's go to this game, Hugo ten Hertog with the black pieces against Marcel Schroer. What pawn cubery is this? The e4, g6, e4, c4, e6. Okay, e6 is not a move I see often. Knight e7, knight f3, d5, bishop d3, c6, e5. Wow. This is interesting. This is interesting because if you take on e5, of course you allow d4 to be played then. And that's a fork. But if you don't play d takes e5, then you will still face e takes d4. Okay, I think you have to take on d5 with one of the pawns. So let's say c takes d5. I think you'd have to take on d4. And yeah, I guess this is the position that Hugo wants to go for. Because let's say after bishop takes, pawn takes, knight here, you can play the move c5. Now after pawn takes, en passant, knight takes here, this pawn is defended very well. And yeah, I would not be so sure about picking the black pieces here, but black should definitely be fine here. But you have to be careful with moves such as bishop b5. I guess you have some bishop g4 available to have some pins going on in the diagonal, so there's that. But for now, this is the current position. e5 is the last move played, and now Marcel is thinking what to do. We have the next game is Eline Roebers against Jelle Smit. Jelle had a really good game as well. He had a crazy result in the last round. So let's see how he will do against Eline. And we see actually something that looks like, oh, I thought we were going for like a Sicilian, but there's a pawn on c6, and this looks nothing like a Sicilian. We're again in failure defense. Again, should be 3, rook e1, queen d3, knight c5, and white is simply focusing on an attack on the king side. Knight takes, and king h8. For those who are wondering why not the intermediate move bishop takes h6, then you run into issues with knight h5, and you have to move the queen, the bishop will be hanging, your rook is still hanging, so you can't afford to make this move. So king h8 has been played, and the black king is stepping out of the pin on the g file, so pawn h6 is safe. But how good is this for black? Because this knight may retreat to d4 and then go to f5 instead. Maybe white wants to attack here. It feels like white has a lot of options here, but black does have the bishop pair. So it really depends, is this enough? That remains to be seen in the next few moves, but I feel like white has good chances for an attack. But I know Eline, she is merciless. She may throw in a g5 and start an attack herself. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, games are still not on chess.com. This is really unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. Okay. Let's continue. Here we do have a Sicilian, the game between Yuri Gassner and Joris Kokje. We do have the Sicilian, the open Sicilian. And here with the Rouser variation. Knight b3, e6, queen d2. Now we're in this position, king b1. Very perfect outcome move. You always want to place that king on b1 just in case, just to make sure. But yeah. White is also trying to wait to see what black is going to do. Because if black castles now, then of course the idea is simple. We are going to run the pawns down on the king side. But if black doesn't castle and plays bishop d7, then white has to think of some other plan or some other move first and see what black decides to do. Because if you start throwing the pawns up the board, then the king may just go the other way, for example. All right. This game started pretty theoretical. Let's see how this game develops, because Sicilians are super interesting once they get out of the preparation or the opening stage. That's when they get interesting, because until then, it's a lot of theory, a lot of preparation, or a lot of familiar lines. So that is, yeah, that may not be so interesting for the audience. In this game, we have Roger Labruyere against Cobus Mates. This seems pretty drawish to me. Very symmetrical position, at least when we look at the pawns on the king side as well as the knights. Doesn't seem like either player is really... Yeah, a trade on e5. Doesn't really seem like much is going to happen, but the players are still playing on. They are not agreeing to draw that quickly. But it's a very balanced position, so I'm not expecting anything too crazy here. In the game between Koen Maassen, Van der Brink and Tim Lommens, we see a Caracan and another Panov. H3, knight c6, c3, g6, knight f3. And here, simply developing moves. And e6. So, in these type of structures, oftentimes, black tries to fight on the queen side. Which is pretty funny because they only have 2 pawns, so what is there to fight for? Well, black is trying to play a6, b5, b4 to try to weaken that c3 pawn. Once you capture on c3, that pawn over here becomes a weakness. And you need to stop the pawn from going to c4 altogether by playing, let's say, knight a5, for example. So it's a really pleasant... it's a nice plan for black, and white tries to stop it by playing a4, of course. It's always really difficult to see what the plan is for white because it's such a solid, closed kind of position. There's not really many entry points in position for white, so what do you do? Dirk is supporting Koen. That's amazing. Do you have more people that you're supporting in this tournament, Dirk? Thanks, Bach. See you later. Let's go to Lars Otis against Daniel Aziz. Another d4. And here we switch to the peers as well. And bishop g5. So there's no f6 here. So I'm having a feeling that knight h5 was maybe a little bit premature. Yeah, maybe a little bit too early. Because if you can't play f6, then you're kind of toast here. I think king h8 was necessary first. So after bishop g5, the queen has to move, or maybe bishop f6, but then bishop h6. Will there be a repetition? Probably not, given seeing the rating difference. But I think white will be more than happy to take it if it's given in the position. So yeah, I really like the move bishop g5, and I think knight h5 was maybe a little bit premature. Maybe not as good as you would think it is. Let me refresh this real quick. No luck so far. No luck so far. Okay, let's go to the last live board of this category. Group A. We see Sa Albers against Rolinde den Heijer. What happened in this game so far? We see a Sicilian. We love seeing Sicilians. Bishop e3, e5, the Najdorf. Bishop e7, f3, bishop e6, queen d5, and h5. h5 is a typical move to stop any sort of g4. It's one of the most annoying moves to face when you are playing against a Sicilian. And it's always really difficult to figure out, okay, what do I do about this? Because if I don't have any g4, then what's the point? What are we doing here? No castle. Let's see how white handled this. Knight bd7, king b1, queen c7, g3. Basically taking it easy. Now there's no quick rushing attack. We're trying to make it a little bit, we're trying to take it a bit easier. This is the current position. This is still played by numerous strong players. Even the rook hg1. Seeing the time management, I'm not sure if both players are familiar with this position as much. But rook g1 is quite a clever move, trying to play g4 anyway, or maybe f4. Maybe f4, so that after takes, you take back with the g-pawn. But I don't think white or black has any interest in taking that pawn on f4 just yet, so I'm not expecting that to happen soon. Not quite. All right, so in this game, I'm really looking forward to see the continuation of this game, but for now, not much is going on. White played the remove rook g1, and that is the start of a lot of excitement very soon. So we'll come back to this game later, but for now, let's go back to the game Diamond Kampmann against Thomas Beardson. Thomas is playing with the white pieces, so this is a really good pairing for him, but can he actually prove that he can control his nerves and win this game and come back here for the interview? A lot of pressure now on him. But anyway, jokes aside, bishop d7 is on the board. Black is trying to develop this bishop. Oftentimes this bishop is running into issues in the French, but it seems like here the bishop is doing just fine. I do have to say though that after bishop d7, knight e5 comes to mind, and I'm not entirely sure if black is happy with that. White goes for c4 first, which makes perfect sense to get the queen away from here first. The queen moves, and then knight e5 could be played after that. And this bishop may not feel as comfortable moving to c6, right? Let's say queen a5, knight e5. Where does this bishop go? Because bishop c6, you just take and it looks awful. And if you don't play bishop c6, well, I guess you can go for, actually you can't go for long castle because then you drop f7. So it's a little bit awkward. I guess you have rook d8 and you say, if you take my bishop on d7, I'm happy because my bishop is not great. But okay, difficult to say. Difficult to say. So yeah, c4 on the board. Time management is even for both players, so nothing too crazy happening just yet. If you guys have any game that you would love to see on the screen, please do let me know. I'm trying to catch as many games as possible, but it's hard to follow so many games at the same time, and I'm sure that I will miss some of the action at least. One thing that we should go to though is the game between Marcel Schreur and Hugo ten Hertog, because Marcel took on d5 with the knight, and it seems to be the right approach because now there are moves such as bishop g5 in the position. And I'm not entirely sure if I would like to play with black here. Not sure. Is it still in the gymnasium school building? I don't think so. Yeah, that's where I used to play, Dirk. Yeah. That's what I remember too. But we are in the, it's called Lijfgebouw, Life with an F. It's in Papendorp, basically, like the business industry area. It's very fancy. It looks amazing. So we're in a different venue here, but it's great. So knight takes d4 on the board. I would probably want to play bishop g5 here. Bishop g5 is really looks really nice. The thing is that once black plays the move f6, for example, this bishop will be very sad, and I think that may cause some issues for black. But who knows? But who knows? Maybe it's not so bad after all. Let's see. All right, let's go back to this game. Queen h5 has been played. I'm not sure if I like the placement of the queen. Usually you like to put the queen on h5 when you have like a knight on f6, so you can prepare some knight g4 ideas at some point. But now without the knights on the board, this queen on h5 looks a little awkward here. Doesn't feel like it belongs there. So yeah, hard to say. It's difficult to judge where the queen has to go. That gymnasium was close to the pubs. No time for pubs during this event. Hey Ludwig, thanks so much. Thank you. Bishop f4 on the board. White is activating the bishop, of course, attacking the pawn on c7. Long castle may be considered here. But then maybe knight e5. it always fascinated me whenever I would sometimes I would play, or like I would be playing against people that have played Thomas Beardson. So like I see in my preparation, I would be preparing, checking their games, and I see that Thomas plays them. And then I check the game just out of curiosity, because I know that Thomas is very much of a tactical player. He's very sharp, and he's very good at attacking. So every single time, it always fascinated me how he can go from a very equal, even position and turn it to something crazy. So yeah, it's always very fascinating to me how he does that. Even in something like the Tarish, he would like find a way to start a king side attack when it was like super dry and nothing was happening really. So this is one of those positions where it feels like nothing is happening. It feels like everything is fine on Black's end. Black has a pair of bishops. How can White ever launch an attack here? But I think that we will see in the next few moves how he figures it out as usual. By the way, the time format of this tournament is 1 hour 50 minutes with an increment of 10 seconds, and that's it. Nothing else. You just have 110 minutes, and then once your time is basically running out, you only have 10 seconds increment. So you can already imagine that that's quite stressful, and it causes lots of blunders in the games because people are not really used to switch from such a long time control to suddenly playing blitz in that same game. The 30-second increment is what we're used to, and it's, you know, within the ranges of like, okay, like you can like make the switch still a bit better, but the 10-second increment is really too little. Before you know it, you're already flagged, and we saw that actually in the previous round. Bishop takes d6, he takes d6. So Timon offered the trade of bishops, and I think Thomas is really happy about this because, well, first of all, this pawn on d6 is simply extremely weak. So that's one issue. How do you deal with this? Because if you play d5, you're basically not going to castle anymore. The queen is covering that. But if you don't play d5, if you play king e7, you're also not castling anymore. Your king's in the center, and knight e5 may appear at some point. Looks quite unpleasant overall. So queen a3 on the board. Also, trading off bishops is a positional mistake usually when you have the pair of bishops. So if you have the pair of bishops, you try to keep those two because that's why they are so strong. They're strong together. But if you trade off one of them, then it's basically bishop versus knight oftentimes, and in this specific scenario, this bishop may not be as good as it may seem like. Queen a3 on the board now, especially after this move. Pawn on d6 is simply under attack, and it's really hard to see how he can actually defend this. Bishop c6 could be considered, but I think White will just hit with the move d5 and not care at all. So let's say bishop c6, d5 takes. I'll just take on d6 and it's checkmate on next move almost. You just won the C group? Congratulations! Congratulations! Wow! If you want, you can join the stream. I would love to have you on the stream. That's actually so funny. I'd love to have you on the stream if you want to. Let's take a look. I will take a quick look. I have no idea how to navigate on this website, so bear with me. You're good? All good, all good. Congrats though, enjoy. Let's take a look. Oh, here. Okay. Wait, so many results already. What? Do you guys have a different time control? No, you don't, but many games finish so quickly. I think you're Kun, huh? I think you're Kun. How have the games ended so quickly? This is crazy. This is crazy. Wow. This is This is, ouch. This is painful. What happened? F4, E5, takes. Bishop B3, F5. Ooh, asking for trouble there. F takes E4, knight G5, knight H6, knight F7. Oh. Ouch! Oh, that's painful. That's painful. Wow. Yeah, it's very uncommon for games to finish so quickly when you have so much time on the clock. I mean, when I'm in a losing position and I have an hour on the clock, I make sure to use that hour on the clock, not because I'm salty or whatever, but because I try to figure out, okay, how can I get out of this? Like, I'm in a bad position, how can I make it difficult for my opponent? So, you got the fastest game prize at the same time. Congrats! Yeah, this is one of those miniatures. Very well done, very well done. You definitely caught your opponent off guard there. Nice, good stuff. Let me take a look at the standings over here. Okay, so you were, it was 4.5. So there's 3 players with 4.5 out of 5 in the C group. Since you won, it now depends on the other 2 to see like what they do. I believe they're still playing. So let's see. Right, yeah. We still have to wait and see if it's shared. I don't have the... Oh, I do have the moves on board 3. I just... Okay, there's no clocks, that's why. Quick evaluation of this game. Wait, who do we have to take a look at? Oh, no, not this game. This game is not relevant. This game. This is the game that matters. The winner of this game will be shared first. What is going on in this game? White looks like they have a really awkward position, but it seems within the ranges. It seems fine. But the pawn structure is not the greatest at all. Okay, this game I think is pretty balanced so far. Anything can still happen. So the most ideal scenario for our winner in chat would be a draw. If this game ends in a draw, you're the sole winner. But if any of them wins, then it'll probably be shared. All right, with that being said, let's go back to the game here. So short castle has been played. Diamond is sacrificing the pawn. He realizes the danger of keeping the king in the center. So he is playing short castle and he's basically saying, take my pawn. It is what it is. So, interesting. Interesting. Brightness on my second monitor is so low, it's so hard to see chat. All right. Let's take a look at the other games. All right, this was the, oh, not like this. This was the Benoni game. Queen E7 on the board. White is going for an aggressive attack on the king side, but is that worth it with the king on H1? Not so sure. Not so sure. Arthur has the tougher pairing as he's playing at 2370, and Arthur needs to win in order to have a chance to win the tournament. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm curious to see how this game develops, because for now there's not it's a bit hard to plan out, to come up with a plan here with white, because you can push the pawns all you want, but it's hard to find the continuation. You can play f5, but then you weaken the square e5. If you play g5, you're just pushing pawns and you're expanding too much, and it's overextending. Winter's not coming this year. Who knows? Who knows? Anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. When you commentate this next year, they will say WGM. Oh, that would be cool, but I'm not that optimistic just yet. That would be cool though. All right. Let's take a look at Elina's game. What happened here? We left off when the bishop was captured and king h8 was played. Bishop e3, bishop e6, knight d4, and rook e8. This is very typical. So black has a pair of bishops. Black has a pretty solid, nice position. This position reminds me so much of the Sicilian without the c pawn over here. It's very, very similar. And I could even argue that this is maybe a better version of that, because you have the pawn on c6, so there's no knight d5 ever. The pawn on d6 is not as big of a weakness as it is in the Sicilian usually. Basically, the difference is that I don't know, the pawn from c6 is on e5 there. I'm not sure. Would you say 2 squares away is just right? I think it was about the previous game. I think it was about the previous game. I would not be so sure anymore. Welcome back, Matthew. Welcome back. Ah, the overextending defense. Right. I would go as far as saying that g4 is maybe too ambitious in this position, but then again, it's hard to find other plans in this position. So what do you do? What do you do? Let me put this away for the moment. Oh, come back, Ruki. Hello. Hello. I see some players walk around over here. Some people finish their games quickly. Let's see. Let me take a look over here. Okay. The logo on my shirt. For some reason, Group C was very rushed. Yeah, it's very interesting to see. 3 also finished. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. It doesn't happen so often. I mean, it makes sense because it's the last round. So, yeah. That may contribute to having those quick games, right? But the funniest part is that they did not end in draws. People are just tired. Maybe, yeah. It is a very tiring event. Weekend tournaments are really tiring. This tournament has 2 rounds per day, but when you have on Saturday 3 rounds, that's really killing. Did everyone play King's Indian again? Close. Very close. Very close. But yeah, this game is the one that matters for the championship. And it seems like the players are taking it easy, so that's good to see. There's only one guy who can win Group C. No. There's 3 players on 4.5. Now we have one in chat who has 5.5. So the 2 players with 4.5 are facing each other. So we're basically waiting for that game to finish. Top 6 gets prize money. Exactly, yeah. But yeah, what is really nice about this tournament is that even though it's a Dutch tournament with mostly Dutch players participating and everything, we also have English information available on the website. So if you would like to know more about the tournament, feel free to check out Axel Oku in the chat for more information about the tournament. And it's understandable for everyone, hopefully. The last time, I don't remember when I played here last. It was definitely before the pandemic, but at least 5 years ago, but I would not know when it was exactly. My guess would be 2016 or 2017. That's my guess. Either of these two, I think. We have a few people from abroad. We have someone from the USA. I saw some other countries that I had never heard of. I think there was one from Venezuela. So that's really awesome. In the B group, we also have 2 players leading with 4.5 out of 5. The player with one of the players that has 4.5 had 1 bye. So let's see how that affects. And yeah, if they can basically win all their games that they played. We changed the layout, Rookie, for certain reasons. For technical reasons. We have another draw, guys. Koen Maassen against Tim Lammens ended in a draw after 95, 97 takes. This was expected. It's a very drawish line. There's not much happening here. And the players agreed to a draw. So draws are more likely to happen in the last round, especially if you're not really fighting for something or if you just want to get it over with. And yeah, if you don't really see much of a point in playing on, it makes sense to go for a draw. So yeah, it makes sense. So that's 2 games that have ended in a draw already. Let's take a look at the game of Joris against Yuri. Okay, so this is a little bit different, right? This was the rouser. King b1, h4, goes back, queen f2. So this is kind of avoiding knight c4 type of moves. So you can move the bishop at least. It also prepares bishop b6 if wanted. Bishop d4 can be played, but maybe not so desired. g4, g5 is always an idea, right? But you have to try to time it well because with the rook on h1, it's not protected. You want to make sure to play bishop e2 perhaps. Also after knight c4, you can play bishop c1 and just keep it safe. So... True, we do have really good weather today, actually. We have really, really good weather. It's very noticeable that people are, you know, going to the beach or having a good time today. But yeah, chess is perhaps not the thing that you want to play when it's such good weather. At least not inside. All right, let's take a look at Elina's game. Okay, not much has changed. Queen a5 is played. What is the idea behind Queen a5? I'm curious. Perhaps to simply move the queen all the way to h5, or maybe simply queen b4 to attack the pawn on b2. That would also make a lot of sense. Queen b4, preparing c5, hitting that pawn on e4. There are some weaknesses in white's position, so that makes sense. Okay, here we have some progress. Short castle, queen takes d6, bishop c6, and knight e5. So white is now up a pawn. And that is definitely not something that you want to be dealing with when you're facing a GM. When you're facing a GM, being down a pawn means that you're down, let's say, 3 pawns. Because you're already down 2 pawns basically from the start, just for the sake of being facing someone like much stronger than you. I don't like to see it that way, but that's the hard reality sometimes. So when you lose 1 pawn, it's like the end of everything. Although I do see chances here for black. And we saw how resourceful Tijmen is. He played super well today against Erik van den Doel. So I'm really curious to see how he will hold up against Thomas Beardson. But for now, it's looking like Thomas has it all under control. He's up a pawn. Knight e5 has been played, attacking that bishop on c6. And it's unclear where the compensation really is. So, yeah. In the meantime, Arthur is spending a lot of time here. And we know that that's not a good sign. When Arthur is spending a lot of time, it means that there's something going on here. And it's already, like, we can already guess that by the fact that it's just hard to see a plan here with white. What do you do here? How do you proceed? Do you just give up the e5 square and play f5? If you don't play it, then what else is there? It's hard to say. Bishop f3 makes sense. But it allows knight d3. The pawn is on f4 is under attack. Pawn b2 is being targeted. It feels very wrong. You can always take the bishop if you want to. So you have to be pretty careful here, and that's why I guess it makes it really difficult to make a good move here. And being down 30 minutes in a basically must-win game is not really fun. Not really fun. Of knight c4. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I wonder if black wants to take the bishop or not. I guess black would be happy to take that bishop because this bishop on g7 is extremely strong. So once that dark square bishop is gone, then you have this really strong bishop. So let's say bishop here, knight here, takes. Let's say takes. And then maybe you can follow it up with something like b5. Knight a5. We have to deal with that square somehow. But I'm very optimistic about black's chances here. If anything, I can just move the queen. I like this position for black. I like this. Because it feels like the white pieces are just not cooperating together very well. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at some other game. This is the time that the players are spending their time out of the opening stage, trying to figure out what plans are there in the position, what do we need to go for, and all of that stuff. But here in this position, we are witnessing something insane. What is going on here? Knight takes d5, c takes d5, e takes d4, bishop f4, f5. So black is targeting that pawn on e4, and now queen e2, f takes e4. Let's see, is this... What is going on here? What happens if we just take on e4? Are we afraid of moves such as queen h4? g3. Queen has to move again. I guess you don't really want to play g3, but if you have to... Yeah, it's kind of crazy how it's escalated into this position, honestly. It's actually kind of crazy. It's very hard to understand what is going on over here. Yeah. Bishop takes e4 is indeed on the board. I'm really curious what Hugo has in mind here. I guess white should be slightly better because of the pair of bishops here. The rook is coming in, attacking the pawn on c7 as well. Yeah, I think that's the main issue, actually, that the pawn on c7 is being targeted. I think that's the main issue. Yeah. I hope Hugo is not tilted from his game, his last game, because that one was quite a rough one. That one was quite a rough one to lose with, to lose on the clock, and it was apparently a drawn position. I have a feeling that both players were not aware. Like we heard from Thomas that he was not aware that it was a equal around that time. But yeah, I probably also. Hugo didn't also know either. Hey, live boy Magnus Gear. Hello. Yes, we are live from Utrecht. We are at the venue in this tournament, in the live venue in Utrecht, and the tournament is happening right across the hall where I am. So it's super awesome. It's super awesome to experience a tournament from close. It's very different when you're from far away and you're just watching online, or even like interviewing online. It doesn't hit the same way. So yeah, it's really awesome to be here and to share this experience together with you guys. If you have any questions for the people, for the players that come over here, because we did have one of the players come over here for an interview. If you guys have any questions for the players, please let us know. Not all players are able to... Wait, I see someone finish their game. Not all players are joining, of course, but you can expect the winners to join us over here to talk a little bit about the games. But as I looked to my other side, I saw that someone was picking up their coat, or like was walking around with their bag. I don't know what's... Okay, maybe that was just walking around. It's hard to guess what's going on, even when I'm here. But I saw Elena walk around. I wonder what that meant. I wonder what it means. Maybe she just wants to have something in the cafeteria. That's possible. I thought her game finished, perhaps. Alien is playing too. Yes, she had a really rough game earlier this morning, but perhaps she can come back with a convincing win. Even though Jelle Smith has played a really good game as well in the last round. So let's see. Let's see. For now, she's up on the clock. She doesn't really have much to worry about, and she's doing just fine. Let's take a look. By the way, the prize fund, we did not discuss this just yet, but the prize fund is quite big. We have first place going home with 1,200 euros. That's quite a lot. And second place wins 700 euros. Third place 500. Fourth 300. Fifth 200. And sixth wins 100 euros. So quite a stacked prize fund, and that's only for Group A. Group B and Group C also have prize money. The top 6 also wins prizes there, and there's all sorts of additional prizes. There's a family prize. There's, I think, rating prizes as well. Yeah, there's rating prizes. So imagine getting 1,200 for 3 days. It's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all. So there's a lot at stake, and that's why the players are fighting for it as much as they can. On Thomas' board, engine shows Strum's strange sacrifice to keep game equal. Oh, let's take a look. Wow. Wait a second. Wow, diamond. Oh my goodness. Queen c5, bishop takes g2? Whoa, what? What happens if you take? Let's take a look. So I'm guessing that after takes there's f6, because then you can like win that knight, win the piece back. But maybe there's some repetition following after that once the knight moves. Wow. Some fireworks here already, huh? Is this completely zeros? I think it is. I think this is completely zeros, and Thomas missed this. He will not be happy about this one, because how do you prevent any of this? How do you keep the game going to try to complicate things for your opponent? He simplified it a little bit too much, huh? He simplified it a little bit too much. Ay, ay, ay. The knight covers g4, so that's why you have to get rid of the knight first. That's why. Yeah, this would give Arthur the opportunity. If he wins this game, he would join Thomas Beardson in the lead. So that would... This draw could help Arthur de Winter a lot in his mission to win the tournament, after all. Final exams? I have no idea. It's been a year since I did my exams the last time. But probably. The tie breaks. Let's see if there's any rules known about this. If a tie occurs, prizes are split, but who will be the winner? Okay, I don't see like tie break rules. Hey J-Dog, good to see you. Hello. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to play f6. Yeah. And if the knight moves, let's say knight moves somewhere, then we can play queen g4, and then we can make this repetition happen. But I'm expecting Thomas to take his time for this one, because he's going to be devastated. The question is, will he go as far as playing rook e1 or something like this, you know? He may simply go for rook e1 to like try to keep the game going. I can see him do that. I can see him do that. f6, queen e7. We just take, right? Or I guess, so let's say king takes g2, f6, queen e7. I guess you can make the intermediate move rook e8 to make sure you don't lose the e6 pawn. I guess that would be a good move. I think even rook takes... Okay, not rook takes e4, because then queen takes e6 is actually a problem. But I think simply rook e8 could help a lot, because if you take queen takes e6, king h8, then take here, maybe you can still give a check. If king moves, then of course you have repetition. If queen g3, rook takes d4. Queen e7 doesn't really do much, but Thomas took the bishop, and now we're waiting for the move f6. I think that's the only move in the position. I wonder if rook c8 can also be considered, but I would not want to play that move at all. But f6 seems to be the most likely move to be played. People are peeking in my room over here. And I can see them. If Thomas draws and the winter wins, they will both have 5.5 points at share prizes. Exactly. f6 is on the board. And now I'm curious what Thomas will decide to do. Will he try to complicate matters with rook e1? even though I'm not really sure if that is possible. But yeah, if this turns out to be the way to draw, if Timon manages to draw this game, this will be a huge result for him. This will be huge. But it will be really unfortunate for him if he... Okay, well, I guess if he doesn't finish top 2, then at least he will finish 3rd, right? So that is also like a really good result for him. Let me quickly look through other things. Okay. Let's check in with another game. So after a long thought, Arthur went for the move rook a3. So he's defending the knight. I guess he's trying to recapture with the rook and then maybe like involve the rook somehow. Okay, of course bishop takes c3 is not going to happen, but imagine that could be a scenario. But I think Arthur will try to maneuver this knight to a better place. Now the question is, where do we actually move it to? I guess one idea that comes to mind is bishop c4, knight e2. But then again, you can get hit by knight b6. Not sure how much the damage is, but yeah, these positions are really difficult. It's really hard to understand what the plan is, what you're supposed to do here. So yeah. It is clear though that Arthur is ready to attack, and he's preparing it. He's preparing this rook lift to h3. And I'm curious to see how it will turn out. Can he play g5, queen e1, queen h4? These kind of moves are probably on his mind. In the meantime, in this game, we see like actual theory being played here. We're on move 19 with the queens off the board, and this is like a well-known position as it turns out. So Lee Riemersma is on 57 minutes, whereas HN is on 1 hour and 30 minutes basically. And this looks quite drawish, honestly. I would not be surprised if this game ends in a draw, even though there's a big time difference going on here. But yeah, even though white has a pair of bishops, there's not much to play for here. I mean, there's so few pawns on the board. Yeah, I'm checking on chess.com, but it's still half broken. There's some games working, but it's not enough and makes the experience really unpleasant. So we have no choice. We have no choice. I do see eval bar. I see an eval bar working, but there's no moves. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. So yeah, there's not much going on for white here despite a pair of bishops, and I think that's why we will see this head to a draw at some point. I want to say very soon, but I don't want to get ahead of myself here. In the meantime, the game between Erik van der Doel and Achyut Aravintan. What's going on here? Some knight maneuvering, d5, some aggressiveness. All right. So black is stuck with this weak pawn on d6, which is why d5 was played, and then queen takes d5. So oftentimes when your opponent has a weak pawn, you want to place a piece in front of it. Like we see this often in Sicilians where, let's say you play knight d5 and then it's like, okay, bishop takes d5. Do we recapture the queen or the pawn? Oftentimes you want to recapture with the piece so that you can remove it if you want it. If you want to, and then this weakness remains. But imagine if there was a pawn on d5 now. This pawn would not be that weak anymore. So these kind of small nuances can make the differences. Queen d1 was played, b6 on the board, and I'm screaming to play knight e3 just to get knight d5 in somehow, but it may not be that good as it may seem like at first. Hey non-master chess, hello! So f6 on the board in this game, and Thomas is still spending time. I expect him to take his sweet time because this is not a position he wants to be in. He has a really good pairing, but Diamond is on a roll today, and he has a pretty good tournament altogether. So, hi dude, I actually run out of water, so I think in a couple of minutes we'll have a short break where I'll get some water and yeah, get some vocal rest too. But let's see. Let's take a look at this game. Did anything change in this game? Okay, so this game between Roger Labruyere and Kobus Smeets is very even, but I can sense that both players are trying to fight for it. They're not just agreeing to draw just because. They're really fighting for it, especially because white has control over this d5 square. And I can see bishop c4, bishop d5 being played, and not so easy for black to handle this, honestly. Not so easy. Just taking a quick look at Group C, because this game that we're seeing on the screen right now is what matters for who is going to win in the C group. That's what matters. Whoever wins here. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Would you like to join us?
Yeah. English?
Do you mind English?
No.
Okay, sure. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Here we have the tournament coach of the day, Grandmaster Dimitri Deinerman. Welcome, welcome. How's it going so far?
So far good.
Yes, some interesting games?
Yes. I hope I teach something to the players.
Yeah, that's awesome. Are the players mostly coming from the lower groups or also from A group?
Yes. I think there was one person from the top group. But
Okay, that's so fun.
It's also nice that there's also players who don't play for a club.
Yes.
Just play the tournament here and on the internet, of course.
Yes.
And that they had a high level still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really decent games.
Awesome. Yeah, we
They
saw
never played on a club.
Yeah, true. We saw a few players actually like coming in the chat.
Yeah.
People from the C group, they were saying that I won, and it was so funny. We were just talking about this one game from the C group because this game is actually very decisive. Whoever
I
wins.
think I analyzed that the two people who were on 4 out of 4 and drew each other.
Yeah.
So they came to me and
I think this is one of them. Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, we're just checking this game real quick.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty peaceful, but whoever wins will be shared first because the third person with 4.5 won already. With a very short game.
Yeah.
So
So the question is, do they want to force it or are they happy with the draw?
Yeah, exactly. I just tuned in. I think not much is going to happen at this point.
Yeah.
It looks
Black
pretty
can play for g5 and white can play for g4. And that's about the
That's
only
about it.
pawn break. Yeah. And white should play king e2, knight f2.
Right.
But black is the first with g5.
Right.
But
yeah.
Maybe white just plays g3.
Maybe just g3. Yeah, and just shut it down. Play it safe.
Then maybe rooks to the g file. Because on the other side, there's also a pawn break b4, b5.
True.
It does skip a pawn, but if the rook is not on a8 anymore, it might be you have rook a5 after that or rook a7. It's something that the black has to look at. On the other hand, if you play b4, it can be attacked by bishop f8.
Exactly, and b5 and
But b5 only with the rook on a8.
Right, you have to keep the rook here. Yeah.
It's white to move, I see here.
It's white to move, yes.
So king e2 would be normal, bishop f6 would be normal to play g5.
Right.
And then maybe king f7, rook g8.
Yeah.
And there's also, if the white plays d3, maybe the idea of playing h5 and h4.
True. So white played rook c5 and I guess tries to stack on the c file.
Yeah, but probably black can ignore that.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's no way you can entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like one of those positions where the players feel forced to do something, whereas you actually need to wait a little bit out to see what
Yeah.
your opponent does.
Maybe rook g1 was also an idea to play g4 before black can play g5.
Did you play g4 first and then g5
Yeah.
doesn't make so much sense anymore?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. I
Yeah.
think this game is heading to a draw, but at the same time, I do see how, one of the players
Yeah.
may
Yeah.
get too
And I would prefer
confident.
black, of course, better knight, better bishop,
Yeah.
and white has the c file, but yeah, for now it does nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's curious to see how this game continues, but let's go back to the A group. Have you been able to catch some of the action or no?
I saw that Tijmen Kampman was surprising.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he won
played
it.
very well against Van den Doel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in this game, he seemed like he was. So let's go back a little bit. So after c4, queen h5, I thought the queen was oddly placed here because you don't really have a knight anymore to support any sort of attack.
Yeah.
So after bishop f4, bishop d6 takes 6. I thought, okay, queen a3, this pawn is weak and
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
really
annoying. Yeah.
feel good.
Yeah.
But he found short castle, queen takes e6, bishop c6. And after knight e5, he played rook d8,
Yeah.
queen c5, and he took on g2.
Yeah, if it works, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I was shocked to see this.
Oh, and then f6 just that, yeah.
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 And this is the current position, and Thomas
Yeah.
has been spending like his time the past 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I can imagine because he obviously wants to win.
Yeah.
We had
I
him-
also can imagine that after queen a3 he thought, yeah, I'm clearly better.
Yeah, exactly, in this
Yeah.
position, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that it all went downhill this way because I wonder where it went wrong because it feels like it's so convincing to take on d6, but now if you go elsewhere than c5, you just lose the pawn d4.
Yes.
So hard to say where it really went wrong for Thomas. Maybe he just had to accept the loss of the pawn and go for the initiative with, I don't know, knight takes c6. So let's say
Yeah.
queen somewhere, queen b4. And then something like this.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know.
You
Black
cannot,
feels
even
selecting.
play rook d1 here.
Yeah.
That is, if you could play rook d1, then you could maybe claim some initiative. But
Yeah. Yeah, maybe some queen a4.
yeah.
Wait, this is not the position you're looking for when you're playing with white and you just won the
Yeah.
pawn on d6.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes sense that he went for queen c5, and I guess
And they
he
both
was
have 4.5
shocked.
points? Or?
Thomas is on 5,
Ah,
but he's fine with a draw, but of course he
Yeah.
wants to win. He's placing at 10-200, so
yeah.
he has a good pairing, let's say.
Yeah. But if he plays a draw, then board 2 can catch him.
Arthur
Oh,
can catch him if he wins.
Yeah.
But okay,
Yeah.
seeing the time difference, Arthur is down like 20 minutes now, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure how
Yeah.
that game will go.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically this game, I think we're heading to a draw. I'm really curious to see if Thomas can find a way to complicate matters, but
Yeah.
I don't believe in it. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, if you keep the knight on e5 and d4, that's either you take back with the queen, but then d4 is hanging, or you take back with the pawn, but then the rook enters. Maybe rook d1.
Maybe here or the other one.
Start with the a1. Take on e5, queen takes e5. But you're on pawn up, right?
I guess you can play queen g4 here.
Oh
already.
yeah, and then queen d3, rook takes d4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's also on the move h3, but maybe then black can go for the rook endgame.
Here.
Now instead of rook d1.
Is that rook d1? H3?
Yeah, just to prevent the
Right,
check.
right. Interesting. But it feels very drawish regardless.
Yeah. So just take e5 and then take the
queen?
queen and rook d2.
Yeah.
And black should have enough conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Black is down a pawn, but
Yeah.
I would even think like black is one trying to win here, but maybe down a pawn it's a bit too much.
Yeah, you can also always play something like b3, rook d1. But
yeah, I would definitely want to play with the black pieces here. This pawn is so weak as well. So, yeah. I feel like the more white tries, the worse it can get.
Yeah. So it's interesting what Thomas comes up with.
Exactly. So this is the current position. Let's see what he comes up with. But for now, not looking good to win the tournament with a sole lead, at least. Let's take a look at game 2, because we're here in Benoni. How familiar are you with this?
I have played the Benoni.
Okay, because for me this is the most unknown territory. And what do you think about this setup with the pawns? Do you like what Archer is trying to do here?
Yeah, it depends if black has a trick or not. But that's normally the Benoni, white is better, but black tries to trick white.
Right.
That is the Benoni.
That's the gist of it. But it feels like it's really difficult for white to come up with a plan.
Yeah. After g5, well, what is the plan for black? Do you take on e4? Because the knight came from d7, I suppose?
Yeah. Oh, maybe there's...
And so I don't suppose he wants to play knight e7 back?
Yeah.
Knight h5 just looks like losing the pawn.
Are there some tricks with knight takes d5? I think it's not enough, just he takes d5.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some compensation, I'm not sure.
You take twice and then on e2s.
It is surprising to... Maybe it's provoking g5 and then just go back.
Yeah, but... I mean, the idea of g4 is to go to g5. So, but he must have planned something.
Yeah.
And Arthur must be scared of something that he's thinking. So take on e4, knight d takes. Bishop takes c3 was nothing.
Knight takes c3, yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look good.
And bishop f5, just bishop f3.
Yeah.
You're not really close to the white king with your pieces.
Not really, yeah. This is not so convincing.
Yeah.
Is knight takes d5 something? Because
so e takes d5.
e takes d5 has to be played.
That's not quite true. You can also take it. Oh no, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, if the knight then takes.
Then e2. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
E takes d5. Bishop takes c3.
Yeah, maybe.
So you take with the pawn, and then you can choose. But I suppose queen takes e2. There's also knight c2, which is not totally ridiculous.
I like queen takes e2, so that at least after c6 you can take it back.
Yeah. But then h3 is defended.
Yeah, you don't have bishop h3 anymore.
So I actually like knight c2.
Okay, let's go back. So b takes c3, knight c2.
Because you have to take, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but...
I guess you're threatening knight e3 as well. So queen takes.
Now the white pieces are a bit offside there, and bishop h3.
Yeah, it's not easy to defend.
Or bishop f5.
Oh yeah, that's even worse.
To maybe e4.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, let's say c4. That's to prevent bishop comes to h3.
I guess so. Bishop
f5,
here,
yeah.
queen d1,
Queen d1. Ah.
barely holding on. There must be something.
Maybe bishop g4 instead of just to prevent the queen going to d1. You're not really threatening anything.
Yeah, I miss a piece here with black. I need knight to attack.
Yeah, maybe it's nothing.
Bishop f3 was actually played. g5 was not played.
Oh. Okay. So yeah, there must have been a trick, or at least he must have been afraid of some trick that we missed then. Or just in general, he's probably good for white, but why risk it?
Yeah, maybe it's scared to overextend.
It does mean that black can play b5 if he wants, and also knight d3.
Yeah, this was my concern with bishop f3.
Yeah.
That knight d3 becomes interesting. And
Yeah.
does black want to take this bishop off the board?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And you want to play b5, of course, and if if you play b5, then b4 is a trick.
Yeah. Yeah, Arthur might be running into some issues after knight d3, I think, because the attack doesn't really seem too convincing. He seems maybe a little afraid to continue because of the weak king. Yeah. So yeah, this is the second game. Board 2.
Yeah.
Arthur in a must-win situation, basically.
If he wants to have a chance to win the tournament.
Yes. I'm trying to recall if there was any other. There was some draws, some quick draws, of course. See, I'm just trying to recall real quick some of the games. This one is looking very drawish, so.
Yeah, I would prefer white here on my first look.
Because of the bishop pair?
Because of the bishop pair, yeah.
But do you think it's sufficient to actually get something out of this?
Well, at least to have a chance to get something. So king f2, rook c1, and if you can just exchange all the rooks, rook c1, exchange all the rooks, put the pawn on a3, e4, bishop to f1, bishop to c3.
You're going for this pawn.
Yeah, there are some chances to get a bind and to do like Carlsen, very long game, and wait for the mistakes. Right. So black has to play actively, I think, to prevent that.
Okay.
Or find a way to have a really fortress-like position.
So you think because of that one pawn, it may still be tricky, and the bishop pair?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would not be that unhappy with white here.
Okay.
Unless black can get activity quickly.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily drawish.
Okay, it's interesting that black is ahead almost 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Okay, that helps.
That helps, but okay, so there's a lot of time for an endgame, so I don't expect major mistakes to happen here. Yeah. So, this is heading to a draw, but who knows? Things can happen. In this game between Erik van der Doel and Achuth Aravindan, let's see.
Was it the Philidor?
I think it was.
No.
It was a Pearce.
Yeah.
Well, it was transposed.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Bishop b5.
Yeah, I was surprised that he's trying to provoke c6.
Normally it's a move black plays, but especially if the knight is on c3.
Yeah, right.
And with the knight on d2, then knight c6, e5 is normally what you play. So it prevents that by playing bishop e5.
Yeah, right. Interesting. So the bishop went back. e5. Looks a lot like the Beards.
Yeah.
And here black just has a really weak pawn on d6.
Yeah.
No, this is the current position.
Yeah, should be better for white.
Should be.
Though maybe you come with d5 quickly.
Yeah, it's a little concerning here because the pawn on e4 is also becoming weak.
Yeah, where does the queen go?
It's a very good question.
Maybe c4.
Yeah, you probably have to commit to trading queens now, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas actually drew.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
probably perpetual.
Yeah. Yeah, we can check the game shortly, but yeah. Yeah, queen c4. I like white's position a lot. It's one of those positions that I think GMs love, especially as lower players.
Yeah,
Just slowly converting it to a full point.
Yeah.
It feels like torture when you play on the other side.
Yeah, Eric is the clear favorite here.
Yes, for sure. Okay, let's quickly take a look at how this ended. It ended rather quickly.
Perpetual,
Yeah, this is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So we saw this and
yeah.
So queen
so
g3.
Time and really good tournament.
Yeah, he played really well.
Yeah.
He played all the rounds and he had 2 wins against really strong players. So really good job.
Yeah. And now draw against black against the grandmaster.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Really well played.
Yeah.
If I was thinking maybe it's one of the younger upcoming players, but he's actually not that young anymore.
I know. Is 25 or something maybe? Or?
Oh yeah, I saw he's from 1990.
1990, even older. Oh. Okay,
So it's really good to see that players around that age are still, able to play so well.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was really surprised to see. I mean, this result, of course, is amazing, and it's kind of a bit sour for him that he's not finishing. I mean, he's probably like 3rd place or something.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't think he will be too upset
right,
about not winning the tournament.
Yeah, he really deserved it. But good result for him. Maybe we'll have him over here for an interview later.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, and it really depends on what happens in the game on board too.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I should go back to.
You should go back.
Thank
you so much for joining.
You're welcome.
It was really nice to have your insights, and good luck.
Thank you.
See you. All right, everyone, we are back. That was so fun to have Grandmaster Dimitri Reinerman over to talk about the games with us. It was so fun. It's so nice to hear how a GM thinks, in the end game where I'm like, okay, this is a draw, let's shake hands and move on. He's like, he sees one of the smallest details in the position and he just knows what to do with it. And I'm just in awe listening to those thoughts, if only I had these kind of thoughts as well, where I'm we're going to go for this, we're going to make the best out of it, These chats out against are great. Yay, it's so fun. I mean, okay, this is not after a game. So he is the tournament coach. So this tournament has special things next to the main tournament, and one of the special things besides this, sorry for that. Besides this commentary, the tournament also has a tournament coach available. So what that means is that they have a GM over here. Yesterday it was someone else. Today it's Dimitri Reinerman, and basically his task is to analyze the participants' games. And whoever wants to have their game analyzed, they can go to Dimitri and be like, "Hi, I have this game played, I want to analyze this. And Dimitri is right there to analyze the game with you. So yeah, it's really awesome that they offer this in this tournament. It's really fun to have a tournament coach. And yeah, he joined us for a quick chat a little bit. It was really nice to have him and to hear his thoughts about the games. Yeah, so amazing, so amazing. But yeah, Thomas Beardson drew his game. He is certainly not happy with this result. I mean, maybe he's also a bit fed up with, you know, his chess today because he did not play super well this morning, as he said. He's not really happy with it, but of course, he managed to win his game somehow, one way or the other. Maybe he's happy, just relieved that the tournament is over, the game is over, and that he is sharing first place for sure. He has secured first place. If we look at the prize fund, and he will at least he will at least share first place. So that's already like quite a good amount of money. But of course, he wants to be the champion. He wants to be the champion, and yeah, it really depends on this game that we're looking at right now, the game between Arthur de Winter and Peter Lombards. Because if Arthur manages to win this game, then he will be sharing first place together with Thomas. But he has a tough task here. He is in a must-win situation. And this position currently, I'm not very fond of this position of white just yet. Especially after bishop f3. I'm not a fan of it. I would really love to play this with black pieces and just hit it with knight d3 and see what happens. So, yeah. b5 here. I would first start with knight d3 because I want to attack that pawn on f4 and also try to capture that bishop on c1. And after that, I want to play b5. Yeah, exactly. The thing is that if you play b5 now, then maybe you get hit by g5, maybe a little bit unpleasant. The question is, do we have time to play knight d3, yes or no? I think we do. I think we have the time to play knight d3, and yeah, white should be a bit careful here. White should be a little bit careful. By the way, thank you so much to Phoebe for rating us. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Those that are still here from Phoebe's stream, welcome, welcome. We are doing commentary on the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. This is a tournament happening in Utrecht. I'm right here live from the venue, and it's super amazing, super fun to be around here and have a closer look at the tournament. Players are coming in to talk about their game or about their performance or their experience here. We had a tournament coach over just now, and yeah, it's super fun overall. And I hope you guys are enjoying, having a good time. Thank you to Nerdta for gifting us up to Phoebe. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, we're having a good time here. Haha. That's amazing. All right, guys, I think I am going for a short break. I'll be back with you very soon. I'm going to get some water because my throat is complaining. I've never had my throat complain this much. Usually it's my nose complaining, but today it's the throat. So I'll go for a short break, everyone. We will be back with you soon. Before I go, I wonder if they share the first place, will they get 600 euros each? Yeah, so they add the first two prizes, yeah. So if there's two players sharing first place, it means that they add the first and second place prize and then split the two. So it's still quite a good amount. It's quite a good amount. So yeah, just wanted to share that. But I will go, I'll be right back with you. Let me just edit the text. We'll have break time over here. We'll just put this over here and I will be right back with you guys. So it feels like, okay, it should be fine. It should be fine. Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit. Make sure to stick around for the rest of the coverage of the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. We'll be right back with you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. We are live in Utrecht at the tournament venue, even. And action continues as we have quite a few results already. We have quite a few draws. But the championship has not been decided yet. There's still one game ongoing that is important to determine who is going to be the winner of this event, as we may see a tie occur, who knows. For now, we do not have much information just yet, but I can, well, actually, as I say that, we see a new move in this game, but yeah, we have quite a few draws so far. Apparently, Elina Rubers also drew her game against Jelle Smid. Yeah, a little bit surprised to see this, but yeah, I guess there's not much to play for anymore. It doesn't count for FIDE rating either, so I guess then you're more inclined to go for draws because you're not really winning the tournament anymore or something like this. So, thanks, Matthew. I think today I'm hitting that 2 liters like this. So anyway, so earlier today we had Thomas Beardson join us for an interview, and we also had Dimitri Reinderman join us, both our grandmasters, and it's so exciting to hear their thought process, hear it out loud, and yeah, to share their thoughts with us is just simply amazing. And we'll see who will join us later. I'm hoping to catch Diamond, as he has had a wonderful tournament so far. Well, so far it's already ended for him, as he drew his last game against the leader of the tournament, Thomas Beardson. So he played phenomenally. He forced a draw out of nowhere. As it turns out, Queen c7 was the way to maintain the advantage in the position, which is quite surprising when you look at it this way. I expected that after Queen c7 there would have been some Rook c8 type of move. But I guess after Queen a5, the a7 pawn is somewhat hanging. Actually, Queen a5, Rook takes d4, you lose a piece after Knight takes c6. So that's something to keep in mind because of the Queen being under attack over there. But yeah, so after Queen c5, there was a forced draw, and Diamond took the opportunity with both hands, took on g2, and after f6, there was not much left for Thomas then to play Rook d1, and after takes, Queen g4. You don't have the move Queen g3 because then Rook takes d4 and you lose that pawn, and it's quite awkward to play this with white. So that's why he ended up playing King h1 and accepting the fate of yeah, having to settle to a draw. Not a result that he's happy with, I'm sure of it. But now it all depends on game 2. Because if Arthur de Winter wins his game, he will be sharing first place with Thomas Beardson. And if he doesn't win, well, then Diamond will be sharing, or maybe even get second place, depending on the result. So this second game matters a lot, which is why we will pay a lot of attention to it. But for now, not much is happening, as the players are spending a lot of time. So I'm expecting them to spend a lot of time on their moves, and we'll see what happens. But for now, Peter played the move h5, which is quite surprising to me. I did not expect to see this happen, but I guess it makes sense in a way, because after g takes h5, there's moves that appear such as bishop h3. And let's say rook g1, knight d3. And all of a sudden, knight f2 is a threat. It's not just threatening a fork, it's threatening checkmate even. So yeah, and also you're attacking the pawn on f4. So this is definitely something that white should be concerned about. So I really like the move h5, provoking moves such as g takes h5, because after bishop h3, unclear what white can do here. Does white simply go for more, sacrifice exchange? Not sure if I would be happy to do that. And after bishop h3, if you play bishop g2, then simply takes, and you can take on h5 if you want to. And this king feels very unpleasant over here. This bishop is really strong, and I feel like black has a lot of play going on here, and white does not have much at all. So yeah, h5 on the board. Curious to see what Arthur comes up with here, but he's currently down on the clock, so it's a little bit of a concerning situation altogether. Let's continue with the other games. I'm curious to see how the other games are going on here. Remember this game, this is the end game that it looks very drawish, it feels drawish, but grandmasters play this on until the very end to have the opponent prove that this is the draw. This is a draw whatsoever. Because white has a pair of bishops. In this open end game, these two pieces are very strong. As Dimitri mentioned, once the rooks are off the board, that's when you start making use of those bishops, and this pawn becomes a huge target. So it's not that clear, and black needs to prove a thing or two here, but with the amount of time that the players have on the board, on the clock, I mean, I'm not expecting too many crazy things to happen, but who knows? Who knows? In the meantime, I'm curious to see what is going on in the game between Marcel Schroer and Hugo ten Hertog. This game is quite crazy, and it's actually, funnily enough, it feels super symmetrical in a way, or like the opposite, where the pawns are on the queen side over here, but here they're on the king side. It looks very funny to me. What did we miss here? And queen d7, all right. So white feels very active here. I really like white's position. It's not clear just yet how to continue, but I like that white is the one attacking the pawn on c7, and this rook on c8 has to defend. So that's already one big plus for white. But I can't really figure out how to go from here, because the bishops are a little stuck. This bishop is looking at the pawn, but not able to do much more than that. This bishop is stuck defending the pawn. And yeah, I'm not sure what the plan would be. Maybe an idea could be to stack the rooks on the c-file. That could be possible. Nicola, thanks for 1,000 bits. Thanks so much. Thank you. And also, Dabmate, thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome, French expert. Hello, we're doing amazing. We are here live in Utrecht, commentating on the Open Utrecht Championship. It's a really fun weekend tournament here in the Netherlands. We have a lot of weekend tournaments happening throughout the year in this country, and it's always awesome, always lots of fun. And I really recommend these kind of events. If you're just starting out with chess, or if you're just getting into chess, wanting to try to play a tournament, these tournaments, they are quite taxing, but at the same time, it's like nice first experience to have like a sense how it's like to play an over-the-board chess tournament. We have commentary live indeed. Yes, we are live here at the venue. We have players join in. We had 2 grandmasters join us so far. So it's super exciting, and yeah, hope you guys enjoyed so far. We are now in the last round. Today there are 2 rounds, and this is the last round of the event. And today we'll determine who is going to win this tournament and go home with the big prize money of 1,200 euros. So, in the meantime, Rolinde lost her game against Albers. So how did the game continue? The knight maneuver to e4, that's the worst. When you have this bishop on f6, you want to open it up, but if there's a knight on e4, then your bishop is going to disappear, and this makes it really difficult because the position simply falls apart. And that's indeed what happened in this game too. Rook takes e3, and it was pretty much over. Rolinde resigned here. So that's an unfortunate loss, but yeah, it happens. We had a few more draws. This game ended in a draw after all. I was hopeful the players would fight it out until the very end, but after a couple of moves, they called it quits because there was not much to play for anymore. They traded the pieces, and that was enough for them. So another draw over here. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 draws out of 12 games in the A group. At least the top 12 boards, so that's pretty funny. Let's take a look at this game. What is going on here? What happened? Let's rewind the start. All right. Not 12,000. No, 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 not 12,000. Don't worry. We do not have that type of money in the Netherlands. Not for chess, that is. But c takes e4, knight b4. Some trickiness going on here. Bishop takes, queen takes. So you don't really have knight c2 here because e takes f6. Knight takes here, pawn takes, and then you promote to queen. This is some madness over here. And here you have bishop h6. The knight is trapped. You take it on the next move. And you have 4 minor pieces and a rook against rook and bishop. That's a little too much, huh? So, yeah, this is why knight c2 is not possible. Instead, capture on h6 happened. And queen h4. After queen h4, you want to try to play knight g5, of course. I wonder what white has lined up after knight c2, actually. I guess simply knight g5? Knight c2, knight g5, h6 is my concern. Maybe a little e6 somewhere? Maybe we just sacrifice the rook altogether and just hope for the best with the attack. Like knight e4, knight takes, knight here. And if takes, then we... I was hoping to take on h6 with check, but then knight h7. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to help, huh? I'm curious. Hello, thanks for the raid. Thanks so much. Right, maybe knight c2, knight c3. We just sacrifice the rook once again, but then we get the other knight in the game. I like that a lot. That seems way more convincing than my suggestion. That seems way more convincing. Let's see. So yeah, this is getting very double-edged. So I'm curious to see how this game will develop from here. But for now, let's go back to this game. Indeed, everyone, we have h5, g takes... Oh, that was a misclick. G takes h5 was on the board, bishop h3 and takes on g6. And black took pretty quickly back, not capturing the rook just yet because... he knows something's going on here. Interesting decision. Now it's on Arthur to decide what do we do with the rook. Bishop g2. Now we don't have knight h5, and at least not knight takes h5 anymore because the pawn is gone from h5. So now it's interesting to see if bishop g2 is good in this position instead. It's a little bit hard to see what black has here. I'm not sure what black has after bishop g2. It's hard to say. Maybe black just has to maintain the tension, or maybe play bishop g4 instead. Okay, bishop d2 has been played, so this is the current position actually. Bishop g2 on the board. I guess bishop g4 needs to be played to maintain the tension. And white is up a pawn. I'm curious if black has some compensation. It's hard to say. White is simply up a pawn. So there's not really like a threat, but white just has a better position basically. Hey Pikachu, welcome, hello. Yeah. That rook, I feel like, may come in handy at some point, yeah. At some point it may come in handy, but for now it's just there. Not captured by a bishop, for what it's worth. Yeah. Really curious to see what Bater will come up with. Alright. Let's take a look. Oh, actually, no. I was hoping for some knight g4 tricks, but there's no knight g4, especially not after takes. Maybe some queen d7. I'm not convinced yet. Maybe knight h5 simply. Knight h5, queen h4. Just take it a little easier. Bishop d4. To just get some activity going. Hey, Schergas, hello, welcome. Let's take a look. Okay, h3 has been played in this game between Marcel and Hugo. So white is essentially preparing g4 because then the bishop will be trapped, which comes quite in handy. But of course, you can easily protect. You can play h5. The question is, do you want to play h5? Not entirely sure. Yeah, you can move the queen out, I guess, and then after g4, then you just retreat with the bishop. That could work. Interesting position. Knight g4 and b5. Right. Yeah, I think you just have to accept that you're down a pawn and have to play for compensation. And just simply play active, yeah. Simply play active. Active chess. Let's take a look at Joris' game against Yuri. Let's go back a little bit, what happened. Because we left off at queen f2, b5, bishop b6, queen b7, knight a5. Okay, so white is super extremely active, but is it worth anything? Queen d2. So this is the current position. White's bishop is funnily enough on a5, which is very uncommon, but it stops the black attack on the queen side, so that's really interesting. g5 is what we want to play with white, of course, and start attacking. Maybe f4, f5 can also come in. I like white's position a lot more. It feels like black doesn't really have much going for themselves. Maybe they have to force matters with d5. That could be an idea. That could be something. h5 followed by f4 and then g5. I like that. I like that a lot, yes. I like that a lot. I'm very tempted to go for g5 first because of h5. Let's say g5. Okay, let's make a random move. g5, h5, knight. Let's say here. g6 and f4. And then we just like try to destroy this open. But you have to be careful because after f5 there's always knight e5. So it's not that clear. I'm also open to sacrifices like queen e2, knight takes h5. But maybe that's a bit too crazy, huh? Bit too crazy. The thing is that it's hard to see how black can actually do something. I feel like they should start working towards playing d5 to stop white a little bit from advancing too much on the king side. g5, h5, g6. Oh, I like that a lot too. My random move. I like that a lot too. I guess you still have to be cautious of moves such as knight e5. Because you can then recapture with the knight and maybe it gets a little messy, but yeah. Black is certainly not doing bad, but I like white's position for some reason. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I played this myself. Knight e5 has been played actually, attacking the pawn on f3, which makes a lot of sense actually. So now it's on the white to defend this. How's this endgame going on? So one pair of rooks are actually traded in this one. This is one of those grind positions where, yeah, white is trying to make use of the pair of bishops, create some traps, but with accurate play this should be easy to draw with black. Yeah. If the players were low on the clock, it would be very different. But the players got to the endgame so quickly. It's only move 30 and it feels like they've played already 70 moves. Yeah. Oh! Hello! You sure you want to join already?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. Sure, join. Feel free. Of course.
I'm just glad to be back. Yeah,
You're more than welcome. Well, tell us, what happened?
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to. Okay, first of all, I was happy with this pairing
Yes,
because
of course.
I think Arthur would have really pushed for a win, and I think I already had the feeling after the opening that he was happy with the draw. So I just wanted to push for a win, but no risk at all.
Yeah.
But okay, I might have taken it too far with the no risk, because so many pieces got traded that not much was left.
Did you like prepare at all, or just went to the game and just?
No,
we'll
just
see.
went to the game and we'll see.
Okay, were you surprised
but-
by this?
Yes and no. Once he played it, I realized that okay, I played him about a year ago, and I think I prepared for this line a year ago. But okay, I forgot everything, of course.
Yeah.
So here I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play very safe. So knight f3, knight f6. Okay, I know that e5, knight e7, bishop e5. I think is like the most hardcore line, but okay, it gets a bit tricky, and I just didn't want to play any risk, so just bishop d3.
Yeah.
But okay, now a lot of pieces got traded, but okay, I was still fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, you take you lose the light square bishop, but it's fine. And
Yeah, I mean,
it's
you
a
got a
French.
lot of development, and okay, I thought maybe I shouldn't, because I can take on d5, but that I thought was too much.
If it's probably too much, you enter French exchange territory there. Yeah, so c4.
So here I was happy because bishop f4, I felt like okay, I'm starting to get something.
Yeah, I thought queen h5 was a little strange there because you kind of miss a knight. You want to have a knight on f6. It's a bit stranded.
I mean, it works if you get bishop d6, but you just don't because I have bishop f4.
Right.
Okay, I was expecting him to castle actually. How good is that? No,
Here?
I mean after bishop f4, I thought long
Oh,
castle.
long
maybe.
castle. It's probably a bit too much, no?
Yeah. I mean, but it was still a bit like I thought I would go queen e3
Okay.
just to bring some d5 ideas in the position, and also I don't like being on this d file with this rook there, so
Right.
this felt very safe. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It was a bit unclear to me how this position was. I felt like I'm better, but it can get tricky still. His bishops, like his position doesn't look great, but it has potential with the bishops and.
And maybe you have some 95 g4 moves?
Wow, that might be working actually, yeah. I thought 95 would just always go to bishop e8 and then what, but g4 is a good answer to that question actually, yeah. That just wins.
I mean, you don't really risk anything. Black has no development, right? So that's why I don't feel good about long castle.
Yeah. No, maybe I overestimated his potential here.
Right.
But okay, bishop d6, it surprised me because I felt like, okay, queen a3 and why am I not just better? But
Yeah.
this is a...
It was like, okay, like he's up a pawn, this is all fine. But then he started to play really tricky stuff.
Yeah, so here
Yeah,
in
this is a critical moment.
analysis we also thought about, okay, also during the game I thought about queen f4.
Right.
But then he takes everything on f3 and we get a rook endgame with my pawn structure is ruined, and maybe it was a better try, we thought.
Better try, but maybe unnecessary.
Yeah, that's what I felt. So that's why I played 95. But
Yeah,
I
it makes
completely-
sense.
Okay, of course I completely missed. No, actually, okay, I thought about bishop g2, but I was like, okay, can that really work? Okay, but I didn't just really take it seriously beforehand when I should have.
Yeah. Did you consider other moves than queen c5?
Not really. No, because okay, beforehand, okay, I was thinking about queen c5. I thought he would go rook c8. with the idea of bishop g2.
You can take on a7 or no?
Uh-huh. I was just thinking about taking, and okay, everything gets traded off.
Before.
Okay, maybe this first. I don't know if it matters, but I think rook d8 is kind of logical, just to pile up on his file. Because it looks like you're winning a pawn back with b6, because if I take ab and you win c4 back, eventually, I mean, or maybe I can even hold on to it. But I was actually planning to just go for something like this, and then as soon as he takes, I'll go b5, and I thought this was really nice for me, but the more I look at it, the more I start to think maybe black is fine, like just something like this.
Yeah, just play solid. And wait.
Maybe I just missed a lot of stuff in this game, I don't know. Because also queen e7, like you said, maybe it's just fine. Don't see what you... Okay, actually, I can...
Or you can still
maybe
do it.
Maybe, Because, king g2, f6, it's sort of like the game, but...
Very similar, yeah. But maybe you have... No, I don't really... You have some queen b6?
Yeah.
Just to show this...
fe, I guess. Queen e5, maybe.
Yeah, now this is fine, because now you...
now I have a lot of pawns.
Now you have a lot of pawns, so queen g3.
Yeah, maybe I just missed a lot of moves.
Do you think it's because like you play too fast or tired from 3 days of chess?
Yeah, tired and mostly tired. And also I made it difficult for myself by trading, so allowing him to trade so many pieces.
Simplifying.
But okay, it was just my, I just didn't want to risk anything because it draws. I mean, it's not great, but it's a fine result overall.
Yeah.
For sure, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was a critical moment to, this moment where you played queen c5.
Yeah, apparently queen c7 is the best move, which I very briefly saw that the engine is giving this, but I just thought like, it just takes him d4, no?
I guess you just take here.
Or does he, maybe rook c8?
Rook c8, I thought after rook c8 you just have queen a5, and then you threaten this actually.
Did I miss these two? No, wait, what is it? I don't remember what No, I think I was just thinking about rook d4, but why am I just not winning a pawn back here?
Yeah, you have to take.
Yeah, just a pawn up. I mean, you can fight, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, okay, just not a great game, but okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and after that,
he
played so well.
I was still pretty scared to
push, you know?
No, I mean, I just didn't want to risk here anything as well. Because I was pretty scared of making some dumb move. Like, okay, let's say I play like h3 to prevent some checks, and he takes, and okay, queen e5 is good here, but okay, let's say I go for this, and something like this comes in, and
then you're lost.
I mean, maybe I have f3 here, but okay, it's clear that it's not great for me anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, this is pretty extreme, of course, but I was scared of this. So that's why I played rook d1, and I already wanted to make a draw, but I didn't want to offer a draw, because I was like, okay, if I offer a draw, he knows I'm scared of losing.
Right.
So he might try to spend like an hour to find something, and if it's actually there, then he finds it maybe. So I thought, okay, I'll just play rook d1, hope he takes, and make a draw.
Yeah, okay. I like the psychological warfare here. Nice. Well, it's a tough one, but now that it depends on whether Arthur is going to win. Did you check the game?
Yeah, I saw, but I think it's gonna be completely crazy.
I have a hard time following this game. It's completely insane.
Yeah, I also don't want to follow it too much, because I'm just gonna be stressing about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I cannot do anything about it. So.
Yeah.
No, the really one move that really surprised me was this h5, because I'm like I would never go for this. This looks so scary.
I thought maybe just knight d3 simply.
I mean anything but h5.
Yeah.
just don't touch those pawns. Just wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was very exciting,
just
but
seems insane to me to open up your own king like this.
Yeah.
When white is the one doing that basically, and you're just helping him. I mean, maybe if it works completely, then sure, but it looks disgusting to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. I saw that bishop g2 is apparently a mistake.
Oh,
Apparently you
really?
should go rook g1.
I was thinking like
And then
93.
93, friendly remaining 1, but queen e2, and apparently this is fine for white, but yeah, you can take this pawn, but I didn't look
Wow.
further. I didn't look further than
Yeah,
this.
no, I understand. This is crazy. Yeah, so we'll have to see. But for now, our tour is down to 25 minutes, so.
And what's the evaluation now?
Oh, I guess I'll just turn it on.
Oh no, this is 0.1 worse. Or even worse, okay. I don't know.
Repeating.
Yeah, just make a draw, please.
Yeah, exactly.
No, okay, white is gonna play on here. But he's also
Yeah.
low on time, yeah.
He's not on time. He's
No,
playing
this
risky.
has the potential to become completely insane. Yeah, it's already very tough and it can get a lot worse here, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I see question in chat. Are you going to the championship? Is it confirmed?
No, it's not confirmed yet.
Oh,
I think
my
I have
goodness.
good chances, but it's not sure yet. But
When do you know?
I think at the end of next week I'll get
Oh,
confirmation.
okay. So we're a bit too early.
Yeah. No, I want to play, so
Mhm.
I think I have good chances. And even if I don't get invited directly, I think I have chances to play in the qualifier. So I always have that as a backup.
When is the
but
qualifier?
I think beginning of June.
Oh, okay.
So that's also quite far away still.
Yeah, right.
But
right.
yeah, I hope to play it.
Okay.
Feyenoord won. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it's too complicated to go into details here. But
Oh no. Yeah. What else is planned next? Do you have any tournaments planned already?
yeah, Limburg Open in a week.
Oh right. Yeah.
Because I have to defend my title, of course. I managed to win that.
Oh.
Okay, we got shared first with like 7 or 8, but somehow I had the best tiebreak, so I won. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing there, of course.
That's great. That's great.
But for the rest, I'm still pretty unclear about my schedule for the summer. I mean, still unclear about the Dutch Championship and the rest.
Yeah, it's such a mess.
I'm gonna start planning it soon, but for now I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see you play a lot of in the tournaments in the Netherlands. It's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, it's fun. So.
Yeah, chat is saying good luck to you.
But I'm not even playing, maybe. So okay, Limburg.
Limburg. Yes. Yeah. All right. Are you going to like hang around until the prize ceremony? You finished so early.
Yeah, and also I was warned that the prize giving will take very long, so I think we'll be stuck here for a few more hours. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I have a fine tournament to look back to, so
Yeah.
that makes it
exactly.
a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. It's. I mean, okay. A lot of games already finished. Many draws.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like people don't want to play this round anymore.
No, I had the same feeling, but I kind of had to. But
Yeah, winning 5 games was enough. Oh well, you can get some good rest
yeah.
after this.
When I left here the first time, I said I was gonna have breakfast. I think it's about time for me to have some lunch here. So
Nice time schedule.
yeah.
Classic
Okay.
chess player.
Then I think I will go for some food.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
Thanks for
no
joining
worries.
us, and we'll see you some other time, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Good luck.
Thank you. See you. All right, guys. Let's take a look what's going on in this game because a lot is happening here. I hope you guys enjoyed Thomas's presence. He is really awesome. It was really fun to have him over here. I hope to have him in better spirits when he's like very sure that he's the winner of the tournament, but he did not manage to win his game. Yeah, it was nice to have him over here. Anyway, I guess we can keep the okay. Yeah, sorry, don't mind me. Yeah, exactly. He plays in a lot of tournaments. It's really funny because in my previous tournament where I played in a rapid tournament, he was also there. So to see him in like the next tournament that I'm going to, even though I'm not playing, is really funny. But he plays in a lot of those tournaments and it's really awesome. It's nice to see strong players participate in those tournaments. It's really appealing for players to participate as well because, oh, there's a grandmaster playing. We need to join. We need to play. Not bite to the drink of beer. But yeah, as he mentioned, the result, the leaderboard depends on this game, and he does not really want to look at it. So I fully understand that. But yeah, currently the situation is as follows. He is first with 5.5 out of 6. And if Arthur de Winter wins his game, he will join with 5.5 out of 6. So it all depends on this game. And as of now, this game is turning into something insane. Some craziness is going on here. Knight e2 has been played. Of course, White does not want to repeat moves. And the line that Thomas mentioned with bishop h3, rook g1, knight d3, and some queen e2 is just completely insane. Apparently knight takes f4 is completely losing. Okay, not completely lost, but I guess you can say practically lost because yeah, the piece is very loose here. Queen e3 and some madness going on here. Diamond played very well. His tournament performance is amazing, and it almost hurts that someone like him is not, you know, like first or second. I mean, he may finish second still, but it depends on the game of Arthur. I don't expect Arthur to lose this, but maybe if he over pushes, maybe he could lose this game, you know? So, yeah. Next time Magnus will drop by. It feels so fun and casual to have people over here. It's very different than usual. It's I guess it helps that I personally know the people that have joined over here because I know Thomas personally for like super long. Dimitri, actually, I forgot to mention this, but when I became European champion in 2015, Dimitri was actually my coach there. So like every single European World Youth event, we have like a coach with us, and the coach is like coaching a few of the team, basically, of the Dutch team. At that tournament, and he was my coach at that time in the tournament. So like every single game we were preparing, okay, which line am I playing, and he taught me so many different lines. Every single game I was playing a different game, so a different opening, I mean, something that I never played before. I remember in that tournament there were so many Najdorfs that I faced, and every single time I played a different move against the Najdorf. And even though my opening did not go well every single game, it was quite a disaster. I managed to like win my games pretty good. So that's why it's pretty funny to have it's fun to play new openings. And it was like sidelines basically, so you can't expect much of that. But it was really fun, and he helped me a lot coming up with new ideas left and right. So yeah. He helped me a lot, and he's part of the reason that I became European champion, right? So it's crazy that it's been almost 9 years. Crazy. You've been trying out the band opening as of late. I should try it too. I want to try. This is the official stream of the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. It's so confusing to switch between Dutch and English names sometimes. Official Kazarian University. Open Kazarian University. Ah, okay. Official is fine. Official is nice. He stole like 3 lines from me. How dare you? Okay. Anyway, so this is the current position, guys. 92 on the board. Arthur de Winter is down to 21 minutes on the clock, and Peter is on 45 minutes. So this is looking good for Black so far, especially since White is in a must-win situation. White wants to win, White needs to win, and that adds a lot of more pressure to the game. So I'm curious to see if Arthur can control, or control his feelings and not over push as much that it may get him into trouble. But let's see. For now, the players are spending their times. Let's go back to this game, Etienne Gaudrian against Lirio Mersma. So in this game, so the material balance is equal, but remember what Dimitri said. Once the rooks are off the board, we want to get that pawn off the board, and then maybe there are some chances. I would say that the chances of a, decisive result here, of a win for White, are not that small anymore. I can definitely see this go wrong for Black, but Then again, black has a lot of time on the clock, so I don't see black like messing this up so easily. So, yeah, I think this is still within the drawing range, but yeah. Dirk is finding out all of his friends playing chess again. That's amazing. Yeah, I see a lot of familiar names, a lot of names that like used to play but didn't play anymore and something like that. But yeah. Oh, really? Maybe I didn't recognize HN. But okay, I didn't really see the players as much. I just see a lot of people in one place. So I've been in this room for a very long time. But okay. So yeah, this endgame, it's interesting. I think white has chances, but very small chances. The plan is, of course, to push the pawn and try to get it as far as possible. And yeah, try to get the king involved maybe. That would also be nice. In the game between Erik van den Doel and Achiet, what has happened? Seems like white blew his advantage away for some reason, making very slow moves. Interesting. Bishop g5 on the board. But now knight takes a6 is an opportunity for black, because you take the pawn, the rook is attacking the queen. What is the idea behind bishop g5? Why now? Hard to say. Hard to say what the plan is behind this move, because it allows knight takes a6 simply. Maybe he misevaluated something. Maybe. This game is going to be very interesting. Achiet has played very well today. Did not manage to beat Eline despite being in a winning position, but is playing really well. So we'll come back to this game later. Let's go to this game between Marcel and Hugo, where Hugo, I don't like saying this, but he seems tilted. He seems tilted from the game earlier today, and now he seems to be in a tough spot once again. His king situation is very awkward. After h3, h5 is followed. Bishop e5, d3 takes, and rook e3. And I really like white's position a lot. This king of black is very weakened. You can follow it up with rook e1 on next move, queen c3 check, and it may take some time for white to have something going on here. Maybe you want to play queen d4 and then g4 to attack this bishop over here. You need to find a way to kind of reduce the harmony between the black pieces. Yeah, so I really like white's position, and I'm curious to see if Hugo can defend his position, but it's not looking good for him, not at all. Let's switch to Joris against Yuri. Let's rewind what happened over here. We left around this time. Queen f4. Oh, you kind of want to start pushing the pawns over here, because I guess, the pawn is hanging, so you want to be a bit careful. But you don't mind losing the pawn in a way, because if g5, knight takes here, you can just play queen f4, and this is exactly what you're looking for. Sometimes you want to lose the pawn so that the files become open, and then you can attack easier. So now you take on h6 anyway, and yeah, this is an ideal scenario for white. Because that queen f4 was played, rook b8, bishop c3, queen c7, and e5. White is trying to find ways to attack, but I am not very confident about white's chances anymore, because bishop is shut down now, knight is kind of out of the game, g5 is just not happening. It can happen, but it's too slow now, and without the light squared bishop on the board, it makes it even more difficult, because black can, let's say after g5, h5, now it can shut it down with g6 at some point. Not so sure. See you, Abby. Thanks so much. Thanks for joining. The standings are as follows. Let me take a look. I'll need to do some manual checking, but that's okay. The standings are as follows. Okay, it's not loading for me. Give me a second. Okay. So currently, Thomas Beardson is leading with 5.5 out of 6. Second place is Tijmen Kampman. And third place is Arthur de Winter with 4.5. So Arthur de Winter is still playing. Then we have Eline on 4 points. Jelle Smit with 4 points. Koen Maassen with 4. Kobe Smeets, Roger. And we have Sasa Albers. And then we have 3 more players with 4 who are still playing. Peter Lombaars, Lee Riemersma, and Etienne Gaudrian. They all have 4 points, so it's like a long list of people. But yeah, if any of these 3 players win, then they will share second with Tijmen. But then it also depends on, yeah, if Arthur wins or not, or draws. So we'll have to see. But this is the current standings. There's also rating category prizes and everything. There's even family prizes. So I guess that's good for Elina because she is playing together with her dad and her little sister in the tournament. So that's super exciting. That is super exciting. By the way, this game... sorry, I'm in the wrong tab. This game. So after all, guys, wow, this game ended in... Oh... So the game in Group C, let me check if we have live. No, we don't have live changes. Okay. So this game ended in a win for black. So that means that we will have a shared first place in Group C. Remember, we thought that this game would end in a it would end in a draw, but it didn't. It didn't. Black won over here, which means that we'll have 2 players on first place in Group C. Congrats to them. His name is pronounced Sasha. Oh, interesting. Probably. You're probably right. I'm already not seeing the name over here in my screen. There's like a question mark, so it's already confusing, but it's fine. Okay, B5 is played in the game. In the game between Arthur de Winter and Peter Lombaars, B5 is on the board. Very typical move in the Benoni, at least. I mean, especially in this pawn structure. You want to stop knight c4. You want to stop a5. If now a5, that makes absolutely no sense. So it seems like black is in a pretty good position. I really like black's position. I would totally take black's position here. It's like Sasha. Okay, thank you, chat. Thank you, guys. Arthur now has to make a move. We have 16 minutes on the clock. It's not looking good for him. It is not looking good for him because he is quite passive. Really difficult to figure out what to do here, which move to make, because none of the moves make you feel like they're making progress. So, yeah. Really tough position overall. I'm curious to see how Arthur will handle this. See you, Matthew. Thanks for joining. Thank you. Have a good day. Let me check. So far, no real time scrambles happening, but we're entering the time scramble zone. Some of the players have around 15 minutes on the clock, and that means that time is ticking and mistakes are coming on their way. Mistakes are coming on their way, and it's getting very exciting. Who is going to win the Open Utrecht Chess Championship? We'll find out very soon. We'll see. We'll see. I hear a lot of people walking around. A lot of the players have finished their games, but in A group, They go until the very end, most of them at least. They are going until the very end. I'm quickly going to check in the B group to see what happened there. I see a lot of draws. Do we already have a clear winner in Group B? Let me take a look. I don't think so, actually. Yeah, I believe the top 2 players drew. So we also have a shared first place over there. 2 on 4.5, 2 on 5 out of 6. So congratulations to them as well. Jesus Yara and David Chang, both on 5 out of 6. But maybe we'll have more actually people join with 5 out of 6. So did you play also? No, I did not play because we're doing commentary. It would be quite something if I was doing commentary while playing at the same time. That would be interesting. No tiebreaks, no. They just split the prize money in case of a tie. I guess the standings will be determined based on like book hauls and stuff. So oftentimes it doesn't really matter, right? Because what matters is the prize money, and everything else after that is whatever. Unless it's like A group. I feel like A group is what matters because like it's the tournament, it's the main tournament, so you want to win that and be the winner. So some poor victim cracked out laptop. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. 13 minutes now for Arthur de Winter. By the way, it's so sunny today. It's so sunny. It's really crazy. We don't really get those temperatures in Netherlands as much, but today is a good day to be outside and probably not play chess. But we're playing chess today, and we have some really fun games going on. They're fighting for their lives, and it's pub weather exactly. It is. Let's take a look. What can Arthur decide to do here? I want to get rid of that bishop over here. I feel uncomfortable because of this bishop. I just want to play h3. h3, move. But the problem is if you play h3, there's bishop h5. And I just can't get out of this pin. I want to play king e1, but then I get hit by knight c2. Maybe something like rook g3 and f5 of some sorts. Yeah, it is a good weather to play chess outside, but sadly, we're not playing chess outside over here, so we can't enjoy the sun as much. Oh, Arthur, time is ticking. Already down 30 minutes compared to his opponent's clock. This is very concerning, guys. This is very concerning. Also, brightness of my screens are reducing. Let me take a look at something. I want to take a quick look at this game between Lars Otis and Daniel Aziz because some things have happened here ever since we left off here. Oh yeah, remember this game where there was knight c2 happening? What happened? Knight g8, queen h4? Knight c2 didn't happen, queen e7. Wow, knight g5, h6, f4. Whoa, bishop takes f7, he takes f4. Takes. Ah, this is how it happened. Bishop retreats. b6, a3, pinning the knight, knight c3, and rook a d8. So we're in this position. This is the current position in the game. Lars is down to 10 minutes, but he has a slightly better position due to the fact that he is up a pawn. He does have a double pawn over here, but it doesn't hurt his chances too much because he has a connected pass pawn. A protected pass pawn, I mean, and it's... It can get really strong. For now, it's stopped by the bishop and rook over here, but I can see it shine bright in the future. We even had a national championship for chess outside. Oh! Black has white remarkably tied up with just a knight and a bishop in the winter game. Exactly, yeah. And that's why it's so rough to play with white, yeah. Seems like Arthur actually made a move, but before we jump back to that game, let's just talk quickly about this game, because what is going on here? His pawn on d4 is weakened and under attack, but you can't really capture it because of this pin over here. So, could it be that black is trying to grab this bishop somehow? Or is he just trying to play knight a5 and trade the bishops and put pressure on the pawn on d4? That could also be it. Interesting. Maybe he's actually preparing bishop e8 to prepare knight takes d4. That could also be possible. Because then it's actually hanging after bishop a8. So, good chances here for black, but not sure if it's actually winning chances just yet. I'm not convinced just yet, so Lars Otis has to prove it, especially with the 10 minutes on the clock. It might get a little bit difficult. So what did Arthur play? Arthur went for move f5. This is classic over-pushing, going for the risk. He's in a must-win situation to try to win the tournament as well. But f5 is too much. It's simply too much now. Black can just take. And of course, he can't take back because then e2 is hanging. So, what is the idea behind f5? I'm curious. h3? After h3, you can just take. And then take on e4. Not so simple. f5 on the board. What does black do? Well, you have to take. You have to take. And I don't see the danger of it as much. So, yeah, perhaps white wants to open up the position, involve the rook somehow. But maybe this is a little bit too much, maybe. Let's check in this endgame. Oh, bishop versus knight, guys. Oh no. This is entering nightmare territory. If white manages to win this game, that deserves a prize. That is just madness. Because this is so hard to convert to a win. So hard. But if he manages to do that, that would be insane. That would be completely insane. G6 on the board. What is the plan of white? Of course you want to push the pawn, but it doesn't look so simple. This looks like headache, exactly. Exactly. Especially because the bishop is a long-range piece, right? So if you have pawns on two sides of the board, that is the best scenario for that bishop versus the knight. The knight has to like travel around all across the board very slowly to get from one side to the other side. So yeah, black needs to be very careful. I feel like there are some zugzwang opportunities here for white. I'm very concerned about black's position, but maybe we're hallucinating. Hey Ollie, hello. What is going on in Hugo's game? So we saw this position, rook e3. Okay, so Hugo is actually sacrificing the pawn. I wonder if he simply allowed rook takes c7 to happen for some compensation maybe. But he's sacrificing the pawn. So white is up a pawn now, but now white has to prove that this is actually winning. Not so easy. Thanks, Jeffrey. That's so kind. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. I really enjoy doing commentary. It's so refreshing to be the one that is not at the board, but the one off the board, basically, outside of the board. And I really enjoy watching games. It's when you do commentary, you're like so invested in it more than ever. More than normally when you watch games. So I really enjoy it. And I'm really glad to hear that you enjoy it too. Endgame is the hardest part of chess, exactly. It's a very underestimated part of chess and really important to focus on, which is why I want to focus on it a lot and study it very well. Yeah, Queen C2 looks very appealing, right? But I'm concerned that maybe the queen comes in somehow on e5. Let me think about this. King e7 is played, but what about queen c2? Let me think about this. What is going on there? Okay, maybe after queen c2, there is some queen b4, and we're not afraid of d2. Let's just make the moves on the board. Queen b4, d2. And I feel like there's some attack happening here with queen d4 check, and this king is very much not safe. The bishop is still covering d1, so we have some time to actually mess around. Of course, if the king moves here, it's checkmate. If king moves here, must be really bad as well. Some queen f4 check here. If rook f6, of course, rook e7 check. So, yeah. Oh, thanks, Brown. I appreciate it. I just made the decision recently to change direction, and I want to take chess seriously. I've always wanted to take chess seriously, but it's hard to take things seriously when things are not going well, right? So I always wanted to continue playing chess, pursue chess. It's always been like my goal. I find it very cool, you know, like if you like see a title player or like a GM or something, like it's always like, oh, imagine if I was GM, imagine I was this or that, and I want to work towards it. I want to work towards a higher title. So I hope to get a higher title at some point, and I want to do the best I can because now I'm able to. Before I wasn't able to. True, and that's the biggest challenge in chess. That's the biggest challenge to, you know, find some way to improve, or to have patience, for that matter. Patience is so important in chess. And that is something that we may be missing here from Arthur as he played f5, and it's not clear where the attack is. I'm curious to see where the attack will be. Maybe Peter will not feel too good about taking that pawn. Maybe g5 can be considered, but I would not want to play g5. That pawn is just lost on g5. So, yeah. Streamer is a higher title in my book. Within 10 years, that would be so cool. I would grind 10 years if that meant that, you know, I could have a shot at GM. I would grind 10 years, maybe more. It's like a lifetime achievement, right? So, yeah. If you're good at something, it's like such a pity to drop it, you know. I'm not terrible at chess sometimes, but yeah. Anyway, do you think you can make GM? Honest answer, no. But it's because I am very far away from it. I feel like I'm very far away. But maybe the answer will change once I get a higher title, you know? If I get a higher title, then maybe I'll feel like, okay, like if I can perform at this level, maybe there's more. But for now, I don't feel ready for it. For now, I don't think I'm ready for it. But it will be cool. It will be cool. And then he will remember the streamer that thought she couldn't get GM. Nah, imagine. Anyway, Lee Riemersma is on 4 minutes. Let's take a look what's going on here. Okay, it's really hard to like lose here with white, I feel like. So I think he's just taking his time, his sweet time to figure out how to complicate matters and try to trick his opponent. But for now, I think that I don't really see it. I don't really see how white can complicate matters because his knight is blocking very well. There's no entry point for that king because if the king goes here, then it's over. So yeah. Okay. So in this game, I'm really curious to see how it will develop. Like, I'm curious about the result, but I'm not sure if white can actually win this. But that would be cool. That would be cool. It's really awesome to see someone grind out the endgame for so long and then, yeah, have it pay off in some way. That's It's like one of the most satisfying feelings. True, Brown. Very true. Look at the clock. Yes, 4 minutes for Lee. 3 minutes even. 3 minutes. Oh. But okay, I would say it's hard to lose this with white. So there's not a lot of risks involved. I guess he's just trying to figure out how to proceed, how to make it complicated. I would naturally play king c4 just because I want to like somehow get access there, but this knight is blocking really badly. So maybe black already built some sort of fortress. Maybe a draw offer has happened. Sometimes there's draw offers and that make you spend much more time than you would have if there was no draw offer. It can be a psychological trick. Doing the best to lose it on the clock. Oh no! King c3 is on the board. All right. Trying to create a triangle, maybe. Or maybe king b2 and then slowly push the pawn forward somehow. The king moves king b3. Who knows? Who knows? Peyton Lombard still spending time on his move. No new results in yet. All the games are still ongoing, at least the live board ones that we were looking at. Okay. 2.5 minutes, so that's not a lot of time. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other games. Oh, something happened in this game, guys. Something disastrous happened. What happened in the last few moves? Knight f4, bishop here, rook d8, g3. Ooh, seems like too much risk was involved. Especially now, this f7 pawn is super weak. Rook f3 is on the board. And the idea is simple. Rook f8. And you strike with the capture on f7. Because after rook takes, this rook is hanging as well. And that is game over. With the king super weak, you just take that rook off the board. And that's it. Ouch. Rook takes f7 on the board indeed, and this is lights out. Tricky game, well played by Achiuth, very well played, but playing against the GM is just how it is. It's just really rough, and he can be proud of himself. Played very well, and made it really difficult for a GM. Held on for so long. Perhaps. Maybe I should remove some tabs, shall I? Maybe I should remove some tabs. Could be some idea. It's funny that I don't have... turn off edge. It's funny that I don't have dropped frames. Only a little bit of lag. But I think I know the reason why. He resigned indeed. So Erik van der wins his game, and that means I believe Erik had 3.5. All right, so he is on 4.5 now. So these two boards will determine what will happen with the standings, but this game is heading to a draw. So that means that these two players who are now on 4 points will have 4.5 points and will miss out on the top 3 like this. Unless Arthur de Winter loses. No, actually, if Arthur de Winter loses, then another player will join with 5 points. So these two players will probably miss out on the top 3. Probably will still get a prize because there are 6 prizes. Yeah, let's take a look what happened in this game. Okay, we have some updates. B5, F5, C4. Oh wow, the pawn was not captured. And now bishop f3 was played rather quickly. Yeah, What do we make of this? The pawn on f5 was not touched, which is very interesting. Erik won last year, true. He won last year, but this time the opponents were too strong for him, and he was defeated by Diamond Kampmann, who played very well this tournament. Phenomenal performance for a 2200 rated player, keeping up with the Grandmasters, basically. All right, I'm very fortunate that there is so much sun in this room and becomes so warm here. That's why I think I'm drinking so much water. I don't think it's even like because of me talking so much. It's really like the heat in this room is a lot. But it's okay. It's okay. It's the final stages of this of the round. We're approaching time scrambles and it's getting super exciting over here. But I may have to go for another refill very soon. No, Eric, not in this room. Or at least not that I know how to turn it on. Actually, there's something over there. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a look. Let me take a look. You may have just saved my life, dear Kim. You may have just saved my life. I didn't know. I looked up, I'm like, oh, hi. And apparently all I needed to do was just press one button. That's so funny. Yeah, I can feel a little bit, so okay, this should be fine. All right, we can continue now. So let's see. Okay, 93 on the board. Okay, things are getting super tense here, everyone. 93 on the board. Look at this pawn chain. Look at this knight on d3, and look at this madness on the board. White is up a pawn, but black has enormous amount of compensation. Knight f4 played, insane move. Basically some sort of discovery attack, because if you take over here, you can just take the bishop on g4, and this position is also very double-edged. g5, look at that. That is insane. Oh yeah, this feels amazing. Now you just have to survive Sharjah. Well, I just hope that I'm not like in a closed room building, because this room is like super close, and yeah. I'm not claustrophobic or something, but if there's like no air in the room and I have to talk so much, then it becomes difficult. But this is very pleasant. This makes it much better and bearable. Anyway, knight f4 on the board. What do you do against this? Very difficult to say, because the threat is knight takes d3 and bishop takes g4. So you have to decide, do you take on f3? Do you take on f4? Do you take on f5 even? It's also possible. Crazy position. This game is getting super exciting, everyone. Let's go over the moves. So bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. This doesn't feel right. For some reason, it's like allowing white to have exactly what they want. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of this. I really like this line with bishop takes f3. Knight takes f4, bishop takes g4, and then g5. I like this a lot, sort of keeping it in balance and position still. Hey Marco, welcome, welcome. Hello, hey Minas, welcome. Delayed band opening, true, true. I'm curious to see what Peter will come up with, but I think he will start spending a lot of time on this move because it's a very critical moment. The moves do not have much difference in evaluation, but the moves have different complications. And now the question is, which one do you want to go for? Do you want to, do you want to keep the light squared bishop alive? Or do you want to trade it off for the other light squared bishop? Or do you want to have knight versus bishop dynamic going on? It's very hard to say. Congrats, Guido! Congratulations on shared first! Congrats! Great stuff! It's so funny that you guys from the C group are joining the stream. It's so funny. We haven't had other visitors just yet, at least as far as I know. But I hope you had a fun tournament. Hope it was a good experience. What is going on in this game? We were here, king h7, queen g5, queen d7. Okay, so white is super active, white is up a pawn, but this pawn is not going anywhere just yet. You're watching the live stream of... That's too funny. I've had some spectators from the side. I've been seeing some eyes on the room. It's very funny. It's like very transparent. So, but you're more than welcome to join if you want to join. Talk about your game and stuff. But yeah, teenagers probably maybe. So yeah, this game is looking good for Marcel. He just needs to play very precise. And against a GM, things can go wrong if you're not playing too accurately. GMs will make your life very difficult. Once you're ahead in the position, once you're ahead on the board, they will make you suffer still until it's really over. Blue cap. Oh, I didn't pay too much attention, but I guess I'll see you when I walk outside. Oh, really, Vinaz? It's not too far for you? That's amazing. I really recommend this tournament. I played this tournament myself a couple of years back, many years back. I think 2016, 17. I really enjoyed the tournament. Didn't really play well, I think, but I enjoyed it a lot, and I can really recommend this, yeah. I can really recommend this. Are you going to stream the prize? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I'd have to carry the camera and my laptop at the same time. I guess not. I guess not. That would be difficult. We will probably just end the stream right after the tournament is over. So, yeah. I really recommend this tournament. I really like that they have also a tournament coach, so you can analyze your games if you want to with the GM. It's really amazing, really nice, nicely organized. Okay, in the meantime, guys, Lars Otis managed to win after a massive blunder from Daniel Aziz, who blundered knight takes d4. Rook e7 check, king f6, and suddenly the bishop on d5 is lost because after rook e6, knight takes d4, you can't really take here because you lose your rook. And if you move your rook, then rook e5, king f6, same issue. You lose the bishop regardless. So that is really unfortunate for Daniel, but a well-fought game and good win for Lars Otis. 4 games left in the A group, at least on the live boards. Let's take a look. This game is getting very interesting. I believe Joris had a really good position. What happened? He seems to have spoiled his advantage. Bishop d5, rook c1. It seems like white is able to hold the position together just yet. Just yet. The guy that will make you cry after a win. Almost 8 hours. Let's go. Let's go. So, h6 g5 is on the board, and I guess it's clear that there are some issues in white's position. After h6 g5, you have to calculate if bishop takes g5 is not an issue. It's probably not an issue because queen takes, rook c2. Still holds everything together because after rook c8, there's actually... Okay, I was going to say queen d2, and it holds everything together, but there's checkmate, which is even worse. But, yeah, knight e4 is actually played, not capturing back, but knight e4. I like this move a lot. I like intermediate moves. Moves that kind of challenge the opponent to come up with something else. Then the forced capture, and then we'll figure it out. I like this a lot. So this game can go on for some time. It feels like the players just entered middle game phase, but they already moved 36, so they've played a lot of moves. So this game can go on for some time, I think. Unless we see a blunder all of a sudden. You're lagging a lot now. I'm not sure why that is, guys. I'm not sure. I think it's the internet, honestly. Because a lot of people finish their games using the internet. No, I'm kidding. I think it's because of the internet, guys, and not much I can do. But I can reduce the bit rate if that helps. Maybe that helps a little bit. Let me try to do that. Move slowly on the board. Okay, I changed the bit rate. Did that affect anything? I don't think it did. Oh, it did, okay. Okay, this may help to make it a little bit smoother. Whoa, that even lighted up my screen over here. Yeah, I think that was the problem. Whoa, my screen lighted up like it woke up or something. Okay, great. So it was a too high bit rate. I'm very fortunate that we can change this during the stream now. You see here, you fell to one move fork. It was a direct threat. Don't do that. Oh, classic, classic. Ooh, black is playing super passive now with queen e8. Suddenly it is black who is playing passive and allowing white to attack with h takes g5. And rook coming over on to h1, queen coming to the h file. I am concerned about this king because suddenly the attack of black is gone. Ouch. Black has to be really careful here. Getting lower on the clock too. Not so easy. Let's go back to board 2, everyone. What happened here? Knight takes f4 was played, bishop takes g4, and knight d3 back. F takes g6, taking that pawn. Now white is up 2 pawns. But black still has compensation. It's just incredible. But what is black going to do now? Because if black doesn't have something concrete here, black is just going to lose. A tough situation over here for black, who's down to 16 minutes versus Arthur's 8 minutes. Things are getting down all the way to the clock. The clock will decide who is going to win this game. I have a feeling. Also, Lee Riemersma is on 17 seconds, by the way. And wait. Okay. Okay. So Lee Riemersma is really going for it. I still believe that you still can't lose this with white because this king is much more active. You can just play king d5, king e6, get rid of the knight, pick up the pawn, and try your best to complicate things, but yeah, it's not so easy, especially now because king b2, king c3, king d3 attacks the bishop. Tricky. b4, let's see, b4, I'm even inclined after b4 to simply take on d3. In fact, I think after b4 you're allowing bishop e6 check. I think bishop e6 is a massive threat. Because if you go to h8, you take on f6. Something tells me that that's checkmate. Something tells me that that's checkmate, and that's why you have to be really careful with bishop e6. And for that reason, that bishop needs to be chopped off of the board. So yeah, so the time control is 110 minutes, so 1 hour and 50 minutes, and 10-second increment. 10 seconds! The switch from classical to 10-second increment is like a world of difference. Because let's say if you play 3 minute plus 10-second increment, that feels like it's forever. It's crazy amount of time. But when you switch from thinking for like so long and then suddenly you have to like blitz out the moves, it's very, very strange. Yeah, someone flagged this morning. Yeah, a GM flagged this morning. It happens. It was a tough position, honestly. I guess a lot of overthinking too, but yeah, it happens. Maybe it's important to not let white swing the rook over the king side. Exactly, yeah. Queen e5 has been played, which is not the right move. Knight takes g4 was really necessary to play to get rid of that bishop over here, because that bishop may decide the game over here. White is doing very well. Arthur is now leading the game. Can he find his way out of this with the knight on d3, with the knight on f6, blocking everything? It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. I flagged as well 90 plus 30 before, saying I flagged once in 90 plus 30 because I didn't know that after move 40 we didn't have extra time. And it was rook versus bishop, so I had like minimum draw against like an IM. That was a really sad day, I can tell you that. That was a really sad day. Yes. Yeah, next time, well, ever since I've been reading the regulations religiously, read the regulations, make sure that you know the time control very well and all the rules attached to the game of chess, because it is important to not get confused during a game of chess in a tournament. Really important. You learned it the hard way. You learned the hard way. Let's see. Let's go back to this game. I see some developments. They played their moves really quickly. So this knight is actually trapped. And if you play knight h8, you're actually lost, because the knight is trapped permanently, allowing the king to enter and capture all the pawns as well. Study this rule in particular, right? Yes, I am not wearing my Burberry sneakers anymore. No, I'm kidding. Was winning. No! Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. We all go through this, so you're not alone. It happens to the best. Okay, there is some, no development there. Okay. This game is getting tricky. It's important now that HN does not blunder, because it's, okay, I guess it's not really tempting to play knight h8, right? Like, why would you play knight h8? When you put the knight on h8, you basically accept defeat, because king f6, the knight is never getting out of there, and you're not in time to grab any of these pawns. So black has to get really creative, but the question is how? I guess king c2 is a good start, so that if king takes f7, king takes c1, then there's a passed pawn, and that's over. That's completely lost. So that's why you gotta be a little bit more careful. And I like king c2 for this reason a lot, because this bishop doesn't really have like much else to go to. Bishop e3, king d3. If bishop goes anywhere on this diagonal, then we of course take the pawn. So maybe we will see repetition happen this way. Maybe. Ding flagged in an OSB tournament, and then he became world champ. Oh, so I have good prospects, he's saying. That's great. That's great. Yes. Oh. That makes me feel really good. No, give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out. This is indeed on the board, guys. They are repeating moves, so this game is going to end in a draw. And that means that both players are out of top 3. Both of them. So now it all depends on this game. Who is going to finish second, third, or even first place? It all depends on this game. Bishop f5 on the board. Arthur de Winter in a better position now. And he is dominating as with the bishop move on f5. Wait! He didn't play bishop f5 first. He took on d3. As I mentioned, I was very appealed by the idea to take on d3 just because. And now bishop f5. Wow. He is playing some masterclass chess over here. We're getting a masterclass here from Arthur de Winter. He is playing phenomenal chess. He sacrifices the exchange knowing that my minor pieces are going to destroy this black king over here. This light squared bishop is a monster. And black wishes that white would play bishop e6 so that they can capture that bishop off the board. But it's not going to happen. This bishop stays here. The rook will come in. The queen will come in. And sooner or later, something will happen on the king's side. Maybe with bishop h6, get rid of the dark squared bishop and then checkmate. This is not looking good for black. This is not looking good. Hey Remote Teddies, welcome, hello. Let's go back to the game of Hugo against Marcel. What has happened here? Not so much has changed, but it's clear that black is suffering in this game and white needs to play precisely to not spoil this advantage. But it's difficult, it's not easy. Hugo is trying his best to save the game. He's trying his best. Bishop goes back to d7, attacking the rook. Now the question is, where does the rook go? Hey Ilya, hello. No, we're doing commentary today. We're doing commentary on this tournament. This is the Open Utrecht Chess Championship. And I've been invited to do commentary right here live in the venue. And we are approaching the final stages of the tournament. This is the final round. And yeah, it's getting very exciting. Let's go back to the important game because this game matters a lot for the final standings. This game will determine who is going to be the winner of the tournament. Oh, really? Oh, no! You're actually here? No! Yeah, you are a little late. That's so unfortunate. It would have been so cool to see you play. Oh, too bad. Too bad. That would have been so cool. I hope you're having a good time over here then. That would have been so cool. Queen d4 on the board. Trying to survive, hanging on a thread here. I mean, knight f3, I would play that in a heartbeat. To open up the bishop and then try to involve the pieces in the attack. Utrecht is actually pretty. Yeah, I really like it, yeah. You're visiting your family. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. That's amazing. I'm actually leaving to my tournaments tomorrow. Until the end of the month, so I guess we're not catching each other. I'm actually physically leaving the country tomorrow. That's crazy. But yeah. Yeah, I've been playing quite a lot, yeah. It's going alright. Rating-wise, it's not great because I've lost quite some rating. But I feel like I'm getting much better as a chess player. So I feel like long-term, I'm picking things up. And it may pay off long term. But for now, I'm like hanging around 2200. I'm getting to 2200 and losing a little bit, so I'm gonna try my best to gain some rating back in Sharjah. Never play anything in a heartbeat. That's not true, Dirkie. I am a changed woman. I've changed. Wait, a5 has been played, not even knight f3. Okay, I guess it makes sense. I completely neglected the fact that the pawn was hanging over there. I'm just so excited to attack over here. So, thanks for the 10 bits, Jim Silver. Thank you. Thanks so much. So, knight f3. I really wanted to play this, but I guess there's no need to drop this pawn on a4. Actually, then you can take the pawn on d3, but maybe it's a bit too much, no? Queen takes a4. If you take here, maybe queen c4. It's a little unpleasant, but should not be a deal breaker. I was all hope to regain my missing rating back. It's over 120 points now from my peak. Oh no, that's the worst. I'm actually also around that amount, but for me it's easier to gain because of the K factor, I guess. Mine is like twice as high as yours, so yeah, I guess, you know. And it's also much harder at your level to gain those points back, but maybe one day suddenly miracles can happen. Maybe something suddenly changes. I'm playing my first tournament, the club championship of the club. I joined early April and I haven't lost a game yet. The pressure keeps getting bigger though. Oh, that's exciting. That's so nice. Keep it up. Keep it up. Just try to have fun. Try to enjoy it as much as you can. Thanks. I'm going to Sharjah. I'm going to Sharjah, not to Georgia. It sounds similar. I'm going to Sharjah. It's in the UAE. So I'm going to Sharjah Masters, but it's the Sharjah Challengers section that I'm playing in because I am not 2500 plus. No worries, no worries. Yes, Jim Slower, we found that there is an aircon in the room, so I'm feeling much better the past hour. That would be so cool, Rainbow Teddies. That would be so cool. You were last week in Georgia. Oh my gosh, hope it was fun. Hope you had a good time. What? What? That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, a5 on the board, guys. Both players running low on the clock now. This is getting fun. This is getting exciting. What does black have left here? Yeah, not much. I don't really see much. It helps a lot, yes, it helps a lot. Yeah. Despite black having two rooks over here, they're not really able to do much because of the lack of open files. This bishop, as strange as it looks like, being stuck around their own pawns, it actually makes the piece so much stronger. Got a bit lost in Tbilisi. Oh, I hope you had some good food there. Georgia has amazing food. We have the best cuisine. One of the best cuisines. I mean, I really like Italian cuisine, but Georgian is great. Do you have any advice against the Najdorf? Look for a line with bishop e2, bishop f3. I played that in one of my games not too long ago, and it was really fun seeing, you know, like stopping d5 altogether. It's really nice. But there's so many lines you can play against the Najdorf. It's actually like headache inducing. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough to come up with a nice line against the Najdorf. It's a really good opening. Queen e3 is on the board. Yeah, I guess trying to get the queen to e2, trade the queens off, and hope for the best in the endgame. That makes a lot of sense, actually. 3 games left now in the A category. Who is going to win this tournament? Region and G4 is actually also really fun, yeah. I have never tried it myself, but I want to. One day I will, one day. Maybe not in my next tournament, so my opponents don't prepare. But I do want to consider playing it, yeah. I do want to try it. Knight c4 on the board. A nice discovery attack, that's why the knight is not hanging over here. Now simply queen e2. The problem is though that you're losing the pawn on d6 probably, and that's that hurts. That hurts. And if you go back to c5, then the just queen. Okay, actually you don't take that pawn. If queen c5, I guess you have knight takes d6, knight takes queen takes bishop f4, and you're just like steamrolling over here. You take that and it's just insane how much Arthur can see. He feels like he's much stronger as a chess player. He feels like he's much stronger. Queen c5 is on the board, alright. Yeah, now the question is Arthur going to play knight takes d6, yes or no? I think he has seen it all. I think he has seen it all. Two minutes left on the clock. Will he play the move knight takes d6? All eyes are on this move. Will the young player, the young talent, play the move? No, he didn't. He played the move knight to b6. Ooh, still a really good position, but that was a big miss because after that, white is in the driver's seat and just completely crushing it. But not an easy move to make, of course. We're all here watching from home, watching on our computers, and it all makes sense when you see the move and when you see all the lines laid out for you. But at the board, I'm sure that he probably considered it, but he wants to not take so much risks. So knight b6, I like this move still because black's position is just falling apart slowly. In the meantime, draw is decided in this game. Hugo is still trying to survive. He may actually be on to something. Okay, rook d4 makes a lot of sense. It's the only move to keep to maintain the advantage with white. But things are getting shaky here. In the other game, we see that, ooh, there's a rook and knight for white. Seems like Joris has messed it up quite a bit. That is pretty devastating because Joris was doing fantastic throughout the game, but in the late stage of the game, he suddenly started to collapse and he had to play super passively. Let's just quickly rewind what happened because I think it's very interesting. Oh, knight takes g7 and bishop takes f3. Ouch. Bishop takes b3 was the move that was supposed to be played, which is not easy to decide because both moves look really good, right? Takes. And now takes here. And now we're just in this position where white is up a piece and simply needs to try to protect the pawns at all costs. So Thomas Beardson drew his game. He got a little bit unlucky over there, but maybe it was partially his fault for allowing so much counterplay from his opponent. But his opponent played super well. Diamond played amazing chess, and yeah, Thomas is on 5.5 out of 6, but Arthur can catch up with him if he wins this game. So that's why this game is very important. If Arthur wins this game, then we will have 2 players on 5.5 out of 6 winning the tournament. And if Arthur does not win, then it will be Thomas Beardson winning the tournament. Bishop e6 check. So the queens are off the board, so that's at least a little bit of a relief for black. But now the next stage is to actually not collapse completely here. Because the rook is coming to the h-file, and it feels like checkmate territory is what we're entering here. So that's not really pleasant. Rook takes e6, a very logical move, getting rid of one of the knights at least, because things are very dicey over here. Now the question is, do you play rook e8 to capture the e6 pawn, or do you just capture e4 right away? I don't feel comfortable capturing this pawn because of knight d7 for some reason. It doesn't feel right. Maybe it's just completely nonsense, because after knight takes e4, knight d7, rook e8 is fine, and you just win the pawn. But something does not feel right. Something does not feel right because this pawn is so strong. So knight takes e4 has been played though. Knight takes e4 on the board, and white is completely winning. White is completely winning. Something feels off here. Knight d5 on the board, and Arthur is essentially preparing to play knight c7 and promote the pawn very soon. This is why you do not want to take that pawn. You want to get rid of the pawn that's a little closer to you, to avoid the pawn from promoting. Knight d5, and this seems lights out, everyone. This seems lights out. What a game. What another insanely well played game by Arthur. And it's just incredible how this bishop stayed on c1 the entire game. This bishop had no input in the game whatsoever. And it's just incredible how Arthur manages to do this over and over again. It's just incredible. Oh no, I see Hugo's clock go down to 0 again. But he made a move. He's on 12 seconds now. The game has ended, but it looks like it will end soon because knight c7 is a big threat. e7, knight c7, it's unstoppable. Nice and simple bishop, absolutely. Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? Rook c8, you lose the piece. You lose the rook. Rook e8. I can even go knight c7 and take the pawns. Rook f8 is played. You can even give a check here. You can give a check. King moves. It feels like everything wins here. It feels like everything wins. You can play rook e1 and then maybe prepare e7, knight c7. Anything wins. What will he decide to do with 40 seconds left on the clock? Both players in time trouble, but it doesn't matter anymore as long as Arthur makes the right moves, because he is completely winning here and it's almost impossible to not win this. It's a very winning position. Something crazy needs to happen for this game to not be over very soon. King g2 on the board. Wow. What a classy move. What a classy move. I love it. Wow. 20 seconds left for Peter. Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? Knight f6, retreat. Makes sense to try to complicate matters. Makes sense. But now simply push the pawn. Push a pawn, win material, and call it a day. e7 on the board. Resignation expected very soon, guys. Knight takes d5. Oh gosh. Rook takes, bishop takes, and promotes to queen. That's it. It is on the board, and I am expecting resignation any moment now. Indeed, there we go. Arthur de Winter wins his game, everyone. That means that we'll have a shared lead in this tournament. Arthur de Winter and Thomas Beardson are both winners of the Open Utrecht Chess Championship 2024. Congratulations to both of them. I think Thomas Beardson will be a little bit upset about not trying enough to win his game in the last round, but he still shares the first place after a very good tournament, played some really good games, and won 5 games out of 6, which is, yeah, very impressive. Beer and Winter go well together. So congratulations to them. In third place, we'll have Diamond Kampmann with 5 points. And I believe he is third place on his own. He's not sharing third place whatsoever with anyone. So this is a massive result for Diamond Kampmann, who is only 2200 rated. And in this field, finishing third place is massive, impressive result. So big congratulations to him as well. So we still have some games going on. Oh, actually, this game, the game between Marcel and Hugo, ended in a draw after all. I told you guys, it's so easy to spoil it against a grandmaster. In this position, a4 was played, which is very it makes sense, but I guess you gotta prioritize defending this pawn. Maybe it was missed for a second in time trouble or something, so I'm not sure what happened, but maybe white was okay with the draw at some point. There's no tiebreak, unfortunately. The prizes are split, but I'm curious to see who will be determined the winner of the tournament. Maybe they're just the joint winners. And I think there will be like it will be based on book holds, I think. Yeah, but no actual tiebreak. Let me check in with the organizers. Give me a sec. In the meantime, this game is going on, and Joris seems to be losing now in this position where, yeah, this I mean, it's interesting with the double pawns, but it seems to be fine. It seems to be enough. So save my voice. Maybe tomorrow I will not have a voice anymore. King d5 on the board. Just take the pawn, retreat, and wait and sit until the king moves to some place, and then you can start pushing the pawn. All right. I think, guys, we'll be heading to a short break before we finish things off. And I also, after drinking this whole bottle, I will I will go for a short break, everyone. Maybe we'll have some guests over to talk about the tournament and their performance and whatnot. So I will keep the stream on. We'll go for a short break. And if we won't have guests over, we'll just say goodbye. So make sure to stick around. Make sure to catch the final moments of the stream. I will be right back with you. Maybe with... Oh, actually, this game ended as well, actually. This game ended as well. I don't have more games to show, I think. Let me double check. I think all games have actually finished, so... Oh, there's one game going on. Haha, fantastic. Oh wait, what? Okay, it's going to end very soon. And this one? I think this one died. This board died. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I will see you guys in very shortly. So make sure to stick around. I'll be right back with you with either more or maybe with some goodbyes. So see you guys very soon. Hello everyone, I'm back. Hello. Here. Okay. Hello guys, I'm back with good and bad news. Well, bad news is we don't have any guests coming over anymore. But the good news is that I'm here to say goodbye. I don't know if that's good news, but you can make it whatever you want. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching. Thank you so much for following the action of this tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary. I feel pretty alive after 8 hours. I feel like I could do another round, but then I need another water bottle for that. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. It's really awesome to be able to do commentary for such events, especially when you have been like part of it, you've been playing this before, and organizers were amazing for setting this up. So, and with that being said, yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for all the love and support in chat. It was really awesome to have you guys around, and congratulations to all the winners in the tournament. A lot of shared first places, so we'll see the prize ceremony, what will happen. We're not streaming the prize ceremony, just so you know. Yeah, I'm heading to my next tournament very soon, so make sure to stay tuned for more information about that. Tomorrow I'm already flying, so I still have a lot of things to do tonight, so I hope to be in time to finish all of those things. Thanks so much, Mini Trick. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Mini Trigger. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the support. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I hope to see you guys in my next streams. I'm flying tomorrow to my next tournament. My next tournament starts already in 2 days, so wish me luck. Have a great rest of your Sunday, guys. Have a great rest of the weekend, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream, wherever that will be. So take care, guys. Have a great day, and see you next time. Bye bye. Take care. Bye. We can rate wherever, by the way. If you don't have a rate, I'll set up the rate. So bye.